Just pick the highest winning heroes. Like, you don't have to.
They check the numbers.
Yes, easy. But perhaps it was picked in some other games. So very interesting. They let the clockwork through, which obviously is one of the top heroes of the tournament, even though it's, I think the win rate, we've shown it earlier, it's a little bit below 50%, but this is a hero that's first picked almost every game. So in that sense, it's only normal that it's going to be, it's playing versus counters every game. And despite that, it's maintaining like a 50% win rate, which actually is pretty impressive. And of course, the Nisha Ember, like how can you skip that step if you're Liquid? It's pretty blind though, like it could get countered by, they only banned Lina. Huskar has been banned by Xtreme, but we should expect nothing to say to pick a favorable counter.
Okay, but
Yeah, there are certain counters. Like we've
Let's
seen
see,
a good amount of Necrophos as well. Even though some teams feel like it is a counter. Some teams we felt like even in interviews after saying that it's not a bad matchup. You're gonna be losing the lane. I believe it was Nisha who can, like, you can still play the lane, drag the creep wave into enemy triangle, and get a good amount of farm. And also you are a Spirit Vessel buyer, but potentially a pick that again can be flexed to 3 different roles right now. Not as much. Like you can 2 different roles because they already picked Darkseer, but I gotta say I've been very impressed by Earthshaker. This could also be
that's a nothing to say classic. It could be FY, but
probably not.
I'd be quite surprised. Yeah, I think like Shaker Darkseer lane is not what it used to be, especially versus a Clockwork 5. So to me, this looks like the answer to the Ember mid. It's a good matchup for Shaker. I dare to say. I don't know
sharing
anymore in a sense.
Sharing
very buffed, and Shaker has been nerfed for a while now. We'll have to see how it goes. Obviously, nothing to say thinks it's good, and amazing combo with Darkseer. That goes without saying. You know, if we go back to Shaker meta, you know, Mandarin, Falcons, TI, Shaker meta is stack triangle and protect the stacks. Like, so that you're gonna look at that. I'm a little bit worried on the Darkseer Hoodwing Lake because if they have a rough one, if the safe lane of Liquid is very strong, it might allow Tofu to wander, place deep ops. It might also allow Mickey to even connect and try to contest the stacks. So the early laning execution, especially on the lane, is going to be important so that FY has space to stack and to protect the stacks.
Yeah. So yeah, their support duo will be the Hoodwink and the Wyvern.
Xtreme पे दिया रहा नहीं रहा.
In the early stage of the game.
Yeah, it's a little bit better. I mean, I'm not a fan of the Wyvern. It's good against SF, but not good against Ember. But hopefully, if Shaker has a good enough game, these 3 heroes are going to be strong enough to match the Ember pace in the early game. Like again, you want to picture in your head, you want to think of these 3 heroes fighting versus Ember Clock +1 for the runes, for the stacks, for aggressive positions on the map. I guess Wyvern Hoodwink Shaker does the job. What do you think, Lacoste?
Yeah, it looks like it's quite a lot of team fight, and also the early game should be okay on paper. I'm just wondering how much Darkseer is going to be able to get out of this lane, because it's not an easy lane for him by any means. And if Shaker's off to a good start, if you're the one like maybe getting a better rotation, getting the kill on Ember Spirit, getting level 6, your supports are stacking in the meantime, this could be a pretty good Shaker game. Other than like it has been pretty bad through Dota like history. You are playing against Clockwork, which is super annoying for you to play against.
Can you buy Ags, or is it not the builds?
I've seen good amount of Ags, yeah. Like we've seen, we've seen Shaker only 2 times so far in the tournament. He didn't lose yet, but
I mean, I have to say, Liquid are selecting the meta heroes. Like, I think these are the heroes that have been some of the heroes that have been the most successful, in my opinion. Like Centaur has looked very good, very good. There's like a bunch of different builds. I think the hero's laning presence is very solid. It scales greatly into the late game. Ember, obviously, we've mentioned that. SF, Clock. These are like top 4 of the top heroes this tournament.
Yeah.
So they did their homework. You know, Liquid is, I guess, playoff mode.
Yeah, they did choose ones with better win rates.
Maybe that's why Nisha was so confident in the pre-game interview.
He's like, we opened the stats, we know now, we have the knowledge.
Yeah, the only question with that is, are they on the meta on the right time? Because obviously last week this was very good. Maybe Xtreme Gaming is one step ahead and is seeing something in the heroes that they have that maybe is not as obvious yet.
Yeah, they'll have to showcase it. I mean, just from a hero composition, I feel like Liquid is in a pretty decent spot right now. There's some pressure on their last pick, in my opinion, but Boxy, I think, has a lot of cool options. I just want to see like a nice hero pairing basically with Clock Ember, because this is like a little bit lackluster. You need some follow-up on Ember's aggression.
Like follow-up in terms of disable, follow-up in terms of damage?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, both.
All of the above.
all of the above. Exactly.
Yeah,
so like, yeah, I don't know what you're thinking for Boxy, but...
I was thinking Willow, it got banned. I'm thinking maybe Coddle, potentially Lion that can come out if they feel like they need slightly more control. I'm okay with Coddle, maybe
Coddle
slightly more,
good.
because you have like the
Okay,
combination. It's probably
Physio
not the best, if not the best hero pairing with Coddle, except for Pango. So it feels really nice to play. You also don't know the matchups. You're going to be shown relatively easy with the Centaur plus.
nó share luôn nhau
yeah, what else is there? Is Kai an option? I mean, it's not the best versus Darkseer, but it's very good in early game against Shaker.
It's a good Ruby game.
It's a decent one.
But
I think
it wouldn't be first pick, so that surely is better than, you know, what
but
you think.
Clock, Ember, Rubik, I think they lack damage, if I'm honest. I feel like Wyvern and Brace is too strong.
Okay.
Early game. Like, they actually are not going to kill heroes. But, I mean, we'll have to see. They have the Stampede also to help them. I like Sky for some reason. I feel like it's a good Sky game. Like, they need more magic damage in the early game. Because, again, you want to think of Centaur as like, they're not going to get involved that early. I'm talking first 10 to 15 minutes. So again, it's going to come down to this Clock Ember. Like, can they go and contest stacks? Or are they going to let Shaker, you know, get huge? Again, the last pick is on Xtreme side, so they will secure themselves a win condition. It's a first pick SF, so Liquid is gonna be, you know, I'm quoting that, but on a timer in a sense. We're gonna see an Ame hero that will win the game eventually. Yeah. So you want to be able to bring the heat to Xtreme if you're Liquid. And Boxy hero has... Okay, so they're actually gonna...
do Clock 4 and Witch Doctor 5.
It's a 5 Witch Doctor. Interesting. I mean, very good against the Wyvern save, because obviously Maledict, and you still, you know, keep them in place. You want overwhelming amount of magic damage is always good. This hero has looked really good, right?
It looks very, very good. Like with the heal and with a bit of a newer build where you skip the cask, you get it at level 3. Sometimes even level 4, so you're playing off your heal and Maledict early on. And Clinks, this hero, I've been pretty impressed with how well this hero scales. It's another orb walk hero in the lane, like we've seen good amount of Draw Rangers, of course, like we've seen some Vipers from time to time. It's very difficult to lane against these heroes, and this hero is a bit more like deceptively tanky compared to other heroes, especially if you have Wyvern with the Fairy Fire, with the Wand, with the Death Pact. Not the easiest hero to kill.
But why Clinks over a Drow Ranger, for example?
I think it's more active. I think this hero also sieges the high ground better. Like we've seen teams with Drow Rangers also struggling if you don't have Aegis to go for buildings. Clinks is a bit of a different type of a hero. It's also more active hero that likes to get involved early on, and I think that's the type of a hero they needed.
And much more tanky
too.
Like
they're gonna
be running at you. Like
Xtreme
like we've seen the axe build.
combo ဘာညာရှိတယ်
Be my guest, you know.
SSS ဆွဲစုအကူတွေပါတယ်နော်
They have to run away, like, because it's just an overwhelming amount of damage. So I like the Clinks pickup. I'm trying to think, is this Witch Doctor SF like a bit of it weaker than Clock SF? Like, is it better for Hoodwink and Darkseer? I have the feeling that Darkseer is gonna get more out of this lane. So in my opinion, kind of a good news for Xtreme that they don't have to run into the Clock safe lane. But at the same time, I understand the adjustment for Liquid. Like, you see this Wyvern Clinks is so much harass. It's a very toxic lane. So their plan is just going to be pulling waves. Like, Boxy's going to pull waves, Ace is just going to chill, farm between towers, and Boxy's going to do Boxy things. I think we could expect him to even play through the safe lane at some point. Like, as soon as Ace gets his first region item, for instance, then Boxy's just gonna TP safe lane or gate and play around SF and try to bully the Darkseer and fight for the stacks in the Xtreme Gaming triangle.
So do we have an overall favorite in these two drafts? Because you guys are saying good
Big
stuff
Lee
about
là
both
người
sides. You know, we got great Darkseer Hoodwink lane, yay. We got Ember Spear doing well, yay.
One of the better Extreme drafts. I've seen that.
I'm gonna say I like them more. I'll give them maybe like 7.5% chance more to win this game compared to some 7.5. Yeah,
yes, but he's a very precise expert. Like he did the math actually.
We're all studio experts here.
No, yeah, I mean I agree. Extreme, very cool draft. One of the better ones. I'd give them 8.5% extra chance. I mean, I did the math. I think you
I missed that 1%.
But And Liquid, solid, as usual.
I mean, yeah, you mentioned it. This is very much a meta draft. Like, this is a lineup where you see it and it makes sense. It comes together. The same thing can be said for Xtreme Gaming if you think about it maybe a little bit more, and the numbers are not yet there to back it up, but potentially Xtreme Gaming will make those numbers go up.
ကွန်ပူလေးတာမိသွားတော့ကွာပြီးသွားပြီသလား
Best of 3. Let's see who starts this
အမေ
series
ကွန်ပူလေး
with a leg up.
အမိလည်းကလင်းလိုက်ပြီးတော့ပြင် Sheriff ကိုပြစ်နိုင်မှာပါနော် Sheriff ပြစ်တဲ့ဥစ္စာကြတော့ Winter Weapon ပြန်ပြီးတော့ခွာလိုက်လို့ရတယ်
This is a matchup full of players that have
ကဲ
been
စပါပြီ
Dota for
Survivor
years
State
and years and years.
Extreme နဲ့ Liquid ပွဲလေး
In this matchup anyway, we're going to see fresh Liquid, fresh Extreme, a little bit different rosters than say their peaks of winning TI and being TI finalists.
ကီကတော့အန်နာမယ်ထင်ပါတယ်
But they've been
ဟုတ်
kind
လဲ
of
ဆိုတော့
rough lately.
Jesse ကလိမ့်ပါလေ
And now they have to go through the gauntlet of this survival phase and
Creep ပူပေးမှရမယ်ထင်တယ် Without Die
I mean Avery just to they have to win this
So,
and then they have to go
Without
match
Die
up
နဲ့
against
ငေါပူ
Spirit
နေ
after
ပြီးတဲ့
this.
တိုင်းပဲ
Gonna be a tough road to those finals for both of these squads, though I do think both these squads have shown they can be one of those teams that makes the run. They have that kind of history of, you know, gaining a little experience, gaining a little momentum, one series, one game at a time, and finding
ပြင်အရှိကာတို့ပါလို့ဆိုတာဒီ
tournament overall.
nothing to
So
say
I'm not
အပိုင်ကောင်း
gonna
နေ
count these out. In fact, I'd probably give them the dark horse status of the tournament from this survival stage.
As in whatever team makes it through here is likely to have a lot of momentum.
Exactly. If one of these makes it, they're going to be a strong competitor. You just got to get over that hump. So we'll see who comes out on top of this series. Excited to get a BO3 after all those BO2s as well. It goes into game 3 could be very spicy.
ပုံမခံနဲ့ပုံမခံနဲ့တိုင်း
Answer of who's actually better as a team right now.
And we have a very cool draft game one. XG going back to the roots, strong team fight.
ဒီကောင်ဆိုရင်တော့ရှီကားတောင်းတောင်းတိတ်တော့မခက်ခဲပါဘူး။ဘာ ring ကောင်တွေပဲကြောက်ရတာ
This is kind of their archetype that has worked for them, particularly in their TI run. And then you get like that last pick for Ame, and he can kind of have his choice of whatever comfort hero he wants. If he gets an option to play the Clinks, he will usually play the Clinks. He loves that hero. Nobody knows why, but he loves it.
So both teams have had to improve on some way. Which
sure.
team
Ah,
do you think has
check
done
out
a
him.
better job drafting for themselves now compared to the groups?
This liquid draft tells me they
ချက်ကအဲ့လိုပြန်သွားတာတီသွားတာပို့ပြီးတော့မြင်မယ်ထင်တာ
converting the games to wins instead of just maybe looking good, and they went that direction, particularly.
Saw Navy,
this
saw
Centaur.
Navy.
I think
Yeah,
both them
yeah,
and
Bowsy.
Centaur have looked
Bowsy
like
ballon
the best
team can do.
champions this event, and they got two premier
Bowsy,
cores,
Bowsy
and
ballon
also,
team
of
can
course,
do.
with Shadow Fiend.
Yes.
Which obviously, yeah, Shadow Fiend's gonna do Shadow things, but to me, it's the other two cores. They got some premier picks here. I almost don't even really care what the supports play on Liquid as long as they're feeling it and can make moves. I think that's when they shine. I think Liquid is a team where I don't need to see Boxy on a particular hero. I don't need to see Tofu on a particular hero. I just need to see them making moves. playing fast, connecting plays. If they feel like they have those options available, 9 times out of 10 they're going to convert on those in a successful manner. They just have to be able to get that opportunity.
Naru talked about something similar in that Liquid is drafting much more to the
လဲ
meta
မှာ
for
ဟို
EWC.
နှစ်တိုင်အောင်ထည့်ပြီးသားဟာ
Is there, I feel like you would, if they were doing something completely original, you would be supporting them being like, hey, they're doing their own ideas instead of chasing the meta, right? Like, isn't this some of Liquid? Aren't they just chasing what's good right now, not necessarily leading it?
Maybe there's some argument in that. I don't think that's the worst thing to do in an elimination match like this when you're trying to build something, though.
Okay.
I also think maybe a lot of their own ideas just didn't work. Like, you're going to scrim with these things, you're going to play some series. If they fail, you have to make a call. Do we stick
ကလင်း
with
ဆို
them,
တာအားမေ
or do we just try and
ကလင်းဆိုတာလေ
play more
ချိန်
of
တော့
it? And the metal looks
ရှင်းရှင်းတောက်ခဲ့တဲ့
pretty
hero
defined
ပဲ
right
ဗျ
now. Sure. So I don't mind this. Like, I don't look at any of these liquid picks and be like, why are they picking this hero? And particularly this Nisha Ember. I feel like this is his best hero right now in terms of the hero player meta combination overall. This is a really scary thing to give to Liquid. It can build so much momentum. It's rare he's going to lose the lane unless you really cheese pick him. And it enables their support duo. It enables the fast game.
ဟုတ်တော့နော်
It almost doesn't matter what happens to this guy in the first 10 minutes. He's going to bring that mid-game Liquid's way. You have to be prepared for that. And that's a big question in this game one, especially for Extreme Gaming. Do you have the tools to
ပြင်
deal
ကတော့
with this?
nothing to see ရ
Because
တော့
if
တော့
he
စတာ
runs the
နေဗျ
gauntlet here, and then you have to go into that game too, and his ban priority goes up, you might not have all the bans to be able to deal with him. So this is a big moment for
Yeah,
Extreme
I'm
in this
separate
series
in
in terms of dealing
win
with
rate
this
nela
hero specifically. Do you
time
have
wema.
the staying power on the battlefield? to do
25
that?
ရာ
I
ခိုင်နှုန်း
like
လောက်
the
ပြီး
Shaker pick.
အဲ့တော့
I
ပဲ
like the
ရှိရ
Hoodwink
တဲ့
low cooldown stun against him. I think they have might have some damage follow-up problems in the early portion of that mid game, but they do have a lot of scaling damage here, so it looks okay.
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of weird meta to meta. Like Ember Spirit's builds change so often. Right now, it's maxing out Flame Guard that some heroes are good against. Nisha is going to be ganked up. So not only do they counter pick him with the Earthshaker to get a lane-winning matchup, but now they're also moving both supports to shut down this Ember Spirit. I mean, I like it. As you said, we've seen these Ember Spirits just pop the hell off. It is definitely one of the heroes of the tournament. So anything that you can do to keep it down, I'm all for.
That's some serious hate. Nice timing though. The Fortinet Water Rune, he's still level 4. You only have 2 points in the Flame Guard instead of potentially 3. So when he's a little more susceptible to these early nukes, I like that rotation from XG.
Also, what were you really doing in the side lanes? You're not probably going to beat this SF Witch Doctor lane and the other lane. Centaur's will, so it's about that time where Ace is going to be free farming. So honestly, your best attention is going to be to that mid lane. Darkseer's just going to be jungling away at this point. XXS knows that he can't really play into the SF Witch Doctor, especially solo.
The Centaur can die down here if you want to bring the Hoodwink, as Liquid are going to try and leave Ace alone.
Courier.
They might be a Bobby today.
Trying to get something done.
Got the bushwhack on. Pushing back, nothing to say.
Oh, Bossy do me like that.
Dead again.
That's a rough death. Still had only 2 points in the Flame Guard, trying to hold, or he got the skill point at the end, so he kind of dies similar way twice to the Shaker counter pick, and now you're going to be level 6 on NTS, way before the Ember. You have with an Echo Slam here. We'll see look for the third kill on the Ember.
If you like, Ember Spirit isn't going to go jungle, right, to get his level 6.
Right. Very scared right now about this all-in potential. And we see bringing both supports towards the 6-minute power rune. Again, this is a lot of committal.
And you get the right rune here for nothing to say. Something. This could be dangerous. Boxy will protect it with the cogs. The other side, it'll be an amp damage. Or sorry, Boxy grabs the amp damage.
Would have been a big rune for both these guys at the early game, but at least you take it away from NTS. Still wary of the 3 points in the Aftershock with the Echo Slam, all in the Ember here if the shield's down.
Tofu making a little jaunt there into the enemy triangle, seeing if they got too many stacks going on here.
Always wary about that. Not
gonna die. In fact, nothing to say. Had that but maybe they could still chase him down here. Vex Nova or the stun doesn't land either. Nisha's still making a run for it. As a fairy fire gets up to the high ground, can nothing to say. Well, he can Fisher, but it's too late. The bottle heal has already gone off. Meanwhile, the Stampede XXS from that top lane. If they are going to put all this attention on the Ember Spirit, Mickey is doing a good job putting pressure elsewhere, almost taking this off the tower and securing the Wisdom Shrine.
That's a huge win for Liquid. They keep the Ember alive, Echo on cooldown, win Wisdom Shrines. Just a miscommunication there from XG. Like, that should not be a kill they lose with both supports heading into mid, but they're late to the party when the Echo goes out. And then you get dragged in that against a weaker enemy mid. And now you lose your tier 1 off lane. Really strange sequence for Xtreme Gaming, considering they were stronger on the map and they lost every objective in that time period.
It's just one of those clear mix of incentives, right? The support, for sure. They want their Wisdom Shrine. They think, oh, we got to protect that. Nothing to say. It's like, I want to kill Nisha again. Let's kill this guy.
I think his call was the correct one. I think it's okay to give up the Shrine if you get another Ember kill, but you needed to get 2 out of those 3 objectives. Right. I think Liquid were kind of like, well, let's try and get something here, and they ended up getting it all. And it's great for them.
Oh, look at this move from Ame. And Fisher actually blocking him away, but Ame, he kind of wants him to be here. He said, I made this rotation, this power rune is supposed to be a bait for me, but...
definitely see the adjustment in terms of prioritizing the mid lane, fighting for the runes. That was a huge deal in some of their other series.
Oh yeah, his like puck game, nothing to say, that was nothing in that one.
So this is going to bode a lot better for them over the course of the series, just this macro adjustment.
It does mean our supports are going to be very low level on both sides, even with double wisdoms being picked up for Liquid. Boxy is level 3.
Gave all that solo XP to the Centaur. So what a payoff for Ace. He is fairly farmed. Level 7.5, Helm done. He's cruising here. There's another Echo for the big Ancient stack. push NTS.
They got him, yeah.
Close to that blink dagger, about 200 off.
I mean, it wasn't a super stacked ancients, just because there was so much play in this triangle, they couldn't really stack it multiple times. We even saw the high ground ward being placed by FY to try and protect this area.
And the biggest story here is
farm
first big shadow.
I mean, this time she will.
Lane up top.
Let's see, Dominic Dalao, yeah, BM family and
He gets involved in this early game at all, which might be a possibility with Stampede and the Ember going in first. He can absolutely join a lot of these fights. They don't have a great answer for him here in the early game. You're kind of looking to scale into this SF with some of the Darkseer wall illusions, the Clink's late game. Maybe Wyvern lands a curse, but this spell's not too reliable nowadays. I would like to see Mika get involved in some of these early kills. If Liquid can set up the fights and he can be the last man joining them, he should clean house.
Ame's got an interesting build. I know there's probably only 5 other Clinks players out there in the world that care about this, but there's been this weird, like, what do you build early on as Clinks? Do you build the Falcon Blade? Do you build a Soul Ring? Ame was a big proponent of the Soul Ring a couple months ago, but he's actually just gone double Sage's Mask. No item at all, just double Sage's Mask and rush the Deso.
I'm separate Romeo, and then what pit? Man, I think Malo, yeah, Romeo. She got Soaring as or simply, what Soaring about Facebook set her. And I'm better than it.
I don't mind this build up. Would like to also see him get involved in this game right when that Deso comes out. I don't like the Ame Clinks games where he gets Deso and he's just in the jungle for another 10 minutes.
Yeah. We've definitely seen Clinks' prioritize Aghanim Scepter, so it does feel like we're trying to utilize Clinks a bit more team fight. And there is so much team fight on Xtreme Gaming. Vacuum Echo Slam is going to be brutal for Liquid if they don't play team fights correctly. Look at this bottom lane push. Ame's going to take this tower. And Liquid don't even try and put up
whatever. Off lane play die. Mid lane to cool when they leave.
You're just worried about where this shaker is.
NTS
was in jungle for a while there.
And especially since he's got a lot of unreliable gold as he almost has the Ring of Taras complete, so.
Concede a little bit here. Make sure you get
still just
he can't stand mid. He's not getting a lot of the jungle.
He
has an urn with no charges. Hunted by Ame.
Which is awkward because all the attention seems to be on the Clockwork right now. Now he's surrounded by 3 heroes, but they've already used their stuns from the Earthshaker. So rotation, guys. I am slowing down my Deso timing, but like nobody's working with me here. Okay, they just blink Echo. But again, no follow-up. Where is the coordination? Xtreme Gaming, they gotta wake up. Maybe Ame can kill Boxy.
She don't
ridiculous at this point. Okay, they do manage to stop Tofu from getting that kill. Maybe Nisha still cleans it up though. Flame Guard to run him down with the shield rune underneath tower. Ame tries to stop him, but Stampede makes it easy.
Davey, oh,
Xtreme
Gaming.
I don't even know what to say about this one. We talked about these teams not being in the best form, but this is the worst that Xtreme has looked this tournament.
I don't know what that sequence was from them. If anything, I thought you maybe just echo Nisha when he runs down the hill. I think there was a solid chance he died. There's no hook shot or anything. You go in, 2 of these echo slams just coordinated to 0% here. I also wonder, like, is this the Shaker build for the game? He's maxing Fissure over the Enchant Totem. I think he just kills the Ember there straight up if he has 3 points in the totem.
Oh yeah, that is very weird.
I don't like this build on the mid Ember at all, especially when you have Ion Shell for some extra magic damage anyway. You want this core totem max. Like, still in an okay position. This Ember still suffering, but that was a big recovery.
Well, the early towers are going down.
Bushwhacking. What did he? Why don't he? Not that I looked at him and nothing to see. Hero timing did it be me that's the other gone away and then family or I didn't on a Charlie.
SF joining the tail end of these exchanges and just triple raise someone to death. Big gold injection for him. He's still running away with this game right now. In prime position to steal the mid game with some momentum.
All right, let's talk about Centaur. Centaur, what is this hero now? Because Ace, who is a very big Centaur player, he is starting to go this build where he just rushes hard. Is this hero no longer an initiator? Is it just like an off-lane farmer? Are we going to see 33 playing? I feel like this is a 33 build if I've ever seen one.
This is the farming, scaling Centaur build. If you want to have impact after 40 minutes,
Shadow Field တစ်ခေါက်လောက်ရရင်မစိုးကွာ Shadow Field ကတော်တော်
you're going to be super high net worth.
များတယ်
presence in the map. It's honestly not too bad in the team fights either. Makes your spells do a little more damage whenever you get that shard. You feel really good about scaling up as well. You just absorb a lot of spells. You just stampede in. Like that's often more useful than I blink stun some dude for 1.7 seconds or whatever.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's 2.2, but
Scaled per level. Yeah, level 1's 1.6, 1.8.
Oh, I see what you mean.
It's a pretty bad stun. You have to put a bunch of points into it. It has a bad cast animation. Your damage follow-ups are relevant. I prefer this.
Triangle မှာရန်သူတွေရောက်နေပြီရန်သူတွေရောက်နေပြီ Spirit ပဲပါလာပြီ Spirit ပဲကတော့တော်တော်နှောက်မှာကိုရီးယားအကောင်အကုန်လုံး
No, I certainly can't. Because
Nothing to say.
Nisha may not be having the best game. He is way behind in net worth compared to all the cores in the game. Is certainly being made up by these two side laners. And I think Nisha, no doubt he understands that. He has to play with his two supports and try and make things happen. He's got two heroes that are going to farm. And I mean,
မြင်သွားပြီရန်သူက Sentry ထောင်လိုက်တော့မြင်သွားပြီ High ground မှာလာဆောင်
Not sure their scale is that much better, if at all. Wyvern Darkseer is going to scale really well in this game against the SF.
ကောင်တွေကလည်းတိတယ်
I guess I'm just thinking, isn't the 1-2 punch of Centaur
ဘိုင်းတော့မလုံးနဲ့ဘိုင်းတော့မလုံးနဲ့အဲ့ဒါအကောင်းဆုံးပဲ
SF? I feel like that's one of the most indomitable tools in the...
FY ရင်မိသွားဘူးများသွားပြီ
Sounds like you're just a shaker hater.
It's like Chains, FY,
Ha.
trying to sharpshooter his way out of there.
အေးကျွန်းလာပြီလားလို့
but,
Oh.
get up to high ground, finally, the hits come in.
အော်တော့သွားပြီးတော့
Now,
ကြည်နေ
is
တာ
Liquid able to do anything with this? Because there's plenty of Xtreme members here, and
FY
I
လည်း
think
ကွာ
no doubt they would defend their mid
တယောက်
tower
တည်းကြံခဲ့တယ်
if a push came their way. So yeah, Liquid just break up and go farm again.
You need to be really careful forcing fights into XG if they're set up, because you're going to get wombo comboed on the return. And it's going to be quite nasty here. If you get cursed, if you get vacuumed into any of the shaker spells, the fight is pretty much over. Your only disruption in that sense is the clockwork. I think Boxy's role
စန်တော်ကြီးဖတ်တယ်ဟာ
as an
ဟဲ့ရ
initiator,
ပါ
counter initiator is super important here. He needs to get in there and disrupt the combo from XG. That means either finding shaker at the start of the fight, or just jumping in, placing a cogs, which makes it hard to get this nice vacuum echo
အရင်
combo.
မြင်သွားပြီ Winter Weapon အရင်မိပြီထင်တယ်
He can be really disruptive here.
OB အောက်ကြီးမှာ OB အောက်ကြီးမှာ
For these big team fight lineup.
What help us
အာရောင်ရေးရှေ့ကကြီးပါသွားပြီ
They try and hit a Requiem off of it a little bit, and they'll the raids follow it up. Okay, they do actually put together the damage.
ကောင်း
Making
Yeah,
a
yeah,
pretty
yeah.
good read of that situation to Requiem from so far away to chain the stuns there. And then force-staffed himself forward to get in range of the raise. Nice back
တက်စီကတီးတော့မှာလားပြေးတာပြေးတာကောင်းတယ်ကောင်းတယ်စန်တော်ကြီးက TP နဲ့ပြန်လွတ်သွားပြီ
He's going to TP away. And that gives him an excuse to go farm some more.
Exactly. Put that heart to use.
Yep.
The other thing about this heart is you can push waves. Like, Ace is not afraid to shove out this bottom. Ame would love to go on him here. You just
တရှင်းလေးလာကောင်းတယ်ရော3ယောက်လို့
3-man hook shot.
Yeah, you don't see that very often.
Pretty nasty stuff. And you already have 4-staff Kayayashi on mid-game. He's ready to join these fights and get quick Requiems off. More recovery for the Ember Spirit. That is the story here, right? 2 more kills going in Nisha's pocket. It's a bonus gold, some more vessel charges. Quite happy about that one.
And that comes from that early offlane tower that they took in the lane ward that got placed as a result of that. That sets all of that up, gives Boxy full information.
And they're going straight back to it. Should be another kill on XXS unless he can make something.
Nice little top get him inside the cogs and hook shot just to make sure he can't escape.
အဲ့ဒါတော့ဆိုပါ
Centaur too.
Yeah, that's right, an extra 100 gold.
မိကီကတောက် shot တွေလိုက်လောက်တာဟေး
Clockwork is going to be an issue in this game for Xtreme. I feel like Zero's an issue every game, but particularly this one, their cores do not react well to getting hookshot battery cog. There's just not really a counterplay.
Yeah.
These heroes don't really want to buy 4-staff either. You're probably just looking at BKBs. But then even if you're stuck in cogs with this lineup, I feel like it debilitates a lot of your team fight coordination as well.
အမစပရကပြန်အဆင်ပြေလာနော်
I will say,
Either kill it, ကောင်စားနှစ်ကောင်စားလေးရပြီ
that while that does debilitate them and everything, I think if they just kill the SF on the initiation, then all that doesn't really matter too much.
ပဲတီချာထဲနိုင်
We're going to be able to initiate on him in this game.
ရှယ်ဒိုဖီဆိုတာလောက်မားတဲ့ဟီရိုမ
You're
ဟု
going
တ်
to see Mickey is a first point of contact in the fight is if he has Aegis.
Right.
In which case, he's kind of annoying to kill because you're going to have to commit some of your big AoE spells on a single target. That never feels that great. Maybe you can burst him down with the clinks if he gets enough overwhelming damage, but that's a long way away. Clinks does scale very hard, but he kind of needs to get over the mid-game hump.
ပြီးတော့ဟိုက OV ကရန်ကောင်းနေတာ
I think it's just
ထောင်လိုက် OV ကကုန်း
SSF is looking like
formation ကိုအတိအကျအကုန်ရ
game hike done. If they can put an Aegis on Mickey, it'd be huge in this game.
Not finding it. Their smoke breaks in Xtreme Gaming to not catch Ace, which would have been a tough hero to get anyway. This was also a play call that they made where they were pulling Ame across the map to join them because he still doesn't have any Deso charges yet.
Very slow game for this item in particular. He needs something to get it going here.
Again, the double Sobi mass is
I am
supposed to be
that
bringing in faster Deso, and it hasn't paid off at all.
အဲ့ဆိုချလိုက်ရမယ်
There's
ဆို
a charge.
He finally gets a charge.
Boxy will sacrifice himself to deny that illusion rune.
I don't think an illusion rune is that important, but
He denied it.
you know, he got him.
Maybe not expecting XG to all be camping it there.
Sure.
As Roche coming top, XG probably just going to force the objective. Having issues getting the team fight they want, well, make Liquid come into you.
Well, this is going to be still very awkward because there is some
ဒါ
very
ကြီးကတော့တိတ်မကြိုက်ချင်
high
တော့
round to play off of if you're Liquid.
ကောင်းမှမလား
Who goes in? I guess you can send the Centaur. He's just not that much of a damage threat right now. So you kind of ignore him a little bit if you're XG. And they're
Centaur
gonna
လေးရလိုက်
slow
Centaur လေးရ
down,
လိုက်
stop
Centaur လေးရ
Roche
လိုက်
and look for the kill.
Do they have the damage to kill Centaur?
ရတယ်အဲ့ကောင်အဲ့လောက်မမအောင် Okay ကိုရှောက်တော့ထိရမယ်
Vacuum back in, pulls in Tofu. Does not
ဟုတ်
get
ပြီဟုတ်ပြီ
the
ဒါက
match.
Roshan ရဖို့အတွက်
So good read
ကောင်းဆုံး
from Xtreme Gaming.
ခွင့်ရည်ပဲ
Trusting that they had enough to be able to kill that big tanky offlaner, and now the opening to take Roshan.
He doesn't have that much armor yet. It was a heads-up medallion by Ame, so you're melting, 6 armor off the Deso, another 4, or no, 7, no 4, sorry. So
ငါတက်ပြငါတက်ပြကိုဖြည့်ရှင်းရမယ်
physical into pure damage there before he has Shivas or anything out.
It feels a little silly to go hard box. He's really
ရ
trying
ပြီ
to
ရ
push
ပြီ
that
ရပြီလှုပ်တော့
It's not
လှုပ်တော့
gonna happen. Nisha, no.
Just has
Build
to
a
watch.
heart, but not build like even just a basic plate mail afterwards. He went for the blink dagger.
Well, he's eyeing the plate mail now.
Yeah, of course. He's going to go the armor eventually. I'm saying, what do you think about him going for the blink dagger in the first place? It feels awkward.
Mixed. It depends on if you thought you were going to be able to get that smoke jump into a team fight, enable the SF, and then get Roche yourself. I think that was probably the game plan here for Liquid. They just got caught off guard and beat to the punch. Maybe underestimating the timings here for the Clinks relative to the SF.
ပုံမှန်ဒီရှာကိုရမလားမသိဘူး Okay ရှိတယ် Okay ရှိတယ်
Slow farm game.
လိုက်တာ
Kills around the map.
Well, now Ame can be super aggressive with an Aegis and an Orchid. And pick up on Tofu here. Nice and easy.
These types of kills are big for Clinks, honestly. You gain so much momentum in the game. The extra levels are super nice. You gain map control. You make parts of the map scarier for these Liquid supports to run into. It's a big deal.
It would have been all the sweeter, though, if he had caught the Ember Spirit.
Oh, sure, yeah. Beggars can't be choosers.
Revealing that Orchid, Nisha's going to have to play a lot more careful around the map.
လေမတီတော့မယ်
Silence, he doesn't have a tool to deal
လ
with
စ်
it.
တော့ပါသွားပြီ
Nothing to say here now. Nothing to say has a shield rune.
ဟာတော်သေးတာဗောအိုး
Because of
မလေး
that, they almost got through the shield rune in time, and if they
စိတ်
did,
ပူလိုက်ရတာ
That was a little spooky. MTS flirting with danger.
ဟောပြီလိုက်တာဟောပြီလိုက်
See if they just commit for the tier 2 push top. This is a fight Liquid could take. They don't have hook shot. So missing that kill mid is probably going to cost them this objective fight.
TND ဟုတ်တယ် TND
Backs off again, and they've been
ကောင်းတယ်ကောင်းတယ်
extremely conservative on these objective plays.
What, go
preferring to just take the fights.
Gate to Tormentor.
Yeah, I guess so. Better objective, safer objective.
Yeah, get them to go top, and then you know that Tormentor is free to take, especially since there's no offlane tier 1.
They have 2 shards already, so should go to one of the supports. Yep. Not the greatest shard anymore.
H လို့ပါကောင်းတယ်
Yeah, that one's.
တဲကားတွေပါဆိုပြီးဘယ်နာကနေထွက်လာမှမသိခုနငါဆော့တာတော့မှ
Nice.
Well, how much are you
May lang
using
pataya
Cold
kayo.
Embrace in this game.
It's not the worst cold embrace game, I will say.
It's also not the best.
No, but I think it's very hard to get a game where you look at the spell and it's free to use nowadays. Like, this is honestly as
80 容易
block some of the physical damage coming out from this SF. It's
BKB ပါမှရမယ်
Centaur and
ကိုယ်က
stalling.
ကိုယ်တွေ BKB ပိုင်
Yeah,
ပြလို့ရတယ်ဟိုက share ဖြစ် BKB ပါလာပြီဟာ
As the game goes on, Center's like, oh, that's a hero with my shard. I just double edge over and over
Usually
again.
what happens.
And I'm going to build a whole lot of strength off of it.
XG looking solid right now. Liquid's going to smoke, try and make a move.
Amp damage does give them clearance to
take
5 versus 6. Even the extra life may not be enough to contest an amp damage.
They do have the BKB. That's a big timing here.
Yeah.
A lot of BKB.
အမေမီတော့မှာပဲ
Xtreme gaming, and it's a huge item in this SF Darkseer matchup.
A long smoke wraparound, but Xtreme seem very well. They do hit the hook shot onto the high ground of X Nova.
ကောင်းတယ်ဟေး
And the curse goes off as well.
ခက်စီကတော့မကောင်းဘူးရအောင်ဟေး
Not killed anybody in this mess of spells. Finally, the Witch Doctor goes down, but Ame has lost his age.
ပေါစီပေါပြတ်တော့မယ်
Mickey's ready to go. He's going to pop the BKB Requiem point blank and kill Ame.
အဲ့လိုကဆေးထိုးရတယ်ဟေး
How do you hit a combo like that? Was the curse grief?
The curse was
လိုက်အာ
but Boxy disrupted the shaker on the backside of the fight, so you can't get in there and stun them all and create space for the clinks.
Hit the chains on nothing.
အဲ့လိုကဆေးထိုးရတယ်ဟိုကောင်ရှယ်ပြစ်နေပြီ
Back up in a place, so he was toying with seeing maybe he could join his team again, but
တူကြီးကိုထည့်လိုက်တာလားမသိဘူး
they call it quits here. They want to make sure Ace gets out though. Ace taking a lot of damage to commit the echo save and finish him off, and Mickey almost died in the back.
ညင်နေရတယ်
They hit him with the Fisher, hit him with the echo.
Oi!
Dodge! Mickey with the heads up. Little move there that keeps him alive. Nothing to say is still looking at these low health heroes.
အာဟိုကောင်ကယ်ပြီးလိုက်အေးတော်တဲ့ BKB ရှိတယ် BKB ရှိတယ်အဆင်ပြေတယ်
Right in the middle of all these low health supports, but big bad nothing to say is trying to finish
ဒါ
off
ရိတ်ကုန်သွား
totems and gets the job done.
ခုနဝင်တာခတ်ကိုငါမကြည့်နိုင်ဘူးတော့ပြန်ကြည့်ရမှဖြစ်မယ်
Another hero, Boxy pulled back in by the vacuum.
မတင်းသူစိတ်လုံးနေပြီ
Liquid bleeding out here.
They lost both supports twice because that fight gets extended so long. And that was with Ame doing effectively nothing. Like, he deals some damage here at the
Damage
start,
lead on,
but he
no?
didn't get
Una.
anything done with the 2 lives.
When that one told
Shaker
her.
with the Darkseer support cleaning house. If you don't kill Hoodwink, she wins.
အမရှူအောင်အမရှူအောင်သူ့ကိုတင်လိုက်တာမသိဘူး
That's the game. So you get the hook shot here, and you disrupt the Wyvern, and then Boxy, he's gonna run down, and he's just gonna nab the Shaker as he comes in. So you can't get in here for that echo. There's just not any damage.
ဟိုကတွေးမရောအောင်
onto Liquid.
damage တွေတော့အများကြီးဆို
It's
ဘာ
a
လို့လဲ
team fight setup spell in this game.
ဘယ်ကောင်ထည့်တယ်မ
Utilize it at the end. Little
ပြန်ပြလဲမမြင်ရအောင်
could have looked. Liquid still pay a big price though. Mickey takes a lot of damage here. You lose the supports. You have to reset.
I mean, imagine Mickey dies off of that.
I mean, that's what, a 7 for 1 if he dies there.
Yeah, exactly.
Still ends up being effectively a 6 for 1. Pretty brutal for Liquid. Showing you the power of Shaker in this game.
အဲ့ဆိုကရှော့သွားသေးတယ်
He's
ပြန်ပြီး
real strong.
His constant enchant totem hits. I mean, Ember Spirit doesn't really match that damage right now. And nothing to say is well on his way to a refresher off of that.
This is where I love the cooldown synergy for XG. Like, I think heroes like Hoodwink and Shaker just work super well together.
Oh, what up?
Oh, okay. Nice little find. Well, let's also see if Ace can continue to find some team net worth here in terms of
Here we are, and it's all out of
hype or
Kenny.
something.
ခုနတက်စီရတစ်ချက်ချက်ဝင်နှောက်တဲ့တံကိုခံရတာ
Is it Chivas? Is it a good Lotus game?
It's either Lotus or Shiva's, and Lotus is not doing anything for a year.
Yeah,
Shika.
so gotta
It
be
might just be
Chivas.
a casual.
ရှီကာလေးကတောက်လျှောက်
I could see him going
ထိုင်ပြီး
into
လှုပ်ပေးနေဒီတက်စီရနဲ့ဝင်တာနောက်တစ်ခေါက်ပုံမူထက်ရအောင်ပါပဲ
Okay. You're really big on the Crimson. You don't think Aghanim
အမ်ဘာစပရေးအဲ့ BKB နဲ့လိုက်ပုတ်
investing in too
put-
early?
ပို့ရင်မသိရင်ရပြီ
Really only one hero you're
One
looking to
down,
keep
down.
alive in this fight, and that's the
ဒမ်းမီကတိတ်ရှိတာမဟုတ်အမ်ဘာစပရေးနဲ့ shadow free မှာပဲဒမ်းမီ
I
ရှိ
think
တာ
hype is better here against XG.
စန်တော်ကြီးရတယ်အဲ့လောက်
Okay.
Especially
Hold
in this
on.
mid game.
And they do have some plenty of AoE stun, so it's not going to be the easiest to get in there to save the SF. Chances of you getting hit by a Fisher, Echo Slam, Vacuum, Bushwhack, Winter's Curse, like the list goes on.
It's tough. I also think you have to rely on Mickey's BKB a little bit in this game. Like, he has to be able to get in there, hit in this BKB, use it while other stuff is happening, other heroes are getting disabled. controlled by the Clockwork and the Ember. You have backline jump in this lineup.
Okay, but what if he went his patented double heart?
I was looking at he's not going to do that. There's no way. This is not.
It's not the position, right?
This is not. The
Army
game
BKB မရသေးလားမသိ Army BKB ရရင်မဆိုးဘူးနော်ခုန play အဲ့လိုဖင်အောင်ထဲလာခွဲသွားတာ
So Ace is the originator of this build. Shout out to Knoxville for this one. Apparently he is the person to do this build the most. He was also the first person to do it all the way back in 2014.
You are very tanky. There's no denying that. What's better than 1 heart? 2 hearts, I guess.
I just can't.
တွေ့ပြီ
Oh, make a.
Gets away with a 4 staff initially. Xtreme Gaming. They're going to keep chasing.
Awkward position for them.
BKB ရှိတယ် BKB ရှိတယ်ဘာမှမဖြစ်အဲ့ကောင်
BKB doesn't want to have to use it early here. Fisher goes out and does manage to get the
ဂျားထဲမှာဝင်လာပြီပြီးသွားပြီ stand ပြီးပြင်ပြီးသွားပြီ
these heroes back. Nisha
ပြန်လိုက်လိုက်မလား
doesn't actually jump in, throws out the remnant. He
အဲ့
needs
ဟာ
to get
အားတို့
to
OB ဖြောက်သွားကြီးကွာ
and hoodwink first thing every fight.
You want to find the XG backline, but you don't want to overextend.
Right.
Too far away from your damage to do it. You can end up in
Maybe.
situations where the rest of the
Yeah,
team that's charging in, trying to take advantage of the backline jump, just gets comboed or killed by Clinks.
ချန်ရမယ်ချန်ရမယ်အကောင်
Speaking of the Clinks, with his shard, soon to be level 20, and a Daedalus on the way.
Scaling.
A lot of damage.
Starting to become a massive threat.
ရှယ်လို့ပြရနောက်ကခုချိန်ဒီကိုပေါ်တော့မှရက်တည်နေသေးပဲ
I guess you have a Ghost Scepter on Tofu. That's about it, though. Worried for Boxy going into these fights. You might find that hook shot and then just get instantly ripped apart.
Yeah, Boxy's also going to buy a Ghost Scepter.
Need it here. We'll see if Ame goes for the Nullifier.
ရရှမ်းပြတ်ပေါ်နေရရှမ်းပြတ်ပေါ်
and
နေ
tries to take down some bigger targets.
Well, I guess I'm just like double heart. You go in, don't Xtreme talk about this and just say whatever you do, don't go on the Centaur.
They can, yeah.
Right, like.
Are scanning.
We'll say if they do hit the Centaur, it is a lot of damage they're taking from Retaliate. That is for sure.
Well, he
Takes
can get
Retaliate
broken.
talent. That's true.
There's a break in this game. Another reason I like it a little less here. Does have the armor now, though.
I mean, if they do let him complete out this build, right, where he gets the shard,
အဲ့နှလုံးနဲ့နှလုံးနဲ့ဖြတ်ရင်တော့ပြတ်တယ်နော်
Become oppressive. It's basically a damage test. If you ignore him
Hello,
and he has the
Kakei,
shard
don't hold.
and he starts getting 4 or 5 double edges off, the build comes online. If he gets controlled or the rest of his team dies too quickly, his build doesn't pay off. A little bit of a gamble in a game like this.
Smoke in from Liquid.
It's so
ဘာတွေရင်မတည်သေးနဲ့ကွာ
Fight off of Roche. Spotted next to the same. Do manage to get that initiation.
Great
Trying to chain it, put a 4-step.
ကောင်းတယ်ဟေး
Humans counterplay.
ရှက်ရှယ်လို့ပြစ်ချက်တွေအောက်မှာပဲတိုဖူလေးရှော့သွားပြီစပူတာနှစ်ကောင်မရှိတော့ဘူးဟုတ်ပြီ
BKB trying to finish off the winner. Wyvern, the echo
အဲ့တော်သေးတာဗော
The BKB expires as they finish up the winner Wyvern kill.
I thought he popped it there, but it was already running.
Is under attack.
Great snag from Xtreme Gaming. That it's just not going to be an easy fight. Like, there's no way about it. Going into an
Nakao nila
extra
chama.
this game seems almost impossible with how many heroes can turn that initial go around.
Oh my god, point blank Requiem, he got nothing to say, just standing. Wait, he got the miss. He finally gets the
ပြစ်စမ်းပြစ်စမ်းပြစ်စမ်းပြစ်စမ်း
Now the stop, their turnaround though. Oh, hoodwink.
ပြစ်စမ်းပြစ်စမ်းပြစ်စမ်းပြစ်စမ်းပြစ်စမ်းအာရောင်အေး
Requiem, they do kill Ame off of this one.
အာနာလောက်တာလေနဲ့တင်းစီရေ
Even the whole team might not be able to fight up against this Centaur.
Definitely nothing you're doing against Ace in that situation. What a play from Mikke.
Why did nothing to say?
I think he just wanted to scout the high ground to stop any sort of contest coming through.
I guess so.
Just walked straight into 2,300 damage coming out from that SF.
I mean, it couldn't be more picture perfect for Mikke outside of the awkward way to finish, nothing to say. Had to commit the 4-snap BKB down to low ground, then misses a shot on FY. Slows his damage down considerably, but in the end, it works.
Might get the Roche here. Ace is chunking it down right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it myself. Now he's got his shard.
We shall not be a player.
You gotta contest this if you're
Before
XG.
that.
You can't let Liquid take a Roshan without the Shadow Fiend on
The
the
wall's
battlefield.
back up. Wall's back up. XXS could get something good here. Gets the Shivas, vacuum, pull him out of the pit. Roshan's low. They make the commitment. XXS tries to steal, but Nisha is too fast. XXS now trying to run away, but a
လွဲကုန်ပြီအဲ့ဒါပြဿနာအကြီးတက်ပြီပြဿနာအကြီးတက်ပြီ
might die for it as well. They're going to jump after both him and FY. They want to collect all the kills here. FY pushing him back with the psychic headband. Not good enough. Nothing to say. Being run down. Activates the BKB. Echo Slam turn around. Kills Nisha. Takes away the Aegis. But he gets tagged by damage. Good winner's curse. More damage coming in. No, nothing to say. Is able to blink away. He's good for now.
ပြေးမရတော့မယ်ဟာဘယ်လိုဖြစ်တာလဲ
Terrible for Xtreme Gaming, but at least they get that Aegis and nothing to say doesn't die.
မီကီ
That was Liquid.
Yeah,
They
go
did
on.
something out of nothing there. That should have been Roshan going XG's way, put in an Aegis on this Clinks. That is a Aegis that could potentially go high ground. And now you're left wondering, like, what the hell just happened in this fight? How did it go so wrong? And now this Centaur build, it's coming alive a little bit. He did some solid work there. Look at that DPS, 8600.
Yeah, I feel like this little window where he doesn't have Shard is like kind of awkward, but now every item after this is going to be heavy impact. The Shard is incredibly good. Now when he gets overwhelming Blink, it's a nuke that is going off.
Oh, he scales. He absolutely scales in this game. There's no doubt about that. It's just it's one of those things. You don't have the Shard for that fight going high ground. You lose that fight. If you lose Roche there, this build's going to look a lot worse. But now that you salvaged it, you took Aegis away from actually. You have a lot more time to farm and scale up here, pushing.
အဲ့ဒါစိတ်ဝင်စားဖို့ကောင်းသွားပြီအမကိုဘကတော်တန်လား
Yeah, if he gets the
လူရှင် fight တစ်ချက်မှားသွားတာပွဲလုံးဝကြီး
Clinks doesn't very
Yeah,
naturally
yeah,
build lifesteal early on. He's so reliant on his death packs, so then the constant bit of damage for every hero that he hits is not going to feel good. He's trying to build up a BKB right now on Ame, then go back for the Bloodthorn.
Definitely needs at least another survivability item in this game. I don't think you can itemize just pure damage here if you're Ame. Wyvern can only bail you out of so much.
Nothing to say. Didn't go the refresher. He got an Octarine for just more spam of these spells, but now he will try and build the refresher. I mean, there's still, no matter how far ahead Liquid gets, though, and they're obviously only just now getting a net worth lead, very small one. Xtreme Gaming pretty much always have the potential.
ကုန်ပြီမှာအေးလို့ဒီပေါင်းဘလို့ကုန်မှာ
I like their timing
လာ
right
ပြီ
now, though. They hit 25 on mid.
နမေမရှိနမမရှိတယ်
25 in this game. That is a beast of a talent there with the Shadow Ray applies attack damage. He's going to do so much DPS in the fight if Liquid can set it up for him.
Nice pick off here. Xtreme Gaming setting up on high grounds. Boxy trying to clear the way. And now with the numbers advantage, they push out. Boxy has been a huge hindrance to their initiation, to their team fight.
မိမယ်ထပ်မိမယ်တကောင်းချင်းစီကောင်းမယ်ဟုတ်လား
Additional kill on Tofu.
မလောနဲ့
Another minor actor down, but Liquid still up with all their cores.
Support solidarity.
Yes. Where one go, all go.
That's right. You know, I hate to say it, Austin, but
I don't think you do, but go ahead.
no, I really hate it. You don't know what I'm saying. I really hate it, but I think this Clockwork needs Shard right now. If there were ever a game for it,
Jetpack.
I think this is the Jetpack game because I think you just have to be as disruptive as possible.
Absolutely.
Right? Being able to like blink in cogs, fly away quickly, reset, get another round of disruptive spells off.
It almost sounds like it's not one of the worst shards in the game. It's a must grab.
I'm being convinced. You know what convinced me? Some of those crit games. He made it look
အဲ့နာ
really
ကြိုက်နေပွဲဘလို့ဖြစ်သွားမှမသိဘူး over ကတော့ဖြစ်ဖို့တော့များသွားပြီ38မိနစ်
is amazing. Made no
38ကောင်ကတော့
but crit.
ပွဲက
Yeah, he's slowly.
9ကောင်10ကောင်နဲ့ပွဲပြီးမဲ့ပွဲမဟုတ်ဘူး
A semi.
တောက်လျှောက်ချအောင်ပါဒီ
Alright,
ကောင်
Falcons, just keep drafting Clockwork for me. Eventually, Avery will see the light.
Basically, I'm saying I think if Boxy can get in around a spell, survive, and get in
Shiva's
another.
blinked in.
ကောင်းတယ်ဟေးခွဲလား
Vacuum initiation.
အိုး
Dead, baby.
အဲ့ဒါကိုမိုးဆိုတာအဲ့ဒါပဲ
Damage, but he still
Yeah,
manages
mami,
to
you like
get some
on you.
distance away. He's got the Orchid. That's going to take a little bit more. And
Me did it, me did it.
Hits him with another Fissure. They've got him. They've
Ah,
got
yeah,
him
yeah.
in control. They've got a bit of
အာ
damage.
F1 လုံးဝနောက်လို့မရဘူး F1 ဝှက်ရွှက်တယ်
From this team with the Octarine on
ကိုမိုး
Bershake.
ကတော့နော်ရှော့တော့
Once you're in,
တွက်လို့မရ
there's
ဘူး
not
အဲ့
much of a
ကွက်
way
ရှိ
out
တယ်
once you got a BKB.
These vacuums are nasty, man. You cannot get caught in them this game.
BKB တွေပါလာပြီဗျာဒီကောင်လေး BKB နဲ့ဝင်လာလဲကိစ္စမရှိကိုရီးယားဝင်တာဝင်ရှိတော့ပြန်ထောက်လိုက်လို့ရတယ်
Has a 75 talent.
Ame-
In fact, you're always going to
အားမေစီ
get another
တင်းပြေးဝင်
75
မှာပဲ
because
စိုးရင်
the AoE on these vacuums, it's
ဝင်လာရင် BKB နဲ့ချက်ပြန်ထောက်လိုက်
so you pretty much have to start fights like Liquid. If you just get caught out, it's a done deal. And that's not even bursting the Centaur. He lives through it. You're not going to be able to turn that engagement even if your other cores are there. Power of this team fight combo lineup. And there's an Ags for the Darkseer. XXS gets to complete this item off the back of that. Another big threat for this SF. That's the
Look where they are. Simi taka jiya the way. Minga. Shadow lu pyo ba di so pi do.
That 25 timing.
They will ne pian aap pi lai.
Be able to use it for anything yet. Feels a little sad for him. I mean, you go in there, you triple raise someone with this Daedalus, they're probably just gone. But the tankier Xtreme Gaming get, the harder it's going to be to find these little connections. BKB, done for Ame. Pendulum online. He's a tanky boy now.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you talk about the tank, then Pendulum, a tier 4 item. I mean, there are 2 tier 4 items that are so clearly broken. And it's Pendulum, and it's the other one that Darkseer has. We'll see if...
You
gotta keep Bubble in the conversation. Let's not...
Yeah, Bubble got nerfed a little bit.
So
I don't think anything's broken if it takes you extending the game for another hour.
Well, yeah, that's probably fair.
Careful there, Liquid. You never know when Niche or XXS is going to jump in with his.
Potentially double Echo Slam now. You have to respect the refresher on it.
They have to go in blind. Hit the Shivas.
Opportunity
holds it for now. Centaur goes in.
ပြေးတာအားမေးစီပြေးဝင်လာပြီနည်းနည်းပြေးအဲ့ BKB ချိန်တွင်းမှာမတည်နဲ့နည်းနည်းကူပါအောင်အားမေးကိုကူပါအောင်ဟာအဲ့ကိုကြီးဖေးသွားပြီဟာ
and he's trying to deal with his own illusion. He'll clear it out. No problem. He got that.
တေးပြီထင်တယ်
He'll be run down by Nisha. And Ace is still on top of Ame. Ame has no way out.
ဟာလူဖြစ်ကုန်တာလေမဟုတ်ဓာတ်စီရိုင်မင်းအဲ့လိုဝင်သွားလို့မရအောင်
that runs into Xtreme and Nisha playing the outskirts.
Constantly
able to catch up with this Aghanim Scepter. They just do not let so close for an extra kill. But either way, they got the big kill. Ame is out of here, which means all the damage is gone from Xtreme Gaming, and they can take some objectives.
Just can't stand their ground.
ကောင်ကသူ့လူဆွတ်ဆက်ပြေးသွားတော့သူ့လူတွေကိုလက်ကြည့်ပြီးလို့မရအောင်ဖြစ်သွားတယ်
no clear vacuum combo at any
မိကရွာပြေးရမလားမသိဘူး
That is the exact fight they want. They want the Ember going in deep with the Axe. They want Centaur running at somebody else. Clockwork is disrupting. Great positioning from Boxy. He did so much work to bait the initial go. Reset.
ဒီ Winter Weapon တို့ပါတော့
Initiation on the Clinks as you're trying to
BKB
retreat.
တွင်း
Mickey just gets
မ
to
တေးမ
lay
ရ
some
မယ်ဗျ
damage. That's the type of formation you want here.
ဟိုနဲ့စူးစူးစီးစီးမှမနေတာ
Multiple points
တယောက်
of attack.
အားမေးကတောင်ပြေးရင်ဟိုမှာ Winter Weapon မြောက်ပြေးတာ
For XG to kind of, okay, we're going to go on this guy and bait Liquid in.
Look at Ace. He's positioning himself to chip away at these tier 4s, saying, you know, you guys lose another fight like this, we might go throw.
ကောင်းတယ်အဲ့တော့ပြောတာထည့်လိုက်မှတာကြီးโอเคအမှနှစ်ကောင်ထည့်ရမယ် မူဆိုတာအဲ့လိုဆော့ရတယ်လောက်ပါကူပေးလိုက်
deadliest team fight combos in the game, and they put it together without their carry to stop the assault on their base. Their barracks both go down to nothing, but stay alive.
Sick execution there. No BKBs go off. No way to bail you out of this situation. It was perfectly timed. You have BKB Satanic on Mickey. He's probably thinking, there's no way I die here. Unless Earthshaker has some other plans. Even get the two-man curse on the backside. Beautiful execution from Xtreme Gaming. The fights have gone better when Ame's dead. No way around it.
ပြောပါလေရှော့မတွက်နဲ့အဲ့ကုံမူတွေ
Liquid, they're a little asleep at the wheel there, right? Like that is
where's the hook shot to stop? Was it up? If so, like, or if not, like, should you be?
ဘိုင်ကျဲတို့ပြီးရဘိုင်ဘက်မရှိဘူးဒီကနလန်းလောက်ကတော့ကျင်းသေးပြီးပရိသတ်ရေး
One lane of barracks turns to 2. You lost heroes. You didn't have buybacks, and Ame came up shortly after they won that fight. I mean, it's the perfect opportunity. Clinks is going to take 2 lanes of barracks. They'll probably back up after that because Roshan has the potential to be up.
Boxy pulled the mid wave. It'll kick back door in no matter what. What a team fight win for them though. This game was starting to look scary with how fat this Shadow Fiend is, but now you have a Hex on.
ဟုတ်တယ်ချက်ပြောင်းပါလိုက်တင်းတိုက်တင်း
You also win a fight
Maybe,
like
maybe,
that, it's
maybe
going
not the lime
to
lah.
take you time for this refresher to come back up because they were dead for so long you took their base. It's already only 25 seconds
ပြတ်တယ်
here.
ပြတ်တယ်ပြတ်တယ်ပြတ်တယ်ပြတ်တယ်ဖြတ်တာဖြတ်တာဖြတ်တာ
See if this Aegis goes
Piada,
away
piada.
after fighting so long. So hard for it.
ကောင်းလိုက်တာဟေးအောင်ဟေးဟူရှောပလိန်အမ body နဲ့အဲ့လိုခုပေးလိုက်တာ body ခုပေးလိုက်တာကိုသိလား
Swarm the area, making sure there's many bodies as possible to stop.
That's refresher shard Roche too, right?
ဟိုလာပြီးတော့နှောက်ရှက်နေဝင်ပေါက်စီက
Cheese banner.
But you could potentially give this to the Darkseer if you really just want to ruin Liquid's day in the team.
အေးဟုတ်တယ်ဟုတ်တယ်ဝယ်လိုက်အေးတော့တိတိဝယ်လိုက်တီး
Drops his boots because
တီးရမှကြောင်းဝယ်လိုက်အဲ့နဲ့ဘာမှဖြစ်ဘူး
Double wall, double back is
စံလေးနည်းနည်းသုံးလိုက်ရင်5စက္ကန့်လောက်နည်းနည်း
in this game he will just
ပတ်တင်မှာအသက်ရှင်နေမစိုးဘူးငါတို့ဘက်ကကောင်းနေ
poses a lot of threat here.
it's beginning to feel like Liquid always have to make the initiation. If they give the opportunity for Xtreme to make the jump, I mean, frankly, they just don't have the builds to stop it. If you had BKB Ags on Centaur, I think it's a different story, right? Even when he gets Ags, it's like, what's the point? There are too many stuns.
Stuns
To stop you. You have to get BKB as well to ensure you can actually
ကောင်း
use
တယ်
it.
နော်
So
ဟောင်းလန်းလေးပဲဘန်နာလေးနဲ့
back to the overwhelming blink.
ဘန်နာလေးနဲ့
This issue is it's
Ni
not
Thai line
easy
bu
to
ba kaung la.
convert on your disable here. If you go in with the Ember, you go in with the Clockwork, your damage follow-up is either the SF or I guess Centaur, you know how Ace is playing him. But if you go in and you all focus the same target and you clump, you get punished. So you kind of have to send multiple
ဟုတ်တယ်ပြပြရှက်ရတာတဲ့တက်စီကကောင်းတယ်ကောင်းတယ်
make it chaotic or let
ဘော
the
နော်
Ember
အမခံစားရမယ်မင်းတို့ခဏနေ
But you
Oh no,
really
well,
have to
Echo Selen
watch
Naku.
the
Oh.
end. This is where the Wyvern's
Don't
coming
want.
in this game. It's not that the curse is going to kill you, it's what happens after you get caught in the curse. So you're looking for X Nova, you're looking for NTS. Those
အဲ
are
ဟို
the
ကောင်
two
နဲ့
things
အေရိုနစ်
you
ပြန်
want
ဆက်တယ်
to
ဟာ
fight
ဗာ
as
လဲ
well.
အဲ့ဒါဆက်ပြီးအေရိုနစ်နဲ့
So that Mickey can go in with confidence that he's not going to get wombo combo. If he gets vacuumed, but he still has items up, it's fine. If he gets vacuumed into stuns, as we saw in that base push, it's fight over. And they did end up passing that refresher shard to XXS, so you get caught in anything here, it's just going to be wombo combo for days.
Hey, I don't know if
ကိုမောမှာကိုမောမှာ
because the AoE the vacuum is so big, like, do you really want to be waiting on your high ground? I feel like this triangle positioning is maybe the best spot to be XXS.
အားရအောင်အေးအဲ့လိုချက်ပြောင်းထားလိုက်အားရအောင်အေကိုစလန်အေရိုနစ်နဲ့ကောင်ခွဲလိုက်တာတဲ့လွဲဝါးကြီးနည်းနည်းတော့
Nisha's in prime position to chase down heroes now. Having used that combination, nice vacuum.
ကောင်းတယ်ကောင်းတယ်ထိန်းထားတယ်
Much of Liquid.
ရှိကတီးမလား
To deal with his illusion.
တီးဖို့တော့များပါ့
Only Nisha can make this change.
ဘိုင်ဘက်လိုက်
Does
ဘိုင်ဘက်ဘိုင်ဘက်ဘိုင်ဘက်
in the end. Now he's gonna
ဘိုင်ဘက်ခဲလိုက်လို့
support. See if they can pick up.
Ame in trouble.
Ame, yeah, he just can't deal with Ace. That's gonna be one life down.
ရှယ်ရူဘီကကျင်နေတာရှယ်ရူဘီကကျင်နေတာပြီးမကနဲ့ပြီးမကနဲ့
He's in trouble. He's in trouble.
အာရစီတိုင်းလေးဝင်သွားတယ်
He forces Ame to be out instead. Extreme Gaming tried to go for the turnaround, but now it's back to retreat. Full retreat from them. X-Nova.
အာရမကောင်းတော့ဘူးမကောင်းတော့ဘူးမကောင်းတော့ဘူးလစ်တော့လစ်တော့လစ်တော့
To get away from the death ward. Missed hook
ဒီ
shot.
ထားမလောက်
Buyback's going to be used. Extreme Gaming resetting here because they have a fresh round of spells if they want it. Don't forget about those refreshers.
ကောင်းမကောင်းမကောင်း
NTS, and he couldn't find anything. Still holding
ဒီ
the
ရှာ
refresher
ဒီရှာဝင်နှောက်သွားတာ
They
အဲ
use
ငါတို့ပဲဘိုင်ဘက်တွေ
the Darkseer
နှစ်
as
ကောင်
well.
ပြီးလိုက်ရတယ်ဟာ
That's the type of fight Liquid are looking for. Very chaotic, multiple points of contact. Nobody's able to burst this SF down.
Why?
What was that jump though?
ပြာကြောင်းမကြိုက်လားမသိ
You
ဘူးအာ
get
မေ
one man vacuum.
It wa-
That's
it wasn't
fine.
good enough.
XXS he's the one who creates the vision. But what about NTS Echo Slam on a Witch Doctor?
Yeah, I'm not sure what he sees here. He definitely has not seen what we're seeing.
He definitely didn't see Aeon Dust, that's for sure.
But even if you kill Doctor there, it's a hero with buyback. There's just no way sacrificing your positioning. Again,
Ah,
a
dude.
target that's different from what the Darkseer went on. That's what's creating multiple points of entry here for Liquid. He's kind of gifting them that. You have the buyback supports.
အမတီဝါတင်တာကွာ
Missed hook shot, right, from Boxy. That was his
Yeah.
reaction.
မဟုတ်ဘူးကွာ level 1 ယူ
He missed that
I was about to say,
influential
Can
what
try
was-
lah, man,
what
don't
was
mind,
there to
calm
be
it.
sad about that team fight
Well,
for
again,
Liquid?
they did buy.
They can
both
really
skills,
hit
so
one.
that does mean a lot here.
Sure. Like,
အဲ့မှာ
just
damage လေးကနည်းနည်းလိုရတယ်
It's not one of those games where you see some crazy single play from the clock, but him just existing in the fight is very annoying for Xtreme Gaming.
Extreme Gaming, a bit of a
အမ
setback.
စပရစ်နှောက်တဲ့တောင်မခံနိုင်ဘူး
It's
ဖြစ်
a
နေ
major
ပြီ
setback
စီကာ
to
တို့
be
ပါ
sure, but they can still get back on course. They're still up in net worth. They're still up 2 lanes of barracks. They still have all this team
ကဲ
fight
ဟိုကတော့
potential.
ကောင်းတယ်နော်
Nobody's
လေဘော်
going
တင်ကြီး
away.
တွေပါတယ်အဲ့အမစပရစ်
It's really up to Liquid
to keep,
you know, making sure they never mess up their position. A nice opening here, maybe. FY. Quick little kill, and Ame hit by the stop. What if
ကောင်းတယ်ဟာစီအောင်အေးဝင်းတာခတ်ကြီးရ
Still, Ame's in trouble. These Daedalus hit. The Daedalus hit. It finished them off. He dies.
Where's the turnaround? Is there any regroup here for XG? Another fight where who are you focusing and how do you get this Clinks involved?
Yeah, why is Ame the second person in the fight and not one of your
ဝေးရလေဘာတပြန်ကြားတပြန်ပဲ
Just catching them off guard, just running at them. This Ember is starting to do a lot of work in this game, become a big problem.
That's right, Nisha. Cogs, all they have to do is keep XXS, keep damage on him, make sure he can't get a blink away. He hit the hook shot on the slighted.
ပွင့်ပြီတကအေးအဲ့ဒါကိုပြောတာ
Instead of XXS, so somehow
get him out here.
XXS actually has a chance to be able to get away. They can follow the smoke cloud, but I mean, even if he dies at this point, this is time. You had 55 seconds on Ame.
Yeah.
ကောင်းသွားပြီကောင်းသွားပြီ
A window to get some building damage or get the lanes in.
Blink TP away. The Liquid, they're going to get practically nothing for this.
Big win for XXS here. As he will salvage an otherwise disastrous situation for Xtreme Gaming. I feel like that's been the MO of this game. The fights have just been awkward, even the ones they win. Unless you get that big wombo combo, it's looked real strange in terms of what are you trying to accomplish here.
And that wombo combo is going to be harder and harder to hit every single time your blink daggers are put on cooldown. And Nisha is trying to get Shivas, which with Ember Spirit, you know, it's a lot different when you have the mobility of both Remnants and Slight. The Shivas just hits the entire area.
He's an issue. He's just going in, and there's no real casual spell you can throw on him unless FY can connect with Hex or the Bushwhack here.
Yeah, they have to stun him and nullifier him.
Another great catch from Boxy.
Yeah. FY just keeps on trying to probe the area.
FY အေးတော့ထည့်လိုက်တော့မင်းလည်း
Level 20 Witch Doctor got 1% target max health Voodoo Restoration. So the Voodoo Restoration is actually back to doing something again.
Pretty nice on this, what is it, 6,000 HP center on average?
Yeah.
An extra heart for him, as if he needed it.
I mean, every single double edge gives him like 30 strength or something.
I like these A on this as well. I think this is a great A on this.
အဲ့ကောင်တော့တက်လာတယ်နော်ခုနကဘယ်လိုဖြစ်သွားလဲသိတယ်မလား
The combo break, it's the status resistance. It's a really annoying item for the Winner's Curse to be thrown out on. We've seen a couple this game where Xnova, he gets like 2 or 3 heroes, but he threw it on a status resist target from the disc wearing off, and it lasts for half a second.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay. I mean, that was my impact.
ဘာနဲ့အာမီမကြိုက်ဘူးအောင်အေးအာမီရတယ်
Very hard to land.
ကိုယ်တိုင်မပြစ်ချင်အဲ့အာမီလေးခဏလွှတ်ထားရင်မစိုးဘူးလား
I think Liquid are finding solutions here in the late game. It's not looking too rough for him anymore.
It's all about, I mean, so much of late game Pro Dota, right, is about theory crafting and itemization. You have to be able to play out the team fights in your mind and say, okay, there's so many items in Dota 2, right? There is an answer somewhere in this shop.
Or an answer in terms of how you take the fight. I think that's what separates, for example, Falcons from a lot of teams here. Their late game team fighting, it's very coordinated, very designed. They understand when to commit and when not to overcommit. And I think that's something XG are going to have to pull out here. I don't think you can just full send it on the first vacuum or expect it to necessarily land, right? If you catch 2 or 3 heroes in the vacuum, sure, you go in with the shaker. But if XXS goes in, he catches 1 or 2 in, like, or there's a Witch Doctor standing in front of you, you have to be patient. You can't just throw the whole sink at him. You have to let the fight develop, keep your formation, and maybe try and bait Liquid into you. We just haven't seen that happen yet. Liquid very disciplined in this game.
Speaking of discipline, you're going to need buyback discipline in this game. Make sure you always have buyback and know when to pull the trigger on it. That's one of the problems of Xtreme's position right now. Is still 2 minutes on buyback.
ယူလိုက်လိုက်ပါလားလို့ဘိုင်ဘက်ဒီပါလှုပ်ထားရင်အဲ့နောက်ပြန်လာလို့ရတယ်အာအရှာကြီးလိုက်လာပြီ
buybacks on their course. SF is going to buy an Ag Synth here while still holding buyback. He had 9,000 gold in the bank. They're going to spot it. Dion Disc goes off and goes after as well. Blink in. They immediately found nothing to say. That was Boxy's target. Stops the initiation.
ကောင်းတယ်အေးစစ်ဝင်ထိန်းပြီးထားတာလေကောင်းတယ်
But the fight is so split up.
အာမီညံ့နေပြီ
And Nisha's just sticking onto him like glue. They're going to cold embrace him, but now that just means the
Baby, Army.
making his way, and he's going to
ထူတော့အာမီပြစ်မှရမယ်ဟုတ်တယ်
nothing to do about that one. Nisha's just a nuisance, man.
Again, what do you throw into December to deal with him as he's just corralling your team out of the fight.
Nope. Managed to get the curse. Not that it matters. Too many heroes are around here. Nothing is going to stop X-Nova's...
And where did the big spells go? There was no multi-hero vacuum that kind of stabilized the fight. It was another Echo Slam on a single witch target. Salvage something. There's just no clear focus. Great spellcasting from the Liquid supports this game. I mean, they have a lot of deaths, but that's the nature of this one, right? You have to go and just create some space, create some chaos. Wasted so much time. Even the barrage, the strafe, Syrian Arrow plus. I think some of the skeleton walk went onto the Witch Doctor as he popped the shard. Yeah, there's like 2 or 3 spells from Ame he commits to try and hit this Witch Doctor, and he dodged all of it. You're just losing value there. It's like all these little exchanges are just not favorable.
This is going to be
amazing. Going into Mickey's hands. He is a massive problem in this game. Refresher shard for Liquid. We'll see good for their lineup, but
no doubt.
Could be nice for the... I could see double Stampede potentially.
I mean, just give it to Ember Spirit.
Yeah,
he
doesn't have the remnants. Remnants are too good here.
And it's very easy for him to slot it in as a 7th item.
I will say,
remnants, put it in.
Going high ground's a very different beast.
Yeah,
Liquid's been in this position before, and then they threw it away on their mid lane push. So I do wonder.
I'd
love to hear their comms right now. It wasn't the worst positioning from Liquid. It was a 2-man vacuum between Centaur SF, but it was more than enough with the all-in damage from Earthshaker double echo.
နေပြီလေခုန high ground တစ်ချက်တက်လာတာဘာဖြစ်သွားလဲသိရနော်အေးအဲ့ပြီးနေပြီလေဆိုတဲ့ပဲခု high ground ကိုချက်ရှိမယ်လား
They will always have a formation that can cover each other and kind
ဒီပြင်ဘက်တွေမှာ
yeah, like
တင်းတိုက်လို့သာခံရတာနော် high ground မှာတော့အဲ့လိုတိုက်လာရင်တော့မလေးတက်စီယာဆွမ်းအမခန်းနဲ့တွေ့သွားမယ်
There's a limit you're going to go up against and then the fight will collapse. So
yeah, I feel like there'd be many teams, Falcons, 1W off the top of my head, who would almost say.
အဲ့ဒီတိုင်ကြီးကတော့ရေးကြီးသွားပြီဟာ
for 50k net worth lead. Yeah, it's an option. You can also just drop banner and put ace here. And
yeah. There is the retaliate that can kill the tier 3. They are going to try and Echo Slam kill him. Refresher, another Echo Slam, only getting down to about half. Pull back in with the vacuum. They still have a chance though with another.
တေးဦးလားလို့မတေးဦးတဲ့ရောက်ဟေးအဲ့ဒါတော့ short ရှိသွားပြီဟာ
Clinks hit him with all of his damage. They popped wall vacuum, and it wasn't enough. Mickey's just got free clearance.
Well,
they just said, okay, go ahead, Mickey, take the entire base if you want, I guess.
You tried to all in, and it didn't succeed. There's also an argument, even if you got
it, you're still
in this situation.
It's still a position where Mickey is like, okay, I have 2 lives. And you don't have multiple ultimates that were the big threat to me.
There's going to be multiple lanes for sure. Do you have a buyback on the Shaker? You're missing a lot of spells.
There is that low cooldown on the wall, so they'll get this lane of barracks, but for the next one, they'll at least have wall up. And another 30 seconds until Echo Slam is back up if NTS feels pressured to buy. Which, if I'm Liquid, I'm definitely trying to get that out of him.
I think you have to go past the Centaur here if you're.
I mean, the Centaur's going to stay inside the base, and they see that it's an opportunity to try and go him on a second time. Clinks does do enough damage.
He died.
He got
chunked by the Bloodthorn.
Yeah, it was a Bloodthorn. There was no dispel this time around. Something that Ace was, he was feeling that pain.
Bloodthorn dispel လို့မသိသွားတာကွာ
Surprised he didn't get the Lotus.
1500 damage.
Some serious chain stun. He got hexed into Bushwhack, into Punch, into Vacuum, into Aftershock. Yeah. Throw it all at him. Guaranteed that Bloodthorn will proc. Was there no other?
ကပိုင်ဘက်တော့ပြီးလိုက်ရကွာအဲ့စန်တော့ပိုင်ဘက်လောက်တော့ရယူမှရမယ်တင်
The game goes late enough. Supports get something. FY hook shot at Foxy.
ပေါစီဘာသာလောက်တာလဲပေါစီ what are you doing?
He'll throw away a gem there.
Yeah. That. What? Huh?
Just feeling himself,
He's feeling far too much of himself, that is for sure.
Well, Liquid throw a little bit away on that high ground push. They do get 2 lanes. It's not unsuccessful by any means. But the buybacks are revitalized here for everybody in the game except the Shaker who committed to turn that Centaur kill.
It is Silver Edge. I saw a Demon Edge picked up, and I thought for a second there Mickey was saying it's Divine Time. Completes the Silver Edge. Will Xtreme go straight to the high ground to get these buybacks to be used?
This is a risky push.
It's very risky. Ame makes it a little bit easier with the axe. Burning Army, point blank Requiem though! And they were prepared for that one, and Ame doesn't use
နောက်ကကောင်တွေကကွာမကူညီဘူးလား
They're gonna buy back now. Beautiful bushwhack catching the two of them. Echo Slam's gonna be put to use here.
ငါတိလူတွေက
Damage. They can still keep heroes here. The two supports will die.
ပြီးတော့ငါတို့ကိုတွေဘိုင်းမမရှိဘူးဟာရောအေးနောက်ကကောင်တွေကွာမကူညီဘူး
It actually gets them away, surprisingly enough. That is a die back on Boxy. So it is actually Liquid in a 4 versus 5.
They might push with this, given how annoying the clockwork's been, even without the Ame buy.
How did Ame let that happen to? I mean, it's a level 30 SF with Kaya, Yasha Kaya, so he had the cast speed reduction, but still.
It's a lot of magic burst. Maybe you're thinking he gets cursed there and you can survive and turn it around. Just too much overwhelming damage. See Liquid setting up on the side. They are ready for XG to commit.
4v5 ဆိုမှအဲ့လောက်တော့မလွယ်ကူးတယ်နဲ့
Got the scythe initiation on the Ember Spirit. A two-man vacuum on the side. If they can kill the Ember while the others are held in place, XXS takes huge chunks of damage. Call the brace, Winter's Curse, trying
That
to bail
should kill
out.
him.
ကောင်းတယ်အဲ့ကောင်လည်းတည်ဟုတ်တယ်3ယောက်5ယောက်ဒီကတော့ရတော့တယ်
It's a 5 versus
လီ
3.
By the darks you're
ဝါ
getting
ဝ
percentage. These supports have been way
နောက်ကနေ
too annoying in this game.
နောက်ကနေကဖို့အတွက်ငနဲ့ကြံနေပြီ
It's trying to make something happen. They do have a gem on the hoodwink.
မုံဘူးရအောင်အဲ့လိုတိုက်လို့မရဘူးအဲ့လိုတိုက်လို့မရဘူးဖောင်မေးရှင်းကိုပြတ်မခံနဲ့
Max are being assaulted here. Megas is not the end of the game. They may get it. Ember Spirit spots the winner. Wyver. He's going to jump in. Here comes that Requiem.
ပြေးအာမီပြေးဝင်တာလောက်ထားခဲ့ဝင်တာဘိုင်းပဲရှိခဲ့ဘာမှမဖြစ်ဘူး
They're going to deal with the banner. The Ember Spirit, the Echo Slam off the banner.
Shadow View ဖြတ်လိုက်မလားဟုတ်ပြီ
Yeah, that's Mick A dead. And Ace, he's going to take a lot of damage trying to crawl his way
Oh,
out
my
of here. With the bushwhacks and the vacuums constantly pulling in the heroes. There is no way out.
3ယောက်5ယောက်
They have
မ
buyback
ဖြစ်
for
သေး
the
ဘူးတင်
Ember
နေ
and the Centaur.
It's going to be Megas. But Xtreme, no, that's not the end of the game. They push to tier 4s, get these buybacks out of them. What do they do when the buybacks
ဖြစ်ပါမလား
are used, though? Are they going to keep it going?
You have to full send it here. You
Plenty of
still have an
damage.
echo.
Hook shot makes the initiation, and here comes the TP right behind Ahmed.
အာမီနာနေပြီအာမီနာနေပြီအမကိုဖြတ်လိုက်အမကိုဖြတ်လိုက်
Vacuum control Ahmed's down.
ဟုတ်တယ်
Breaks it through, but Ahmed still
နည်းနည်းပြေးမယ်နည်းနည်းပြေးမယ်နည်းနည်းပြေးမယ်
The damage is gone now for Xtreme. 2 minutes
နည်းနည်းပြေးမယ်နည်းနည်းပြေးမယ်ပြီးမှပြန်ချချ
60-minute items are up. There are so many options to be played here. Liquid though, first things
ပြေးတာ
first.
ပြေးတာလက်မကြည့်နဲ့လက်မကြည့်နဲ့လက်မကြည့်နဲ့
Some more Xtreme gaming pickoffs. Hook shot onto the creeps. That's gonna whiff. And it looks like the rest of Xtreme far away. So Boxy and Ace couldn't find
အိုးရင်
anything
ကုန်နေ
else.
ရ
What
ပြီ
do you do as Liquid here? You're probably
ဒါ
not
ပဲ
strong enough
ဘို
to
င်ဘက်က
just
ငါတို့မှာ
hold the high ground.
ခဏနေ3မိနစ်နေစီကပြန်ရမယ်
Just gonna have
ဟော
to play for tier
ငါတို့
5.
အပဟန်ပြန်ဖြစ်သွားပြီဟုတ်လား
Lanes out, try and deward, get your neutral items. It's almost fortunate in a way that the one core that died back there was the Ember, because that killed the chase potential for Liquid. You weren't able to clean up any heroes at the tail end of this. And he died because his Aeon got popped very early in this fight. Huge Echo Slam finds from Entias. These are not vacuum setups. These are just him going in, finding the connection.
Those final shots that followed him after he rendered it, I guess he had no slights to disjoint.
He's just running out of spells. And again, here, he just gets chain stunned. No Aeon disc to pop. He gets Bloodthorn by Ame. His last will before he dies. He's like, I'm taking you with me, brother. I will Bloodthorn you.
From hell's heart, I stab at thee. Liquid are actually going to have some attention.
တရုတ်ကြီးတွေပြောတာ
Final
for the
lane of
Megas.
barracks. Maybe they could get the Megas.
There's a
Damn.
clip here.
Ace is saying, I can do it. Everybody else is going to play to the back now. Xtreme Gaming, they can play. They can make this an even game. They can say, okay, you get the Megas.
အားမမရှိရင်ဒီကောင်ကတေးဖို့ကနည်းနည်းခက်ခဲတယ်ဗျ
Seconds, but
They got doubled. Look at the dead. That's pretty nice in this situation.
ဝင်တာရဲ့ပြစ်တာတော့မခံနိုင်ဘူးထင်တယ်နော်
Gotta do some work here, installing up this push.
ဝင်တာရဲ့ပြစ်တာတော့မခံနိုင်ဘူးထင်တယ်လို့အဲ့ဒါမို့လို့ပြောတာ
A lot of base pressure on Liquid, and you just can't put the SF up here and take the buildings quickly.
yeah, it's not going to be fast enough. And
ရှယ်ရီကိုမြင်တာနဲ့ပူတော့ဟုတ်ပြီပြီးသွားပြီ Okay မိလား
And I think Tofu, he's just going to tell Ace to run. Wait, no, Boxy actually goes back in. Ace is
Ah, yeah.
still holding around.
ထည့်ပေးပါဦး
Mickey is not here, so
Double echo for the doctor.
yeah, that is one hell of a commitment. And Tofu is perfectly
မဟုတ်မဟုတ်ဘူးနည်းနည်းလွဲနေပြီနောက်ဆုတ်လိုက်မယ်လား
overwhelming blink. He was going to go after enough.
ကနေပြီ
Mickey was just about to join them. Here comes Ame though. Puts the damage out. The Requiem high ground. He hits a lot of heroes with that one. The Winner's Curse just saw him though, and it pulls.
အဲ့ကောင်တို့ပိုင်ဘက်
Now they're going to be
အာရောက်အေးဟူရှော့ကြီးနဲ့ပြန်ဝင်လာတယ်အားမေညက်နေပြီ
out from the Earthshaker. They kill. Another vacuum goes off. Refresh pressure popped by X6 trying to get off the wall. He needs the wall. He needs the back.
ကောင်းတယ်ဝေါ်မြင်ပြီးသွားပြီဟာတက်စီမရှိတော့ဘူးတက်စီမရှိတော့ဘူးရောင်ကြီး
XXS and he's able to get away from these illusions and we are back.
ဝေးရပါလေလို့လောကလိုက်မပြီးတော့ဦး
But they are having to battle through mega creeps to take advantage of this.
At least boots of travel to in Mickey's back
1 minute
pocket. He can clear some creeps and join a fight if you want to look for something here. You got some big buybacks out of XG.
There's also tier 5s for every single one of these heroes except for Mickey available. So
yeah, they need a little bit more here in terms of the control.
modification တော့မရှိတော့ဘူး
These heroes are cutting them out a little bit too
က
much.
မရှိသေးတယ်ဒီစောနေတယ်ကင်းဝ
Way too chaotic.
ကင်းဝလိုက်ဆိုဟိုင်း
That with Stitchy and 2 on this Clinks, you're going to get absolutely shredded. Like, he is now the highest DPS hero in this game. A lot of the advantage for Liquid has come from some sick positioning from this Shadow team. Like, these Requiem jumps have been game salvaging. The one on the base there, you're picking up some big
ပါတာဗျအဲ့လောက်ထိလိုက်ပြီးတော့ကြည့်ပြီးလို့မရဘူးဗတ်တဲ့
It's like Ember is the most important piece
Don't
of
want-
the here. If Nisha goes down,
ဖြစ်ချင်တိုင်းနေဖြစ်နေ
kite the fights out a lot more. If Nisha's up, you're not kiting the fight. You're getting hook shotted. You're getting remnant chained.
and we saw the time that he died, it was because he didn't have those
ကျတော့ပြတပိုင်းပါလာလားမသိဘူးပါသေးဘူး
remnant recharge restore time. It just becomes too hard to deal with it. It's just he jumps to the back line.
ကောင်းတဲ့တစ်ချက်ကတော့အော်မီဂါလေးရထားတာလေးကနည်းနည်းလိမ့်လေးတိတ်ပြီးတော့ push လုပ်စရာမလိုဘူးပေါ့နော်
There's a Roche on the field, by the way. Liquid did not feel comfortable forcing it, even without the darks here. Pretty interesting here. They might have had a moment to do that. Again, how much does Roche matter at this point in the game when everybody's 6-slotted?
Yeah,
It becomes a little less enticing.
yeah. Aegis is not the best.
နည်းနည်း vision လေးပြန်အရင်ပြန်လိုက်တာပိုကောင်းမယ်ထင်တယ်ဒီတိုင်း
Just
ပြေးလောက်တာတဲ့ဆိုင် vision လေးဝင်ယူလိုက်
so heavily. It buys time for your team fight combo to maybe land.
Yeah.
That's something.
He's looking at some finishing items here. Scotty, swap out the treads, pick up a Scotty. That'll make him significant.
ဝစ်ချောက်တာတို့ကလည်းဒီချိန်နည်းနည်းပြရောင်းနေပါနေနှောက်နေခုန ecosystem နှစ်ခုခွဲတာတော့ဘာမှမဖြစ်ဘူး
If you catch the clinks, SF is dealing like 1,500 damage crits. So
Not really. I don't think it's saving you in that situation. Again, maybe it buys you time to get the combo off, like one more hit.
I mean, thanks to the
gets
multi-shot,
ulted.
the slow is very effective.
True. I think the biggest thing you can do is Ami in this game is just get in the fight, set up your army, and let it go to work.
Yeah.
Like, and then even if you die, you're still doing so much damage with this Stygian pickup. But man, the Ghost Scepters have been annoying. The Aeon Discs have been annoying. The switcheroo from the Witch Doctor. It's so hard to kill these two Liquid supports. Even with Nullifier Hexes, it just doesn't... I guess there's Stampede on top of it too. There's a lot of interrupt here.
He's almost level 25 on the Witch Doctor.
ပြရောင်းတော့မပါသေးဘူးပြတော်သေးတယ်ဟိုက
You're a 5, so what would you go in here? Would you go paralyzing cast bounces? The opportunity from that?
I think so. I don't think the Death Ward damage
I don't think so
is
either.
too convincing for me here.
Again, so many AoE stuns.
Yeah, you're not playing that style of game. I don't know if you're channeling anything here.
Tofu's mostly been playing to off of Aeon Disc, Ghost Scepter, blink in with Voodoo Restoration, and keep Centaur alive. I feel like that's what I've seen.
ပြတာဟုတ်တယ်ဟုတ်တယ်ဟုတ်တယ်
The cast bounces are also a little extra clear, which you just lost a tier 4 to Necrobook. So
Boxy's going to be throwing some cogs into the mix, actually kicks the Clinks out of the pit. I mean, Roshan is important more so just because it's an opportunity. It's some sort of crazy team fight. We're going to line out the Burning Army. Shiva's trying to keep these heroes back, not let them go inside the pit. Where Ice? Perfect timing.
ဒီ KB တွေဖွင့်ပါအောင်
Just though it's still on the ground. Ame is almost dead. Finally, they just get dropped up and they go for the grab, and Ame gets it, sure. But what a stun there from Ace.
ပစ်ထဲကနေပြစ်စမ်းပစ်ထဲကနေပြစ်စမ်းတာကြီး
Finally joins in with his
ရိုးကြောက်ရိုးကြောက်
Ame stuck inside the pit. He's currently trying to grab items. He pops a refresher shard. Meanwhile, they're wrapping around from the
H လိုပါတီးဖို့တော့များသွားပြီဗျ
He's gonna go try and
ကောင်းတယ်ကောင်းတယ်ရှယ်ရီခဏတိန်းတာ
didn't get a crit. Godwinner's curse held in place by the
အမစပရစ်ကိုရမလား
inside the pit. There is still Ame. Still
အာမင်းညက်သွားပြီ
He finally lost his Aegis. They got the kill. Now trying to get up. The SF is dead, and Ame's almost back into play. And the December Spirit is almost dead. Quick little refresher. Now the cogs.
ကောင်းတယ်ကွာပြစ်တာအိုင်ဆန်တော့နူးပိုင်ပြစ်တာရမလားโอเค
Fighting for his life, but the
GG ပဲ
Thorn will burst him down in the end. Liquid's trying to push
အားရဘယ်ထွက်လာသေး
by buyback on one. 18 seconds until the other two
Throw,
come back into
throw.
play.
But look at the thrown HP. It took so much damage there.
Yeah,
You
they
still
can
have
just
your
all in
glyph.
for it. Ame's just gonna go for it now. The glyph, they have the opportunity. Stall out.
ပြီးတာနည်းနည်းပြီးတာ
They couldn't get the initiation. The buybacks. 3 seconds left.
So close on
And the
those two
skeletons.
Corvais.
Ame, he knows. All he has to do
Ai,
is
ai,
turn
ai.
around, make it.
Bánh bét đi
All he
ပြန်
has
လာ
to
ပြီ
do
ဘိုင်းဘက်
is
ဒီပြန်လာပြီ
the SF right now. He dodges that initiation.
သူတို့ only ရမလားသူတို့ only ရမလား
Now they reset. Go all in for the throne. All they have to do is get past these liquid.
အာရောနားသွားပြီနော်အဲ့ဒါတော့
Making that difficult with his overwhelming flank down Nisha. He jumps to the back line, but a bushwhack grabbed him.
ကောင်းနေရောအေး
Combo once again. Ame and the
Oh.
rest of Xtreme will prove they can outfight you and take your throne afterwards.
What a late game performance from Xtreme Gaming. That has been their wheelhouse. When it works well. They drafted for it. They played for it.
အာဒီတော့ကောင်းနေပွဲမကြည့်ရအောင်တော်တော်ကြာပြီဗျာ
But at some point, the overwhelming AoE is just
Đâu mà cũng phải đi
inevitable.
vậy.
You can just park this Clinks in the pit and
Đi về đi à,
just
đúng không ạ?
man fight him. Then if you clump
Xe
together,
chén này
you're
hả?
trying to pick off the backside of the fight. I honestly think Liquid overperformed in a lot of those team fights because they're just so chaotic. It's very hard
နောက်ဆုံး
to
တော့လေ
continue
Xtreme ပါပဲဥမာ
able to keep track
ဘာလာလာဆိုတဲ့ဘေးတပွေ
who has
စီ
an
တီလာတော့မ
AOE
သိဘူး
skill, who's checking this Earthshaker on the backside, not getting vacuum, not getting cursed. It's a lot to think about. They really isolated this Clinks a lot of times and gave themselves openings.
XP for both sides there. And top lane's the
VP
big
ကတော့တ
worry.
ပွဲနိုင်သွားတယ် school line လေးရှိုးလိုက်လို့ပြောတာ
Nah, it has to be our ring master first, and you're just not
ကျွေး
fighting
ချက်တွေက
Hellscape anytime soon.
only လေ over ပဲ ဟောနေ Omega ကို defend နေကောင်းနေပဲ
Hope for the best,
Yeah,
I suppose.
Fly. You see how hard the guy is trying to just force them back. It can be very challenging, especially
ဟောတော့ပြန်ထွက်ပြီလေဆိုပြီးလည်းမရှုံးပါဘူးလို့ခင်ဗျားကိုပြောခဲ့ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်
Gonna get caught with the catchy lick. Does go down. It's one of those things. This damn frog, Johnny. It's a tanky boy.
It is. It's just way too tanky, and again, that's normally not a problem for Lightstealer. It's just catchy like also flies out super fast. Right, as a projectile, it doesn't feel like it even has like travel time for the most part. Nope. So Timado keeps trying to rage through it, and he just keeps missing that timing. It's just really awkward to try to preempt that with rage, and he's getting punished for it. 3-1 start, looking good for Rune Eaters once more. So movement mid.
Trying for the cogs pushbacks on copy. Can't quite get it, but Arbit continuing to apply that pressure, and Hellscream will be able to secure before copy can jaunt away. Great pickup here for Arbit. Fly in trouble, does also go down. Again, Eki having a fantastic time thus far on this hoodwink, able to pick up a quick one on the ring mast.
And again, very reminiscent of game one. It just feels a little bit better now for Rune Eaters with the fact that you have some pretty strong conditions, right? We've talked about the Lifestealer. I think overall, I would still feel better about Tiny than Lifestealer, although the matchup again is not as clear-cut. Copy.
In trouble, copy. Again, gonna go down. Perhaps he's trying to fight back. Oh, the cogs. No, it's not enough.
အာဒီကောင်လေးဝဲရတယ်ဆွတ်ချပါလား
Fly on the
Ủa,
tail,
ဖြစ်
it's
တာ
not gonna land either.
ဒီနေ့ပွဲတွေကဟိုကိုချာကြီးများပွဲတွေတယ်
Back into the mid lane here for this park, but it's not gonna come. Zarbet narrowly avoiding the orbs that were flying in. Of course, it seems that Rune is gonna stick around with the support duo for this power rune at the 6-minute mark. Arbet actually not opting to go for the reset back towards the fountain. He's gonna stick around as well. They're gonna need maybe one more though. It's a 3v2 situation thus far in the mid lane. They will bring the third. It's a bit more even now that Fly is here. 6-minute power runes, not gonna spawn top, it will be bottom. Eki does get caught out, but a very nice bushwhack, locking them down. Arbet
ဒါ
will
မိပြဿ
take
နာ
it out.
ဖြစ်
Eki
ရို
will
ဤတာ
go,
ဝဲမ
but
စ
Eki
ဘူး
does die. But they got what they really wanted anyway. Power rune does go the way of copy.
Yeah, no reset for Abed. He has to go all the way back to base. At least, again, he's pretty mobile on Earth Spirit. So he's going to have the TP back into the lane. And side of Rune Eaters, again, you are finding some openings on VP. The early start for Rune Eaters, once more, it's just a little bit more smooth. Really clean CS so far outside of maybe your puck situation on mid. The denies on Abed, making it maybe a little bit slower here for that 6 timing. That eventually does come out for copy. And again, for Rune Eaters, looking like smooth sailing so far. It's going to be 1-for-1 on our Shrines of Wisdom as well. So no changes there. Saberlight's still stuck in that jungle. trying to get the Dominator out.
ကဲ game 2အတွက်အချိုင်ကောင်းမလဲ
To be fair,
ခုနက
you know, Saberlight in
Easy
game 1 was also off to a
not
pretty
beat,
slow start in the darks here, but they were forcing some movement into his lane.
hero ပဲ
That
ကြည့်ရမယ်
event
ဗျာနော်
was
အဲ့
absolutely
liquid ပွဲ
insane.
hero pick
This
ပေါ့
round, he's
နည်းနည်း
taking
မူ
the
တည်
safer
နေတယ်
route,
ကောင်းနေ
and that is giving a little bit more pressure there
Team
towards
fight.
Expert overall.
hero ကောင်းနေကောင်ပို့နိုင်နေဆိုတော့
So hard to dodge that damn catching link, man. I know you just. It really is instantaneous. It really doesn't feel like you've got
အဲ့ဒီ
anything.
နော်
push
အဲ့ဒါ
that.
တော့ခွင့်ပြုပါဦး
Off the mark, but it
Nah,
doesn't
never
matter. It's just a nice thing Malik can do too. Like you force out the rage early on, and then you know you can just dive him.
Yeah, there's just not much you can do to counterplay at that point. Off this early magical damage. Again, you're so reliant on rage for it. You don't have the highest HP just yet, of course.
Yeah, Fly as well, being caught out. Malik, he is just doing fantastic work on this Largo, and of course, props to the support duo as well of this Rune Eater side. They're making so much happen across this map.
That they are. They're just able to switch lanes because bot is again very free. 8-minute power rune going to go Abed's way at the very least. So as the invis, it's just where do you connect as this Earth Spirit? Because your Beastmaster does have roar, doesn't feel fully ready. A huge swing to the gates here. At least the Boars does make first contact. Although
they are going to try onto Ike, perhaps Saberlight. He's moving forward with the roar up. Dark Lord also being targeted. Saberlight, he'll finally get the roar away. Needs a way out, can't quite make it. Saberlight down. The Tiny is perfectly fine. Hellscream, he'll also drop. And Dark Lord, he's made it out of all this. Just, it felt very desperate.
that it did.
Our favorite.
Yes.
Look at this crap. Look at this garbage.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. Love the showcase view of our little unicycle. And that's all you can really do right now on VP. It's just, I'm surprised Saberlight goes and tries to fight into that gate. I mean, he sees the boar get hit. He knows it's not just going to be the Lich down there for sure, but all these swings that Rune Eaters are doing. And takes a pretty
Game
big
1 VP
risk
နိုင်
for
ထားတယ်
no real reward. 93 to
ရို
gain
အီတာကတော့
the
game 2
round
ပြန်သားတယ်
They've just found everything.
လက်ရှိလာဆိုတော့တိုင်တွေကိုလိတ်ဂိမ်းလောက်မှနိုင်ပါဗျအားလီဂိမ်းအောင်လည်း
He's been
Two
having
round can
such
have
a rough game.
ဒါပေမဲ့ဒီကောင်တော်တော်မွတ်နေလားလို့
It's gonna
How in
not
that
really
would
be that great anyway, but it allows him a way out of it. Mid lane. Maybe an attempt to copy, but no, it's really just Hellscream being a nuisance, trying to land those cogs.
Yeah.
He's alright.
I mean, I appreciate the attempts. It's just, again, in this kind of game for Abed, there's no one to really connect with until at least Saberlight's ready. Or until maybe level 6 on Hellscream as well, which it just feels relatively slow for the side of Virtus Pro, considering they don't have too much activity to play with. So you're left here with Abed with a full earn up, with no real kill opportunity showing itself. Which means, again, you're not snowballing out of control in the Earth Spirit just yet. You're playing a much more stalled out draft inside of Virtus Pro. And Rune Eaters, it's almost the same story as game 1. If they maintain this momentum, they're going to be feeling good. The moment they start to
တော့
drop,
လောက်ရဲ့တိုင်ကြီး
and
ကတော့
then
4600ရတယ်ကို
actually get a
ဟို
game on
ကယ်ရီကယ်ရီ
Chicago,
ချင်း1000လောက်တော့ပြည့်နေနော်
that's where things get a little bit spicy here for Rune Eaters
ဒါပေမဲ့
overall.
ခဏနေအဲ့ဒီ
You have to remember what's at stake. We heard
Tiny,
Rune
yeah.
said that this is elimination on the line. You're one game down on Rune Eaters.
တကားပဲဝင်မလား
There's no
Cara
forgiveness.
muy
It is
loud,
best of
eh,
threes.
ikaw.
It is single elimination. And our
အဲ့စီလာ
survival
နေ
stage
6ဆို
is
passive
limited.
break မှရမှာတယ်
So they've got to maintain that momentum here on Rune Eaters. And so far, again, there's been a few
Passive
long
break, la
periods
cope.
of farm. There's not really too much left to take in the map. Maybe you can try to force mid-tier 1 at some point. But your initial items are set to flow relatively soon. Malik's been number 1 as they make a small move on to Hellscream.
Yeah, very nice chain frost committal here from Ike, and that's going to be more than enough to deal with Hellscream. You love that as the pos 5 Lich, already level 7 here at the 11-minute mark. Nice easy kill here onto Hellscream. And with that, gentlemen, Rune Eaters again, they're off to another great start to this game too. We saw a similar thing during game 1 in fairness. Though I'll tell you, this time with the draft they have, I feel much more confident in what they're
Yeah.
doing.
Yeah, because they're not playing the life stealer.
That's true.
Right? So
That's true.
even though Tiny as well has its own issues, like it
It's
does
not
feel,
lifesteal.
Yeah, but at the same time, I always go back to it's like, is Lifestealer good into the Tiny matchup? And theoretically, it should be pretty fine.
တိုင်းမိုက်နေတာ
Shots somewhere.
It is out onto our Hoodwink. That should be Eki to drop. He's making life a little bit hard. Eki eventually will die. quite a take.
We know chat yeah. Who win
I
yeah.
believe Arbit got some earn charges. A happy
Yeah.
day speaking.
Finally, you know, his first set of earn charges up
Hell yeah, dude.
at 12 minutes in. Not ideal, but it's there.
Perfect timing for the vessel, John. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's right. As long as you get that vessel soon, you know, it's fine. That's the one that really matters. Saberlight has his full Dominator up. Going for the Overlord relatively soon. So we're reaching that point where the Beastmaster is going to be present. The split push does start to really kick in. Some of that damage on Saberlight really starts to ramp up just by having a nice big creep with him. And the utility we've seen a lot of our Dominators players kind of go about it. Like getting the Wild Wing up, getting some good pushes off has been pretty solid so far in this tournament. Smoked up on the side of VP. Hookshot's still a ways off, but they've got the Wheel of Wonder and the Magnetize set to go, so just need a clean target. They do have some wards on map, but not really spotting anything big from Rune Eaters. They are actually fairly split. Might be able to go on a hunt for Timado themselves, but he's fairly far back in the top jungle. Same with Dark Lord. Kind of
Shadow Blade besar no.
Try the gate movement instead.
Oh, unfortunate here for Ike. Surprise of his lifetime. Doesn't really matter though. It could have been worse. Could have been one of his teammates, I guess.
Yeah.
ကိုရှောက်သွားတာပါတဲ့မဝင်းနေစီပိုင်တိတ်ကောင်းထင်တယ်
Very important
ခုနပွဲနဲ့နည်းနည်းလေး
to have some
ခုနပွဲကောင်တွေတော့တွားရင်လုံးဝတစီတန်းကြီး9ယောက်အဲ့လိုတွားကြ
That he is. He's been given all the room. He's been given all the stats.
ခေါင်းနဲ့နည်းနည်းပြန်ကြေးဖြစ်
in the game.
အာကြုံ
He's been having a bit of a rough time. He does have plenty of one charges.
Very low,
Plenty of turn potential. In fact, have they gone too far here? Malik's already half HP. Now Tamada's going to join in. Malik trying, but the Wheel of Wonder going to make life hard for him in terms of getting away.
တယောက်ပေါင်းသက်တာ
These
bush
are the kind of kills
bush
that
ဘက်ကို
matter a little bit
လွဲအောင်လို့မှာရှာနေတူပြီလေ
This is what happened in game one.
Exactly it, right? Like they bleed out a couple of kills. They get some early activity on Timado. Network deficit starts to shrink. Hellscream?
Yeah, Hellscream's been caught by an orb. Still nice hook shot into the escape act. Will be able to escape.
No. That's a real magic perk right there for the circus.
It is.
Now that should be maybe an act 3, you know, we get this kind of combo. That would be fun.
It would be.
But Clockwork, can he have an automaton? He's already
No, John.
but he could still get, right? It's a possibility.
Well,
ခဏတိုင်းနေကိုဦးတင်ခံမှာကြောက်လို့ဆိုပြီးတော့ဖားကြီးပစ်ထားရတာမဲ့
He's a robot.
ဟောကဲခုတ်မှာ
There's still a guy,
ဒီမှာတို့ကတော့တော်တော်မွတ်နေတယ်ဟာ
person in there, you know.
Is there, John? I don't think there is.
That's what the lore says, man.
Okay.
I know. I tell you to read, but I've tried before. What we don't have to try is just finding a reason to
Wait,
talk
is there
about this
really a
game.
little guy in Clockwork?
Yeah.
Oh,
He made that armor suit himself, just like Timbersaw did,
okay.
right? Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Except he doesn't hate trees as much, you know.
Okay.
You could take like the 5 minutes to read each hero's lore entry, Mikey. You know, you could do yourself that.
Questioning whether I want to play Clockwork anymore.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We should have an automaton Clockwork.
Never again.
Well, at the least, you're not playing it. Hellscream is, and the game has slowed down again, which is concerning because we always say this with Rune Eaters. Game 1, they were in the lead. They were finding everything they'd want. They were getting good pickoffs. They were getting pressure on the map. And then one kill happened for VP. They overextend for Tomato. They get punished. And then suddenly VP's just fully back in the game. This time around, they get caught out by the
ထုံးစံတိုင်းဒီကောင်နဲ့တဝဲပြီးရင်7မိနစ်15မိနစ်လောက်နားတယ်ဆိုတော့နောက်5မိနစ်လောက်နေမှာပဲဟိုဘက်ကိုသွားလိုက် ဟောနည်းနည်းနေအောင်မှာဟိုကလုတ်တရားလုံးနဲ့
Saberlight set to play again. Hookshot at the ready roar as well.
Copy. So
That's a big entrance from Abed.
It is a big entrance, but nobody's there to really back him up. Copy who have to retreat. Meanwhile, they keep being hunted down by Saberlight, but Saberlight he's
တိုင်းဒီပါလာ join နေဒါပေမဲ့ကောင်းနေပတ်တဲ့ဆိုင်တော့တော်တော်ကောင်းနေဟာ PP က
He's dropping low now.
ဒီဘက်လုတ်ပေးလိုက်ပါအောင်ရှော့ပြီ
No longer wanting to be around, but getting bounced around by the cogs. Malik
ဒီမှာတို့ဖြတ်လျှောက်ဝင်လုတ်တာ
Abed will happily walk out of there, and suddenly VP.
ဟိုဒါဘလူးကြီးလည်းမသိပတ်တဲ့ဆိုင်နာကြီးက
It's really looking a little
ရင်
bit
မဲ့အလုတ်ခံနိုင်ရလို့လားမသိ
You just give them a
စပယ်သုံးတာတွေကလည်းဘက်ကလည်းဒီဘက်မှာ
one condition up
အဆပ်ပြီး
and the rest just collapse.
green one တွေပဲပြီးခဲ့လိုက်ရ
Really good damage spread as well coming out here from the side of VP. A lot more, of course, from Abed and the Magnetize. Still, think on
Nice
Rune
ski.
Eaters now, you have to wonder, You know,
စကီးတွေကောင်းပြီးတော့နည်းနည်းစပက်သုံးတာတွေ
it's not the Tinies game.
လွဲနေအဲ့လိုပုံစံ
Whenever
အ
you
င်းထင်
have this kind of situation where you know your core-to-core matchup isn't exactly ideal, you start to
ဒိန်းနေဖေးမှာတော့
so it's all it's
ဟို
down
က
to copy.
စကီးပြင်းနဲ့ကြော်ဖြတ်နိုင်မယ်တကယ်9ရောက်9ရောက်ချတဲ့အခါမှာသူတို့နည်းနည်းလေး
to think about stuff like ags and harassment,
Time back.
but it does feel like you kind of want some of that scaling puck to be in this game. There's still potential to play around like a good Dream Coil, Avalanche Toss. Heck, if Ike can somehow farm like a Blink Ags, that could be one massive way of working out these team fights. Heck, that could be one way of counteracting the escape deck, no? You could go through, you could actually target, because it's area target, into the box. So you can at least waste some of that box time as well. Try to get a catch. Not that the box has been an issue just yet. Got Tomato with his Radiance flying out. So he's got a high damage timing coming in now for a life stealer. Let's see if VP can still find ways to widen this lead. Still a relatively even game, but VP has momentum here.
Saberlight's having a hunt around here for Copy. Copy going to show himself in the creep wave. They'll actually ignore him instead. They'll scan towards Ike. Hoping for the fight in the Radiant jungle. Arbet, he's going to have his smoke broken. Ike, he'll see them. Chainfrost immediately committed here with the Ice Spire, killing off Hellscream, but Ike's going to get jumped as well. He knew he was dead.
လူရှင်တော့ရဖို့တော့များဝိုက်ထင်တာပဲပြီးမှစားကောင်းနေရော
Not really the worst situation.
Radiant ချင်းဖရော်လည်းမရှိတော့အဲ့ဒါမှ
A bit of a win.
Yeah, overall, I think you'd be fairly happy. Magnetize was popped for Chainfrost. And, you know, that's a bigger area denial control piece from VP committed. Roshan's happening, but unlike game one, it's not the quickest Rosh in the world. No Slardar to speed things up, so there is actually ample time here for Maroon Eaters to scout it out. They're just not quite in
တိုင်း
the
နီးရ
It does look like the first Rosh.
ตายပြီးလိုက်ချပြီးနဲ့နောက်တော့ကျန်ခဲ့တယ်အဲ့မှာစေပါလိုက်ကကြည့်အောင်တောင်းနဲ့တယောက်တည်းမှာ
Saberlight, either option kind of works out here.
တန်ကီဖန်တာ
And yeah, just no contest. Even though, again, not the quickest, fairly telegraphed, mid.
Arbet going to jump in for the back, but they'll take down a Hellscream first. Nothing to come of it. They'll just go for the Roshan. They'll claim the Aegis for Tomato. And it'll cost them just the clockwork. Not really too big of a deal.
No. Happy enough to trade for that safety net on Tomato versus Pro. Again, still in an even game. It has
အဲမဟုတ်ပါ
Rune Eaters again. They're not.
So because Team Liquid this time around
စ
is
စ
Radiant
နေပြီ
with Xtreme Gaming Dire and Xtreme Gaming with First Pick stolen Centaur straight away.
Yeah, this is also a classic one for XXS. This is one of his most played heroes. He plays it really well. He also does go for a bit of a different item build. He is one of the few ones who is not gonna say falling into a trap because it is working, but he also thinks outside of the box whether he needs to go for hard straight away.
ACZ
or if he's gonna be
Centaur
picking up, you know, maybe
ဖတ်မှာပဲ
a
နော်
little
ACZ
something
ကို
depending on the game. But after
Centaur
seeing
ဆိုရင်
what happened in the previous game, he probably got a little inspired as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this hero looks really stronger now. I think there's also like facets of the hero we haven't really seen, such as the Aghanim, which can really break games sometimes. It becomes really hard to
ဒီတော့
play
ကျန်
versus
တဲ့
Centaur
shadow
because
fee နဲ့
it's such a reliable
Oh,
save,
yeah.
and it's obviously much more than that. So many ways to play that hero, honestly. As well as the laning presence, you know, the farm speed. It's a hero that's pretty hard to stop, honestly. Like when you factor in max return, stampede, early Helm of Dom to pull creep waves to himself. Just a very strong hero. Like what's good against Centaur, I think, from Liquid's pool is Witch Doctor, so we could see the same support duo. Maybe this is something
But
that
time-
they don't want to run again, but because I'm trying to think what
အော်
takes
ပတ်တိုင်း
down
တော့
this
ပလေးတိုင်း
6K
ပြီးပြမှာ
HP,
ဘာပွဲ
you know,
အဲ့
like
နောက်နှစ်ပွဲပါတယ်မသိဘူးချက်ရှိုးလာမယ်
Yeah,
ပွဲ
yeah,
ကောင်းရင်
I
တော့
think does the
ချက်
job,
ပြမယ်
but,
ပွဲမကောင်းရင်တော့
what
လည်း
else
ရှော့
is
လိုက်
there in Dota that can stop
I
it?
was thinking, like in the previous game, there was
Who like, well, hold on.
spread on Clays. He wanted to pick up Eye of Scotty as his last item just to reduce that healing. That's also very good. But if you want to be dealing more damage, more percentage-based damage,
အဲ့ဒီ mouse က
this
ပို
item
ကောင်းတယ်
is the
ထင်တယ်
best
နော်
in the game to
Late time
like,
VG
have
တဲ့ဆိုင်
the damage output against 6, 7, 8,000 HP Centaur.
6-7. 100%. It's the best. One of the best damage output against like bags of HP, which
Yeah,
is
maybe.
essentially is all what's
9နိုင်ခွဲဆိုတော့ရပါတယ်ညဘောလုံးပွဲကြည့်ဖို့အတွက် PR လေးပါလေးတော့ဝယ်ပြီးပြန်လာခဲ့
being first phase ban to me this is quite interesting I think it was ignored or am I mistaken with this one
You are not
ပွဲဆို
mistaken
တော့
with
9နိုင်
that
တော့
one.
PR ထွက်ဝင်နိုင်ရ
I
ဒီ
will
ပွဲ
check
ပြီး
sure completely.
ဒီပွဲ
interesting so you know I mean
ဒီပွဲပြီးရင်တော့နိုင်ဘက်လောက်ချိန်ရတယ်အမှဘာညာလုဆက်ရှိရသွားလှုပ်လိုက်မယ်ဘာလို့ဘာပြောတွေပါဆွဲလိုက်မယ်ပြီးရင်ပြတက်လာခဲ့မယ်အားမဟုတ်လေတခါတည်းသွားနေတဲ့ပွဲဆို live stream တော့အဲရမလို့တခါတည်းပြရမယ်
understandable versus they do ban the witch doctor actually this time around so same train of thought here this is like one way to protect the centaur and to also secure
ဒီတိုင်းလည်းလုံးဝဘောလုံးပွဲကြည့်ရုံပဲမိုက်တော့မိုက်တယ်ဒီကောင်လေးသက်ဒီတလူစီက walker ကိုခါလေးလုတ်ပေးထားရတဲ့အဲ့အဲ့ပွဲဘလူးဖြစ်သွားမယ်ဘာရှော့သူအပြည့်ဆော့ခိုင်းလိုက်ဗျအဲ့ဒါဆိုလုံးဝဘာရှော့သူအပြည့်ဆိုရင်2နာရီခွဲတော့ကြာမှာပဲ9နာရီခွဲ2နာရီခွဲဆိုရင်12နာရီခဏတော့လာလိုက်ဟိုလုတ်တီလုတ်ပြီးရင်ဘောလုံးပွဲတန်းကြည့်ရုံပဲဘောလုံးပွဲ1နာရီခွဲ
both of them have basically a healing ability and ability that you can really trade against.
Clock not the worst against Centaur in a sense like Cog is a really cool tool against Stampede it's just really annoying having to stop and hit cogs to get out.
Marana
there it comes the Mirana to be fair though it's Tofu's one of his best heroes I think he's Master T on the hero very famous for it when he was on Gaming Gladiator playing in position 4 now he plays in position 5 luckily for Liquid I think it's a
Mikey King တို့ ISD လာလို့ short ပေးချင်မှာတော့ရမယ်ဒီ Marana နဲ့ကြတော့
banned by Xtreme first phase last game so
တော့
they
တယ်
respect
ရော
his Mirana
ကောင်းတဲ့ဝင်းရင်းကြားတို့ပါအောင်ဆိုရင်တော့မရလောက်ဘူးလားလို့ဒီ Centaur ကြီးကို
it's a good hero then
Ain't
they
so
are
weird.
right and we are wrong
But would you rather not have the hoodwink? They ban out the hoodwink, of course, to make.
I would rather have anything else than Mirana if you
Okay,
ask me.
yeah,
or
I mean,
I would
check,
take a C
Lila.
at this point.
This
Chile
is
don't,
maybe
eh? You look
the
believe it
chance
at all.
that Mirana gets to
Yeah,
prove you
you
wrong.
know, yeah, so roga.
Yes.
I hope so. But I've seen too many games where the hero just does absolutely nothing, and you know we had a little bit of a talk in the green room as well. Like
ဘယ်နဲ့ hero ကြီးကောင်း80ဖြစ်သွားတယ်ဗျာ
the build and
hero ကြီး
he had
အာ
an interesting idea.
တဝဲလုံးနဲ့ Centaur အဲ့ lane ရအရင် strong နေဗျ
Picking up the shard, maybe getting
ချက်
it
ကြီး
from Tormentor and
ချက်
then
ကြီး
start
မရှိ
to
ဘူးเนาะ
scale a little bit, get
ချက်
a
ကြီး
bit
မရှိတဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်မလို့ Centaur ကတော့
maybe
easy ပဲ
later on, 'cause the games are relatively long. Instead of going
Monkey
for
King တို့ဘာလို့လဲတိတ်မလွယ်ဘူးတဝဲ
Seems
လုံးနဲ့
like Tranquil Boots
ကြတော့
taking himself
lane နေ
to
မှာ
Blink Dagger. Sometimes it does feel lackluster, and I love this hero. I feel like the hero might not be the strongest one right now. It's not like, you know, a couple of patches ago when Rubik and Hoodwink.
Willow or
Willow. Yeah, now Mirana is just like nah. It's
I'm like,
straight
what
up
a
no.
flip. You start by saying I hate this hero and then
အခုနောက်ပိုင်းဒူတာဝဲတွေကြည့်ရနည်းနည်း
I love this.
Frog က
hero.
တိတ်မရှိတော့လို့ပဲเนาะ
Especially against these
ပြိတ္တအားပေး
combos
မှု
that
နည်းန
are
ည်း
easily broken. where
ကျော်
you
နေ
need
လာ
to
လို့ပဲ
relatively
ယူလို့မှာတော့
heavily commit, go with the clockwork, with the arrow. Ember Spirit is still available in the pool. I assume that's going to be
ညာတော့အပြင်
scary
အဲ့
for them because it's relatively good. The
ပြိတ္တ
backline
တိတ်
jumper,
မများဘူး
it's a
အဲ့လို
soft
မြင်
counter,
နေရတယ်
Stampede, both the supports really like to play against it.
Ring Master
yeah, it's a good it's
ကဲ
a
မယ်
good game.
နာနာများတဲ့
you see these
ည
support
ပြမဲ့ဥ
duos,
စားတွေပါတယ်เนาะ
Willow
follower
and
တွေကဲလို့ရတယ်
Ringmaster, you
ကောင်း
think
တယ်
of Ember, you think of Earth Spirit,
စိတ်ကတော့
you think of Puck, which
Xtreme ဘက်ကိုတော့နည်းနည်းလေးတော့
in terms of meta, but you know all
အလေး
these evasive
တာနေ
flashy
ခုနကတော့
minions,
liquid hero
always
ကြိုက်တယ်
difficult
ဒါပေမဲ့
by both teams.
Xtreme ပေးချလိုက်တယ်
One issue for Liquid though is that Xtreme have 18 picks, so they could heavily punish it on the
Cool
lane. So they
lane.
have to cover certain angles.
Sure,
of
sure.
Alchemists.
Alchemist Necrophos. They
Oh,
go
that's a strategy. I
Xtreme
guess,
ထင်
coming
တယ်
out.
liquid လက်ကျဟုတ်တယ်ဗျာ
Very interesting. So
Nah.
the Necro, what's pretty
Nah,
cool with
le,
it is that
me
it
ma.
can go mid or
န
it
ည်း
can
နည်းလေး
go
diff
off lane
ပါလို့ဒီ
with
ကောင်
the
တွေခတ်
chopper.
သွား
Like
ဆို
that's
ကြီး
the lane
အ
that
မ်ဘာ
we've
တာ
seen
တိုင်
in
เนาะ
this
ဒီ
round
ကွက်
with
ဒီထက်ပို
great
ပြီးတော့
success.
liquid လုံးလို့ကင်လို့ကောင်းပါ
We've also seen, so this is like a play
Artemis
out of
Necropos
both Falcons and Nigma's book, right?
Yeah.
This could be Necro mid, which will shut down essentially Ember, Earth Spirit, like we've
ပွဲ
seen.
အောင်
these
မ
matchups
ကြိုက်ဘူး
go
လား
really
nothing to
poorly.
say
But not Snapfires and Linas
ကိုက
potentially.
ပိတ်အရင်ကောင်းတယ်ဘလော့ကိုလည်းတိတ်ကြောက်စရာမလိုနောက်က Ring Master တွေပါထောက်ပေးထားတယ်
Very good. Also, Necrophos
Lina.
is the counter to Centaur.
Lina ဆိုအဲ့ Archimate တွေပါလေတဲ့
He just melts
နည်း
you
ဝူ
all
ရှူ
the
က
same
လုတ်လိုက်
speed
လို့ရ
you have.
အားရော
Also, this is
Sunken
a
mid
good
Okay.
option in terms of like getting the initiator.
ဖြစ်ပါမလား
having the
Necro
second
mid ကြီးကို
initiator,
Sunken နဲ့သွား
and
ရင်
also the burst damage against Necrophos, seeing that they have no ways of saving this Necro because supports are really not good at doing so, at least not early on.
Yeah. Very interesting second phase by both teams. I think these are heroes that we really haven't seen that much come out, at least that early in the draft for Liquids. And then Sanking, to me, is the first Sanking I see this tournament. I assume it's a Sanking mid. It's a NTS classic. The matchup against Necro is pretty rough for Sanking, but at the same time, that hero is specialized in drawing lanes. Like, you have the sentry, you just... If you win the sentry
Sam.
battle, you just push out the wave, you play through stacks anyway, just like we've seen with the Shaker last game. So I wouldn't be too worried. for Xtreme if it came down to that matchup. On Liquid side, though, they have this Mirana Alk lane. It's not the best safe lane, I have to say. I think it's pretty weak, especially versus Centaur, which again is a very dominant offlaner, like on the lane, I mean. So we'll have to see how it plays out. I'm just afraid that Liquid space, this game compared to other games, is a little bit slower. Like they have greedy heroes. And again, there's the question of double radiance. Do you just buy it?
I think you just go for it.
You just go for it, right?
Yeah, it's too valuable to pass on. Maybe if you can find like the speed, maybe if you find like an opening for Necro to go for a bit of a different item build.
Yeah.
But then again, you're scaling. Like if you don't go Radiance, you can't farm Ancients. It takes extremely long time, even with the shard. They just don't die to it.
We see the Pango removed as well.
Was it Liquid that banned Sanking game 1?
Let me double check.
Sang game này
The
mấy con này.
phase they banned Sand King and Lina.
Okay, so they knew this Sanking was a menace.
So တတ်ပါမလား
Interesting.
ဒီကမှာလို့ပစ်ထားတယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့
They played it once against poor Rangers and they
ဒီ
won.
ကမှာ
Okay, I miss these games.
သူကလည်းသူ
I see. Well,
စော့နိုင်တယ်
it's pretty
သူပစ်တဲ့
devastating.
hero ပစ်ပေါ့။ကောင်းနေသူများပစ်တိုင်းလိုက်ပစ်လို့ ဖြစ်ပါမလား။ကောင်းနေ damage ကကျန်းတယ်နော်။ဖောင်းမယ်စမ်းကင်းလာမယ်ဖုံအရင်လုံးခွင့်ရလို့တော့ extreme hero ကြီးကြောက်စရာကြီးဗျ
I have one hero. It's Muerta potentially for them if they want.
ကဲ Necro ကအရင်ဖတ်နေတော့မှ Necro မလုပ်ဘူးကျန်တဲ့ကောင်တွေကိုလုပ်မယ်ဆိုရင်အဲ့လိုလုပ်လိုက်လို့လည်းရတယ်ထင်တယ်
Necro could also be okay-ish if they have enough magic damage and then you just kite through BKB and ulti and she dies to Reaper side. But you have Ringmaster box. They also pick Necrophos into Ringmaster, and these are not the heroes that also build into Nullifier. Like maybe one of them can if they disassemble it and get it because you're definitely gonna need it.
I mean, it would be a very good pick, the Muerta. I'm just worried a little bit about the lane because I remember the Falcons game where they actually had exactly this lane, like Necro clock against
ကောင်းမယ်
Muerta
ထင်
one.
တယ်အာခိမစ်အပြာကြောင့်ရရင်အာခိမစ်ကိုလည်းကောင်းတာမယ် Necro ကိုလည်းကောင်းတာမယ်ပြီးရင်အခု
Quite
ချိန်
susceptible. Like essentially, Necro position 3 just pushes the lane really hard into you, so you spend a lot of time on the
extreme
tower.
ချမယ်ဗျာ
Which is
2C ခိုင်းလိုက်တယ်
usually
ရှုပ်တယ်
something
လား
that range
extreme
carries
game 2 win တာ
really dislike.
They just go back for the Clinks instead.
Yeah, looked very strong last game. I don't blame them. Like
စောစီပွဲပြီးသွားရင်ကျွန်တော်
he
တို့ခ
did
ဏ
have the
နားရ
best
တာ
mid
ဟုတ်တ
game
ယ်
in a sense, but besides that,
ဘွဲ
like,
ပွဲရတယ် 2C ပြီးဖို့
the
များတ
early
ယ်
game was very dominant. The late game scaling
game
looked
is
great.
shit.
Also, crazy damage numbers.
ကလစ်မဲ့ပြန်
Just
ထု
a
တ်တယ်
very good hero. Nullifier buyer, as mentioned, also very good versus Necro. You're gonna want that at some point.
အဲ့ဒါ
Are
ကြီး
you
ရတော့
now happy to get the Necro on the offline, or would you
အဲ့ဒါကြီးရသိမကြိုက်
Where are you
ခုန
gonna
ကပွဲက
It's not the easiest matchup versus the Clinks.
ကလင်က
It's
shadow
really
video ဘာလို့မ
fast,
လို့ကြိုက်တာ
but,
ခုကအာခိမစ်ကတကာဆက်မှာ
Yeah, good question.
ပြီးရင်ရုပ်တရက်ဟိုမီရနာတို့ဘာတို့ကမွန်လိုက် share တွေပါညာနေရှောက်သွားမယ်ကောင်
Even though it's not that the puck has pretty abysmal win rate, it could still be very good in this game because there aren't really like sure you have like double initiation, double stun, relatively good follow up. You could potentially get away with it. I just feel they need something to push through these early stages of the game. They need a hero that Clockwork and Morana can
အေး
play
ဟိုပါ
with.
ပဲချိုင်း
Yeah,
နော်
and
ခု
they
န
need to
ပွဲ
be
ကအဲ့လို
contesting
ချတာ
sacks because I see the sinking. I think of sacks, like bunch of sacks on the ancients. They need to be able to go there and
Can
make
it-
space for their Alk really. And I'm just afraid that if they have Necro mid,
အာအဲ့ဒါကိုပြောတာ
Yeah.
they go
ဟို
for
က
the
liquid
darks here. I mean,
liquid
it
က
was
ဟို
very
နေကမှ
fantastic.
ချိုးချိုးသွားပြီဗျာတဲ့
There's a lot of pressure on what happens mid, like with the lane and with the ability for Nisha
Who
to
win?
push the issue.
ဟိုဝင်းနဲ့မရနာလေးပဲกว่าတယ်ကျန်တာနေကမှဟီရိုဟီပဲ
As a Necro,
As a Necro,
that's
yeah.
not
Just by being annoying, it's like just like by being where they don't want you essentially.
Okay.
Like, think of him like he's just pushing the lane, then randomly running into the triangle, you know, forcing them to address his presence there. It's a good pairing with Clock and Mirana, I have to say. Necro brings a lot of damage. He's also frontlining for these heroes. Their lineup is cool. Like both lineups are really cool and solid.
အေး
A little
အေး
bit
စိတ်က
greedy
အေး
and
ကို
slow on
ဖမ်း
Liquid
မှာ
side, which is
ဟန်
not
နာ
what
ချမှာ
we're
ဟို
used
ရှုပ်
from
တယ်
them.
လား
So maybe like a question mark there.
Yeah, I think they wanted to have somebody that builds into pipe in this game. We saw it in the previous game where XXS did pick it up on his Darkseer because most of the damage that they have early on is going to be magical. From Sanking, you're going to be afraid of that. Dark Willow, some Ringmaster spells. So probably going to go that route and just try to out-sustain the damage because if you go in with like a lot of these heroes
ခု
with
န
the
ပွဲက
saving
တောက်လျှောက်
with
ချ
the
ပွဲ
willow and
ဥပါ
everything,
ပွဲ
if you
ဒီ
don't
ပွဲတော့
get
အန်
the
နာ
kill,
လိုက်
I
နော်
feel like Liquid, they can easily reset with the regeneration coming through from Alchemist ulti, couple of heals from Necro, and a pipe from Ace. It could work out really well for Liquid.
It's a good sanking game though. I have to say, like I see this Necro Darkseid lineup and I see the sanking and I feel like that's where
ဝီ
that's
ဖီ
the
မဲ့
X
ကောင်ကြီးအ
factor.
များကြီးပဲ
Like
ကိုဒီဘက်က
if nothing to say has a good game and he gets to his timings,
အ
you
န်နာ
know,
မဲ့အန်နာမဲ့
it's
တစ်
gonna be an
ပြန်လဲ
IM sanking for sure, and he's gonna double down on his
ပြန်လဲ
epicenter.
ပြောင်းနေ
He can just melt all these heroes.
Okay.
Like, at the end of the day,
And
Alk
that
and Necro are not
he's
very
a
high
cool
strength gain heroes. They
doesn't
buy hard
matter.
and whatnot, like Necro could,
အဲ့နဲ့ရှင်းခဲ့
but they are very susceptible to sanking Ags, especially the first,
They
like
do.
the early timing. Like in the mid game, these heroes are going to die to sanking.
We're gonna find out if nothing to say also this game will get a lot of help in the mid lane like he did last game. Let's see how game number 2 will play out and if Team Liquid can keep their tournament dreams alive in game 2 with Cap and SVG.
ကိုဖီ
That's
ချန်
right,
ပစ်
Team
ကြီး
Liquid, they're
ဒါ
gonna
မဲ့လေ
put all their hopes
ခုန
in the
လက်စပင်မို့လို့ဒီကောင်အဲ့လောက်ထိ
bright green hero, just
လွတ်စော်
like
ခွင့်ရတာအခုကဓာတ်စီယာနဲ့ဆိုတော့တီးတဲ့အတိုင်းပဲ
top.
ခု
This
န
one's for you, Avery.
Shadow View ကိုဝင်ထိုးသလိုဝင်
As you know,
ဓာတ်စီယာထိုးရင်
graphics card has been
ပြေးပေါက်
designed
ရှိအောင်ပါ
by
You
Dota.
know that.
So you need some real power
That's been a
to run it
problem.
these days. Man, I hope they do a spring clean update. But otherwise, I will gladly accept this new laptop because I need one. Thank
All right,
you. Thank
fantastic. That's very good, very good. All right, game 2, Liquid
အလေလား
looking for a comeback. Xtreme Gaming looking to just put
Necro
Liquid
Pool
in the ground and out of this
Sanking နဲ့သွားတာ
tournament.
တော့နည်းနည်း
Move
တော့
on to their next
အန်တီရ
opponent.
တော့များတယ်ဗျ
Reminder for everybody, the winner of this series
အဲ့လိုလဲဆိုတော့
has to play up against
Necro
Team
Pool က
Spirit, who looks very good.
စံဒီတိုင်းလောက်ပေးလိုက်ရင်ဒီဆိုင်ကင်းနေရထိုင်ရတာတော်တော်ကြက်သွားမှာ
Yeah, that is a spooky one. I almost feel like if these teams don't show, in Xtreme's case, if they don't show they're good enough and clean enough to be able to 2-0 this, then are they good enough to take on Team Spirit?
I also think if you're Spirit, you like the slower games where you just get to play your style, out team fight people. And that game 1 was sloppy. It was long.
Yeah.
Neither team convincingly won it. I think Spirit's biggest weakness is like the old Gaiman style, the old Liquid style when they were winning TI. Like, we're going to run you over in 30. You don't get to go to that late game. That was not a game where that was convincing at all. So
Yeah, Liquid's are refusing to play that kind of style in this match. I mean, we're seeing Ace just go for the greediest builds possible.
no auras, right?
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing. We're not seeing the Crimsons. We're not seeing the Pipes. We're not seeing the early high ground. I think this is a lineup that could potentially do it on paper. You have Alk, you have Necrophos, you have Sustain, you have an Aura Fire and the Darkseer.
Is Ame dead? Ace didn't get inside the cogs. If he had gotten inside of the cogs and they'd had a setup where they could have double ion shelled Ame for a little bit, he might have died there. But as it stands, he's going to be shoved out of lane. And look at Tofu. He's
He
going
be
to stick
throwing,
around.
hold
And Ame thinks that he has free
ရပြဖို့
passage
ချောင်းနေတာ
back to lane. Oh, wait. Tofu didn't? I thought for sure he was going to arrow him from the high ground, hit a bunch of right clicks on him with the Celestial Quiver, that extra bit of damage he's able to do, but no.
Don't want to let the equilibrium get controlled bottom too much. Mickey not getting early CS with an Alk. This lane could get pushed in pretty quickly, so you have to be wary of that. All eyes on this mid, though. You have a Necrophos against a Sand King. This is a very one-sided matchup. I expect Nisha to absolutely free farm. He should dominate this lane. He's going to be very bad. It's a very strong Necro pick. It's great against the Centaur, great against the Sand King here. Not bad against the Clinks, honestly, because he doesn't want to buy early Nullifier. Liquid really punished this first pick Centaur. We saw the strength of it in game 1, but this is not going to be nearly as easy a game.
အဖွင့်
Good
တေးဖို့တော့
matchups
များ
here
ပါ
that Liquid can abuse.
ရနာ level 2ရောက်သွားပြီ
Nothing to say, struggling already. This is getting a little rough. Oh, that was a nice hit.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, not at all. These
There's
shows
no way you can win this matchup. It's impossible. You're just hoping you get some stacks in the jungle that you can fall back on. And
get the ward, get the ward, get the ward. Okay, you got it. Nothing to say. Can maybe play a bit of lane
Oh,
with
there's another
Sandstorm.
one. Hello,
Meanwhile,
Dora.
they actually do manage to get the kill there, running down FY. Whoa, what was going on there?
trying to die to neutrals. It took a lot of damage from this Mirana. A nice little pickup for Tofu. Abusing that Celestial Quiver. Never underestimate it.
He felt pressured to TP? Was he TPing mid?
I'm not sure where he was TPing.
Maybe they were trying to catch Boxy when he was going for the pull on creeps, which he has done, and will pull the creeps all the way back behind the tower, out of Ame's reach. Get a half pull as well.
Still got the equilibrium bottom, so XXS, he's not going to suffer on this Centaur. Honestly, pretty nice start for him. The little linger top gave him a free wave, and it's kind of all you need in some of these Alec matchups.
Yeah, we've seen the MO for this these Centaur games. It's just literally the 4-position, draws as much tension as possible, tries to give as much experience as possible to Centaur. As Centaur gets Helm of Iron Will, and then boom, you're free. The shackles are gone, and the 4-position can kind of do whatever they want.
Nothing to say, trying to survive through this Necropulse matchup. Doing fairly well early. You can get a couple more waves here, dodge a few more Death Pulses, he might be in the clear.
Yeah, at some point he just goes back to jungle, right?
Yep, 100%. You're looking for the level 3 Sandstorm, you're looking for 1 or 2 stacks,
Xtremeကတော့
and you start going in there.
အင်းသုံးလေးလုံးတော့နည်းနည်းအဆင်ပြေတယ်ပြောရမှာစမ်းကင်းရတယ်အဲ့လောက်တော့မမှုဘူးဗျဒါကြီးမွတ်ထွက်နေမယ်ထင်တာ
See what Liquid can make of this Dark Seer. Now they have it in their hands. Not the same Wombo combo lineup.
No, not at all.
So very different style for Ace to play through here. But you do have a nice combo with the Clockwork in terms of playing faster on the map. You have a nice combination with Alchemist as you get an aura item up and he just runs in with his timing. Can be really
good. နားတော့နားရနော်ဒီရှာအရင်တာမယ်ထင်တာအဲ့လောက်တော့မလွယ်ဘူးလား
Bait a little bit, nothing to say. Would love to get the kill, but 8 magic wand charges. Nisha may look like he is in danger of almost dying, but far from it.
I wonder if there's gank potential on this next.
Yeah.
He's kind of low. I just don't think it's worth going for over just stacking consistently. If it backfires, it'll backfire real hard. At the same time, if you're Liquid, you have to expect to bring supports into this lane for the Reaper kill.
Yeah, I was thinking that...
He can't get it on his own.
Yeah, I was thinking way more for Liquid to rotate into that lane, but instead, the full rotation up the top lane. With the Iron Shells, managed to get 2 heroes inside the cogs. They have Blood Grenade on 2. Arrow to finish off at least Xnova. Maybe Ame dies as well. Surge, Boxy, he wanted to commit for that kill, while Ace was trying to offer him a way out. In the end, Boxy sticks around too long and dies anyway, so support for support trade-off, which is fine for Xtreme, as long as Ame is alive.
Death Pack doing a little bit of work in this lane. You have that Lotus still in your back pocket,
Or
so
do
some
like
HP
that.
for Ame to work with,
Thank
as
you.
the arrow will not connect here. Free farm for Mickey. Creating a lot of space for this Alchemist right now while you're pressuring the Klings. Not a bad MO for Liquid, as you know mid lane's free no matter what. NTS forced into the jungle very early.
Yeah, I kind of expected Liquid to go for this like back laning they were doing with Darkseer, and then move the Clockwork into that mid lane, right? Cut the wave, then he rotates in. He either one stops the Sand King from hitting neutral, so McKay almost dying there from the gank.
I expect Boxy to start scouting the Sand King more. Yeah, they're going to scan him here. He's going to run in with an Obs and a Sentry. So this is where you want to look for him because now you have the Reaper online. And
တာဝါချိုးတော့လာပြီပေါစီရဲ့
you know NTS is going to be
တို
pressured
ဖူး
to
ရဲ့
respond to this in the
ကာတာပုတ်လေးကိုကာကွယ်ဖို့အတွက်
available.
Yeah, there's turnaround potential here.
No, you got to be a little wary.
Tofu feeling like with the glyph being used, he needs to stop this bottom lane push. With the arrow, he kills the siege wagon. And with the leaps, he should be fine. Pretty hard for Centaur Dark Willow to stop him from pulling waves.
This means NTS will get to kill his wave for free, though. That's a pretty big win for Xtreme Gaming. Deal with the catapult timing, you're not getting Reaper here. You even have a chance at the power rune. He'll take it on
Got it on both sides.
နည်းနည်းလေးနည်းနည်းလေး
For Xnova.
Liquid က
Moxie here. He's gonna
ဟို
kill
ကလှုပ်ချင်လို့ဒီကလှုပ်ချင်လို့နဲ့
annoying Clockwork that they all have to play against for the
blocking
second
out.
time in a row.
Blocking out the Ancients.
You got to get vision on some of these stacks. Like, you know they're coming. You definitely want to contest them this game if you can. You have very good heroes to contest it, especially if you can get the Alk in there. Currently has a couple stacks of his own, though. Mickey farming very efficiently. So NTS gets all this uncontested. It's a big win for him in this game.
Yeah, there's not much pressure on mid. Like Xnova is taking the wave with no contest. Liquid just playing again to farm.
It's surprising for me. Maybe I still have this old idea of the team that they want to
yeah.
like play through mid super fast, abuse runes, abuse a winning mid matchup. They haven't really looked for it at all.
I think that Liquid is kind of dead.
Oh, all right.
I think maybe it's the introduction of Tofu Ace. Maybe it's a bit of the patch. They feel like it's not the... You can't play that way anymore, but Boxy, they'll go for kind of a suicide contest here. Onto the Wisdom. Maybe Tofu can still get something out of this. Xnova gets low, but needed 2 more hits probably from the Mirana. Not good enough.
ကိုဖူးမီရန်နိုင်ကြီးကတော်တော်တာယာရယ်နော်
wins here.
Yeah, for sure.
Because they're not supposed to be doing this well in this early game. Like that's my gut read. So the fact that NTS is as farmed as he is, you get to sit on a top with some solo XP. You never gave this Centaur up in the early game. 0 deaths. He's going to have a fast helm. Feels like all your cores are kind of chilling right now.
Amadam almost done for Ace.
Need some more golem camps for this alchemist. That's what we need right
အဲ့
now.
လောက်တော့မနေဘူးဗျဆန်းကင်းရတယ်သူကလည်းသူအဆင်ပြေနေတယ်သလား
They do have incredible
ထင်သားဆို Xtreme ပဲနိုင်သွားမလားမသိ
can
ဘူး
do it with Tofu.
They'll be able to hit a lot this game.
Clockwork can do it with Ion Shell put on him. So if they could just push lanes in all the time, Liquid will kind of outfarm you. Combination of both the Elk and Necro, plus the supports being able to do something. Boxy with his haste rune runs into the skeleton archers. Ame is going to retreat back through the gate here and pressure the alchemist. Here comes that epicenter. The chain stun allows the epicenter to do full point blank damage, and Ame is just here to take the tower.
Nice surprise move from Nothing to Say. They had no read on that at all as the Necro's just been jungling. That's another reason I don't like Liquid giving up this pressure point mid in such a favorable matchup. Like you're giving NTS some freedom to make some plays on the map that the Necropose does have boots travel now. You can respond, but there's no response on a play like that. There's no turnaround potential. Your damage is a little low in this early game with the supports. You need Ion Shell in these plays to take those favorable skirmishes. You know, it's the kind of thing you wish you could like Ion Shell Boxy and TP in somewhere and look for some sort of turnaround. That play happens too fast.
Look at Nisha. Pretty fearless, man.
He should be fearless in this game. He needs to play aggressive. He needs to take space away from Xtreme Gaming and abuse his position.
I mean, this is a pretty insane blow to the economy.
Oh yeah, these are
taking this
double,
big of double stacks.
XG just not protecting this
လိ
at
န်
all.
ကြီးလာကြိတ်သွားပြီစတောက်တယ်
This is what you want to see out of Liquid. Stack contesting, take it away from the Saiyan King.
Ame's also doing kind of the same. He's not taking stacks, but he is trying to take some of Alex's farm, which is a nice idea.
He's taking the golems.
And the Reaper Scythe kill, not quite there.
Is there still a Death line? No.
Yeah, it looks like there is. Oh, okay.
အဲ့ဒါရှော့သွားသေးတယ်ဟာ
I'm like, I didn't see the Death Pulse connect.
Yeah, that was weird.
Centaur pressuring Alchemist.
Give it enough farm, and that matchup does start going the other way.
For sure,
right?
for sure.
Right now, Mickey with no Radiance, he is not a threat.
Really solid levels on Tofu. Where did he get all these levels from? It's almost level 7.
Well, picked up the last hit on 2 different kills, so I don't remember the kills, but maybe he got solo experience for 1 or 2 of them.
Must have eaten one of the shrines here, yeah. Nah, he's a big boy. Let's start farming up.
And Nisha is still taking those camps. They're no longer Lornoff camps, they're now Nisha camps.
Is that the official term for it?
Apparently.
Did Lornoff tell you that?
No.
Oh.
ကဲဝါရီတော့ခဏဆွဲပုံပြဗျာဘိုက်စာလို့
Maybe Lano changed this tournament.
Maybe
Enigma Galaxy is doing very well.
Oh, look at this though. Liquid starting to take some of those top net worth positions is what we expected from the triple uber fast farming lineup. Maybe it's XG who should have been a little worried about contesting stuff here.
Yeah, I mean, well, okay. You couldn't really contest things until, you know, Nothing to Say was actually online. He had a bad lane. Now that you have Blink Dagger, though, it is about time to start amping up the tempo a little bit.
This is still the part of the game where you can kill the Necrophos.
Yeah.
You bring supports behind the Sand King with a Stampede. That window will close pretty quickly in this game if you don't find those 1 or 2 cheeky kills. Kind of same with the Alchemist here.
Yeah.
And again, I would love to see Ace just go ores this game. Get the pipe up. Potentially even a Lotus Orb, and just buff your other 2 cores. Make them invincible in that front line. You're going to cause XG a lot of problems.
It's already kind of looking like, though, this is going to be like a 3-headed Hydra problem for Xtreme Gaming. You have one big playmaker that can kill a hero. It's kind of long cooldown, and it's not guaranteed. You really need some follow-up to it. He wants to use his epicenter somewhere. Is he going to kill the Alk, the Necro, or the Darkseer, who are all shoving lanes, who are all farming very efficiently, who are all working towards, it's only going to get worse when you have double Radiance.
This is one of those games where should you even go with a blink on the sanking? Are those opportunities going to even be there? As he finds an opportunity.
Bouncy. Sure.
We'll bring the supports into the game. Like I think you want blink on sanking at some point in this game.
Oh,
Tried to catch Ame, got
Stampede
him on
don't be
the
like that,
wall,
look
but
at
because of the stampede, the slow does nothing to him. And he's able to run out, and that'll be Ame completing his deso very soon. So if they can get these center pickoffs and Ame's involved with them, they're gonna get a pickoff
free fire me, yeah.
deso here.
Okay.
And Ace returns back to
အမေ
lane
က
there.
ပြီးလိုက်ဖန်လိုက်ပြီးလိုက်ဖန်လိုက်လုပ်နေရ
It felt like one of those games you weren't going to find.
အမှနည်းနည်းလေးနောက်ဝက်လေးရောက်စတော့ကွာတော့ကွာလာပြီဗျ
Pretty nice pickups for NTS that will finish the deso for the Clinks, as you mentioned, and now they're kind of cruising around the map. Now you have some damage to bring these big boys down before some of the tanky items come out. This is going to be a double Radiance lineup. That's a lot of investment in farm. You lose a little overlap in the fight, which means you're going to be susceptible for those 5 or so minutes where you're trying to use those Radiances to get the next set of items. That's when I would want to see XG strike if they're going to strike in this game.
Yeah, that's for me where the Blink Dagger is like, yeah, it's a no-brainer, right? Like, Radiance, high damage, but these heroes are going to be incredibly squishy. One good initiation, they're just gone. So...
Stampede definitely helps as well.
Yeah.
It's going to change the dynamic for the Clinks a lot. I think last game Liquid abused the fact that once you got on top of this Clinks, he was kind of just dead in the water. Like, he got hookshot cogged, some random stun lands. He has a pike, and that was his only disengage. Here, you can stampede him away. He can reset. Ame can then choose to either go back in or maybe dodge some more spells. That's going to be nice for him. I think last game he didn't really have that sort of support. I guess you could have surged him. It's not usually the best get out of jail card, though.
I mean, correct me if I'm not wrong here, but like Liquid haven't used Moonlight Shadow at all, right?
He had it very early too, potentially.
Yeah, that says so much about Liquid's like mindset for this game. Like no aggressive actions whatsoever. Just
plays in there.
Trying to, you know, just win the farm battle. Tofu taking some camps here to win the farm battle. Anything to keep these
Radiant fan နေကောင်အဲ့မှာ
successfully
ခုကြည့်ရမှာပဲဒီ7 minute လောက်ကို liquid ရှောင်ပြီးဆော့နိုင်မလားဘာလို့လဲသူတို့ necro ဖို့ရတယ်ခု radiant ရှာတော့ကျွန်တော်ထင် tower fight တွေလောက်ပဲသလားတင်းတိုက်တာမှာပဲကမယ်ထင်တယ်တက်စီရလဲ fan အောင်ပါအားရောအေးအဲ့လို short ပလိုက်တယ်တဲ့အလင်းမအယောင်ပြပြီးအောက်ကိုဝင်သိပ်သွားတာနော် စန်တော့နဲ့အလင်းမအယောင်ဝင်ပြပြီးတော့အောက်ဝင်သိပ်ပလိုက်တာပေါ်မှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့မိပြီးအောင်အေးတောက်လျှောက် ဟိုဘက် timing မပြည့်သေးဘူးဒီကွက် timing မပြည့်သေးဘူးဒီဘက်ကတော့ရနေပြီတခါနဲ့တဲဆိုနဲ့ပိုက်နဲ့ဒီ7 minute လောက် liquid ကောင်းကောင်းလေးနည်းနည်းရှောင်ဆော့နိုင်မှာဖြစ်မှာတင်တာ
This feels too free for me. Like it's not that you're falling behind, but there's just no pressure on the map. Liquid are conceding the entire first 20 minutes here and just banging out these 3.
စန်တော့လို့ပါဝင်ဖမ်းရတာအရင်မြန်နေဗျ
Going to kick in and scale.
စတန်ဘီနဲ့ခေါ်လာမယ်ဘောလို့ strike ညောင်းထားမယ်လား
Interesting approach. If
မာမကေလောက်တခါလောက်ရမှနောက်ကနေကြားမှညားလို့ပါလိုက်ပြလို့ရ
can quickly turn into suddenly we're taking Roshan because we killed
အဲ့ကောင်းတယ်ဒီဝဲဆော့တာနည်းနည်းပြရမယ့်အချိန်မှာလိုက်ဖိတယ်ဗော
doesn't actually use the burning barrage but still FY is able to run him down thanks to the Stampede, Shadow Realm, and Bedlam. You've got some decent heroes to utilize the Stampede.
Hey, really do.
Sand King likes it a lot to keep close to heroes with Epicenter. Dark Willow sometimes has a problem closing that gap to actually use Bedlam.
Oh, you didn't see him there. Nice little hiding spot from FY. Wait till his TP's back up, and he's out. They're very farmed, by the way, on this Dark Willow. Already has full Distiller, almost an entire Glimmer Cave. He's cruising in this game. I think you can Roche already if you're XG. You have Pipe on Centaur. You have the Clinks damage. You got an Alpha Wolf as well. They might be eyeing it up down here.
They're not, Liquid's not going to contest you, and
yeah, I like this.
Ame has enough damage that it's not going to be too.
This is the downside of just farming if you're on the side of Liquid. You're going to concede some objectives here, maybe earlier than you would like.
Right, the problem may not be this Aegis, it's going to be the second Roshan is really fast. They can use that banner to go high ground, right? That's...
I don't know about that. I don't know if we're seeing that early to high ground, but...
Yeah, it's Xtreme gaming.
Rocket ထုတ်လိုက်တာနည်းနည်းတော့
They're going to stop it because of the
လန့်သွားတယ်မလုပ်ရဲတော့
They feel that Liquid are contesting. However, Liquid are not contesting. They're not contesting.
They're not going to contest. They will get the pick off on Tofu. At least they get something for their efforts, because don't love that slowing down too much, but
Deso charges. I think he's had more charges in this game than he had, going 40 minutes into that other one. Straight back into the Roche. Boxy, he gets found on the side. He has to hook shot out. Okay, that's a green light to finish this one up.
Definitely nothing stopping it now, and they might even kill Boxy. Xnova, well, he's got no daggers to slow down Boxy. Boxy's
getting enough
distance.
Oh,
the Cogs doesn't push back. So now he's going to die underneath the wheel, and the Urn actually got taken away as well.
He's mega poor.
Yeah, Xtreme keep on getting these like little plus ones to everything. Every dark kill, gets a helmet done as well. Getting that courier pick off. It adds up, and it's keeping the net worth very even, despite the fact that it is a Necro Alchemist double Radiance lineup. Again, they should be out farming you on the enemy team, but Xtreme, they're getting enough early kills, enough objectives taken. Put them in a good spot. Now with the Scepter done nice and early, Nisha.
Teleport canceled.
He's going to kill. No, we didn't actually get him the Strongman Potion. It's going to keep him alive a lot longer. And now Xtreme Gaming are going to come and collect the kill. Yet another Deso charge up to 8 for Ame.
Okay, maybe Liquid find something.
Centaur trying to get a kill. And they will get him eventually here. Terrorize almost stops him in time. Boxy interrupts that one. Hook shot in. Cogs pushing back FY into an awkward spot here. Though I think there was enough TPs that they're afraid to keep fighting into Xtreme, understandably so. They just back up the farm. Oh, wait. Ame, he spotted that unstable concoction pop. He knows he's under vision. The creep also spoils it. Not going to lose the Aegis here. Unicycle initiation. Xnova misses the dagger.
Careful. Nice play around the map. At least Liquid get one core kill in this early game. We're losing this Necro. This Necro is super high level, by the way. Because he's purely farming, he was highest level by a couple. Level 15 there, that's a lot of XP swinging XG's way.
He really took that kill for granted. Was it the Shawl? I mean, it had to have been. That was a level 2 Reaper Scythe. Just an extra bit of magic resistance makes the
for both teams in this game.
Yeah.
There's a lot of utility that can go a long way.
That is almost Nisha online. Not with the Glimmer Cape, with the Consecrated Ramp. Similar idea here.
We'll delay his BKB.
It's
bad to just go.
It's a
very good BKB game. You have to think about the
have to content themselves with the darks here. Still got Terrorize pushing back some of these heroes. No immediate response. In fact, Alchemist is even going to call it quits here. Mickey says, that's just more time for me to farm. I don't want to join being done, which it is just finishing up.
You have to fight around your timings as Alch. You can't get dragged to fights you don't want to join or you're not ready to. He's very strong on the map. You got to remember, this is an Alchemist with potential Ion Surge plus Shell plus a Moonlight Shadow initiation. Some extra heal from the Necropose. He's got a lot of buffs behind him to play with right now. He's a tanky boy with that level 2 ultimate.
Liquid with their triple item pickup timing. All 3 of their cores are online for the early game. They're going to make their first real big offensive move to kill Ame. Take away It's a beautiful Cogs locking in 2 different heroes. Ame's about to come back up. 2 on the wheel. And that's away from the Alchemist. What a reset. Now Xtreme still going to be chased down on some of these heroes though. Keeps the Centaur within reach. Constantly slowing him down. Xtreme Gaming, this is going to be a good win. The box saving XXS. They pop the vacuum wall, slowing down these heroes. Now a potion being used by Xnova as well. These heroes are so damn low. Liquid might still be able to finish them up. They run down one. XXS. Xtreme Gaming did a good job. A little bit there. But ultimately, it's just too strong to win the fight.
The irony is, the supports had such a good early game, they both had kill streaks there. So a little bonus gold going Liquid's way. Some of the streak went to Mickey, some went to Ace, and they get that big Centaur kill at the end. A decent gold exchange straight into Tormentor. Very nice sequence for Liquid. Power of the Alch BKB. You're just running at them the whole time, holding this BKB, daring you to commit for the turnaround. And there is no turnaround because you don't have Epicenter there. You used it on that mid kill. It was still on cooldown. We're going to see NT NTS come in on the second half of this fight. He gets a burrow here on the clockwork. He has an amp damage, but with no epicenter, they're just ignoring it. Like, yeah, whatever. You can sit on the side of the fight. We are going to implement the great strategy of walking you.
Back-to-back pickoffs potentially. Oh, the Croaker interrupted things a bit there.
အဲ့ဒါရှုံးမယ်ထင်ပါတယ်
Yeah, that is not great. Ame did
သူ
also
တို့မှအလုံးမရှိတော့ဘူးရန်သူ hero right click ပဲလိုက်ထောက်နေရတယ်
of the Orchid.
Something.
ဟိုကောင်တွေကဟို
Big wins for Liquid here, though.
ချကျင်သိရှိမှကြမယ်မချကျင်ဖမ်းမယ်ဆိုတဲ့အကွက်နဲ့ဆော့
These mid-game timings that are just unstoppable. Too much HP, too much regen. BKBs are super strong. You don't have that super scaling yet. These are the fights that are going to cause Xtreme gaming problems. And we'll see how this Roche lines up because they did it super early. This second one is going to be pretty quick here. And that could be really nice for Liquid in there. They could be like, oh, thank you for accelerating this for us. We'll take a 25-minute banner Aegis.
အားမရတဲ့ Nullifier ထက်
There's potential for some fast pushes in this game.
ထည့်ဖို့က
Yeah, it requires
ကရီတကောင်အနေနဲ့တော့ရန်စောသေးတယ်ဗျ
You got to finish up the BKB on Nisha. Right, the Klink's damage won't be so overwhelming. So if he can get to that BKB,
သူအဲ့လိုလိုက်လုပ်ပေးပုံလေဗျာ drawing ညာဆိုပုံမကောင်းလားလို့ အဲ့တော့တာနေတဲ့ lane
They already have pipe, they already have Greaves. You can potentially get to AC on Alk.
Yeah, you put together the double armor items and
it'll be there at the 30 minutes for sure. You win that Roche, you could have all these auras plus an Aegis plus a banner. And what are XG going to do with that? They have to just throw the Sand King epicenter into that amount of HP.
which I do think
spell not that strong.
It makes the decision.
ဒီဟာတဲ့ fight နော်အင်ကြီးအားပြင်းနေတော့လာ fight ပြီ
Like they actually opted to smoke and
Ame
play here. They moved to
အာဘောက်စီရလဲလာနောက်နေရအောင်နှစ်ဖူးရှိတတဲ့ကောင်လွဲပါတယ်တဲ့
That's true. And this kind of spoils everything here. Farming.
ဘောက်စီမပျော်ရွှင်ဘူးတင်တယ်ဒီနေ့
When there's no objective to fall back on. Little sad about that, but this should get your Necrophos to the BKB.
But it does slow down both Ace and Mid-Gang, getting their two very crucial armor items. I don't know, I just felt like the timing of that smoke was like, I feel like you look at that Roshan timer, you see 2 minutes till it potentially spawns, you say, okay, that's 2 minutes of farm.
It's definitely a little awkward, but you always have Moonlight Shadow to create some extra smokes for you. That helps a little bit.
That is true.
But that was
very high.
Some missed Radiance farming time, that's for sure.
High level Tofu, level 12. Every single time I look at this guy, he is clearing through some sort of camp with Starstorm.
So race to BKBs for Liquid, honestly a race to level 20 for NTS here. I think that's the biggest teamfight upgrade for Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah.
Is that Epicenter talent. Get BKB on him, you're level 20, suddenly maybe this Epicenter can just cut through some of the HP pools here, particularly if you can land some chain stuns. This is not the same ease of execution wombo combo as their lineup in game 1, but it's still there. If you get caught in a 2 or 3 man stun by Centaur Sand King, it's going to get chained by the Dark Will, you can get chained into the Wheel of Wonder. There is a lot of potential chain stun follow-up you have to be careful of in this game.
It's funny, you talked about the difference of play style for both offlaners, right? Because XXS has just completed a heart, but he's not in the same position as Ace's Centaur, because he's matched up against the Necro. So as much HP as you get, it's only half as effective against that Reaper side. So he's not going to be able to just kind of like go in there and be like, oh, go.
အဲ့တော့အားမေပြတော့တိတ်ပြီးတော့ယူဆိုင်ဆရာမလို့ဘူးစမ်းငင်းစစ်တယ်တိတ်ကြောက်ဆရာမလို့ရန် careless ပြမှသာသူတေးမှာ
So you just have to recognize that and not play too greedy, not play for yourself too much. Play through your other course.
Knowing that though,
That's yeah,
is still the right choice. Like, is it a
ရှိပါကခုနကလိုလေဒါ vision တွေပါချက်ဝင်ပြပြီးပြီးတော့ အာခိမင်ကနောက်ကနေ ဝင်းမစာစီကိုခုတ်အကြရင် ဒီခရိုဖိုကစစ် AC ပိုင်းလို့ရဆို
only on the dire side, which is to Xtreme Gaming's favor.
Group up here and smoke. They have BKB on the Sand King, but he couldn't hit that level 20. Probably needed way more ancient stacking or something to get there this early in the game. However, Nisha, he gets his BKB and he is level 20, so a nice talent for himself. Not as impactful, but a little cherry on top.
Tofu playing. Oh, what a backstab! The Mud Golem stops the TP here. He's going to Moonlight Shadow.
Nope, the Mud
He
Golem
ran one direction, Moonlight Shadows, then runs the other direction. Successfully juking out much of Xtreme for now. Nothing to say, just throwing blind burrow strikes.
Spare ကုန်ပြီ spare ကုန်ပြီအဲ့ဒီ Centaur ရင်ဖြုတ်လိုက်မလား
Look at the rest of Liquid. They are squaring
အာမေယူမိပြီမိုက်ဘုံသမား
box. Maybe that can get Ame out of here alongside the Stampede. Force staff over the cliff, and away he goes. Now he's so low.
Look down là.
He has to just go for a desperate TP away, and he does manage to
what the heck?
were used. Extreme
With
only one support loss, honestly, that's a win considering how it started.
That's a huge win. Well, the Reaper was being thrown. That's a dead Clinks 100% because the box was already used. And you somehow got him out of there with the power of the Hurricane Pike Force Staff. I do think there was an opportunity to maybe turn that. I don't know how well it worked out, but that's the type of scenario that Liquid have to be careful in. You're chasing after the BKBs are down. And of course, it all starts with the Mud Golem, the hero that actually needed, but he has no dust, so he can't see anything.
That is true.
You start on this Clinks every time you can.
Yeah.
That is the best target to find.
Who got He
gets barely bailed out here.
Two different fights that Xnova has had some clutch saves, and it's something Liquid are really going to have to start considering.
I think if you have the level 20 talent saying you might turn that.
Yeah.
BKB's down, you go in with all those epicenter pulses, you're going to do some serious work. But that timing was not there. Liquid know it. They're going to play very aggressive. Roche is available in the bottom pit here for another minute and a half before it switches sides. That is something that Xtreme Gaming need to think about right now. Do you want to force the Roche again?
ဒီတစ်ခေါက်လူရှာတော့မပြီးတော့ဘူးဘာလို့လဲဆိုတော့လူရှာခုတ်ရင်ရောတဲ့အတန်ကြားရမယ်
We saw how timid Xtreme Gaming was about it earlier. Trying to make a move on this Necrophos. The team is not coming through the gate or anything.
Just trying to get a BKB or some response out of Liquid. They do get the Moonlight Shadow. Wasn't worth nothing here.
Moonlight Shadow နဲ့ layer ဆန်းကင်းလေးကိုမိမလား
Remnants of this Moonlight Shadow to make it go on mid. Nothing to say. Arrow goes out. They spot him, but he's too far away. He's burrow struck. He's up to the high ground. Dangerous proposition. Even with knowing that Ame isn't here, knowing that he's top lane. Sand King.
I think the Liquid timing's better right now, but it will not be in a few minutes. This Clinks is close to full dataless. So if you give him a pick off here into Roche, this game is going to become a lot more difficult.
Yeah, full dataless combined with level 20 on nothing to say. That is a massive power spike for this team.
They're very close.
တက်စီရတခါရရင်တော့တော်တော်လုံးလူကင်လို့ကောင်းသွားပြီတဲ့လား အာဂိမေဟိုစကေးတူးထူတဲ့ကောင်လေးတဲ့လားဆွဲကပ်ပြီးလိုက်အပြီးသွားပြီ
Run into Tofu, that's very nice.
Is that enough to do Roche here?
Quick pick.
No, it's 15 seconds, so it's going to change sides no matter what.
Yeah, that will almost guarantee Tofu will be back up and able to play the Roshan fight. And that just means a few more seconds for Liquid's cores to farm. Level 20 on the out. BAT upgrade. Lotus Orb, Nisha, once that, I mean, you have to have Dispels against the Bloodthorn. Not that he has it yet, it's just the Orchid for now.
We're going to see just how tanky this Liquid lineup is. They might just run into the Buzzsaw. They clump up into the Sand King spells. They can start on NTS, that sounds pretty nice. It's going to be hard for him to disengage and then reinitiate.
Combo is definitely not the same for Liquid off of the Darkseer as it was in game one. That is for sure. The best play is Vacuum Unstable Concoction, which very much could happen.
It's not the worst stun to throw into it because it tracks the guy.
Yep.
ဝဲနိုင်စီနေဒီဝဲရှုံးရင်တန်းပြုတ်လာတယ်
I wonder if
ပြုတ်
there's
လောက်
a
တယ်ဗျ
right to go like Shivas on this hero. This game
ကောင်းဒီ
for
လိုက
Xtreme
ပက်ကမရှိ
Gaming
တော့
is probably way too minor.
Survivor
of a
same
value point to overlook the armor.
နိုင်တဲ့ကောင်တွေက
Yeah, your whole team appreciates the
ပြော
ACR.
ဟိုအပေါ်ကစောင့်နေတဲ့နေကမာတို့ပါအောင်နဲ့ကျုံး
They
အောင်
really want to pick off into Roshan here.
တို့ကပက်ကမထားတာဟုတ်တယ်
They are not finding
Single
Xtreme
elimination နဲ့ပဲသွားမှာထင်တယ်
even anywhere close to the pit.
ဒီကြောင်ကြည့်ပြီမယ်ဗျ
Left the helmet.
Warpine in the pit. They're going to scout this Roche the second it gets done. Boxing slowly killing with battery.
Yeah, you gotta kill this thing just to force Xtreme Gaming not to play the map as much as they're doing right now.
They're farming a lot.
Oh, nothing to say blinked in there.
ဟုတ်တယ် single bracket တွေပဲအဲဆွဲတယ်ဆွဲနေ
But Ace is there on the other side with a vacuum. BKB has to be used by nothing to say. The Dark Willow, Glimmer Cave does not get off the terrorize. So it's a pickoff, but not a core pickoff.
Going for Ame bottom.
Oh,
Remember, he has no.
မိလားမိလား
He gets
အိုးမိသွားပြီအောင်အေးစိုက်ထည့်ပြီဂျူီ
Yeah. He's gone. Okay, now Liquid have the opening.
လူရှန်ရသွားပြီပေါ့အမေရောတဝဲလို့မရှိတော့ဘူးဆိုတော့
Totally free because again, the epicenter is very spooky.
You have BKBs though. That's the biggest thing. If you have BKBs available, you can man up for these objectives. You're not going to get bursted before you're able to pop that, get the health regen going, and turn that fight around. Without Ame, you don't have the overwhelming physical to burst these targets, so I think this is absolutely the right call. I doubt we'll see XG contest this.
Yeah.
Way too difficult to make anything happen here.
Nothing to say, he's already on the other side of the map. He's going to push in that wave, try and get his Shivas for the fight they're going to have to take against this Aegis. As I imagine, Liquid will start mounting up some pressure on objectives off of this.
Absolutely, try and go high ground here. Your lineup's built for it. Give Aegis to the Necrophos. As the slots available, not too bad. And Banner as well. So high ground, wide open for Liquid. As long as you don't clump into the big AoE, the fight, it doesn't look that difficult. You're just kind of worried about some Klink's Daedalus hits going through.
နောက်ဆုံးတော့မိသွားပြီ
Shot there from Box.
အိုး
Almost followed up, but Xnova does get a bit of distance. Hit by the unstable concoction.
မရပါဘူးမရပါဘူးမင်းအဲ့လိုပြေးလို့မရပါဘူးเนาะ
Twice to finish it off.
ကဲ game ကတော့ Liquid ကို AG score ဘန်နာကိုပေးထားရတယ်ခုနကလို high ground
Even just to like force them back. You
ကမ်းပတ်လေးနဲ့ပဲပြန်လာမလားပဲထပ်ပြီးတော့စောင့်ကြည့်ရမှာတဲ့ခုနကတော့ high ground မှာလေဒါညာကိုနဲ့ညာသွားတာ ဒီတစ်ခေါက်လည်းရှိတော့ရှိတယ် BKB
small extreme gaming. It's their turn to try and dodge fights, rat out the map.
BKB တွေပါတယ်
Off of pickoffs, which is where
Epicenter တွေ
is.
air rise လွတ်လိုက်မယ်သားအဲ့နှစ်ခုကလည်းသူကနေသူတို့စိုးတွေးတယ်
I'm a little worried for Liquid scale if the Sand King gets to
TMD တွေပါ AC သွားလုံမှာဗျာသလား
dash or refresher. I think double epicenter going in this lineup. At that point, you're a little worried about your sustain.
Yeah, do you feel that way because the Ags for Liquid are not amazing? Necro is very good, but I feel like Darkseer
Liquid လူရန်ကွဲနေတယ်
Mirana's going to build it herself anyway. Clockwork Ags, you know.
Ace ကတော့တေးဖို့များနေပြီထင်တယ်
I guess that doesn't help too much.
Like, that's a big component for Alchemist lineups late.
For sure.
Ace does get spotted here, but he's baiting it out. He wants to take this fight. They're already going to make their
အာ AG နဲ့ကောင်းယူတကယ်လုံးလို့လား
Meanwhile, they're going on the Centaur, managed to Abyssal blade him during
ဟိုမှာမင်းအာအများကြီးလားကောင်းနေတယ်အောင်ဟေး
over the side with the arrow on Ame. Yeah, Tofu is killing him solo right now. He's running him down.
တူဖူးစိုးနေတာဟိုမှာအာမီဝမ်းလိုက်မိုက်တာ
And Tofu's going to make the leap away, and Ame is still going to be caught.
တေးပြီးစိုက်ထည့်လိုက်ပြီဝမ်းလိုက်ပြင်းတာဟေး
I mean, Liquid probably win that anyway, but they
ကလေး
get Link's kill
မနာနာအပြာချောင်းနဲ့လိုက်မှာလား
What a sick fight from Tofu. He has the shark too. You look at the death summary for Ame, it's Mirana. Yeah, it's just 2,000 damage from Mirana with 9 quiver hits, 4 Starstorm procs, a max duration arrow. He had his number and punched it.
ဒီလေးတစ်ချက်လွတ်သွားတော့ဝါများနဲ့ထည့်ပြီးဝင်ပြစ်တာ
damage in this fight. But it was a very one-sided fight. Liquid's heroes are so tanky right now.
အမထိသွားနေတယ်များ
Because you're looking to the right side of your screen right here.
Oh, he runs into it off the stampede. He was resetting.
So much damage.
Back in real time, Box is
စက္ကန့်30အားမေမရှိဘူးဒီကတန်းလောက်တော့ပေးရမယ်ထင်တယ်ဗျ
We're making the go.
ပြက်နေတော့နှာခေါင်းသွေးတွေထွက်နေပြီကောင်းအောင်မလားအာ vacuum ပဲဆွဲထားတယ်ဗျဒါပေမဲ့မသေးတော့ပါဘူး VPS မရှိဆိုတော့
It's not an easy kill. Liquid will lose much of their momentum hitting this high ground now.
တက်လို့တော့မရတော့ဘူးဗျပြန်တော့နောက်ဆုတ်လိုက်ရတယ်
Yeah, they have no epicenter, but you have no Reaper.
Yeah.
So just the fight gets really weird as neither team can really kill the big targets on the front line. Got to respect these big ultimates.
Nisha is level 25 at 36 minutes, though. This sustain is out of control. I mean, they have to get him first. Otherwise, these death pulses, it's just too much HP.
ကျွန်တော်25တယ်တယောက်တည်းနော်ကျွန်ထွန်း
Right now.
I think so, too, yeah.
And he's so beastly, so high level, so fast. He already has the heart. You pull him in Ags, it's doing a crap ton of damage. Him just existing in the fight will win you the fight at that point. And your options to all in him are just to throw all of your big AoE ultimates on the Necrophos, which means if he survives and that backfires, you're absolutely screwed in the 5-on-5 engagement.
Yes. At the same time, Liquid don't have any saves, really. They have Glimmer Cape for Boxy, but they have nothing hard save, which may be something they have to consider in the future.
Get a Wind Waker or something.
Yeah, Wind Waker on the supports. I mean, Tofu's gonna have the farm for it. Like, he is.
I think he is gonna go
12,000 net worth. Yeah, he's already built up Yules, so good choice.
Too good in this game. It's gonna force even more Nullifier presence. They only have one potential Nullifier box.
နောက်တော့ဘယ်လိုတက်လာလဲတော့မသိဘူးဗျာသလားတစ်ခွက်ကတအီနဲ့ကိုတက်လာတာနောက်တော့အာခိမေအပြာချောင်းတွေလိုက်ပေးလို့ပဲလားတော့မသိဘူးเนาะ
Insane Conjurer's Catalyst, friends, yes.
Oh yeah, imagine he rolls and he doesn't get it.
Well, he did get it here. He's very happy about that.
ပြာချောင်းကပေးလိုက်ရင်4200နဲ့တွက်တာလား9800နဲ့တွက်တာလားကျွန်တော်သိချင်တာနောက်တော့9800နဲ့တွက်လိုက်မယ်ထင်အဲ့ဒါကြောင့်
Meanwhile,
နောက်တော့ဒီကဖြည်းဖြည်းပြက်သွားတယ်เนาะ
Ooh, his options are terrible. My goodness. I mean, he would want Conjurer's Catalyst, right? But he also would love to have the Pendulum. Right? Anything that keeps him alive is worth its weight in gold.
I think the Rattle Cage, honestly, is a little underrated on these heroes that just tank a huge amount of damage.
Sure, yeah. I mean, he's going to be the focus. It's going to bounce back a lot of damage. He went for the Idol. So, slow resistance is value. Evasion, very good.
I think him being able to gain the evasion against the Clinks, he also has Quicken, so he can go up to like 50% evasion here. Pretty nice.
Wow, that is a lot. Now, Ame already had the idea. He wanted to build MKB. He doesn't want to rely on to be able to get through this, which is fair enough, but
you're not
a long ways away. He's trying to right now. Here comes the smoke of Liquid. Making his way. They're going to crash into XXS, who was a high ground ward. Actually, stopped.
I'm holding it. This is a little one. I'm holding it.
Here comes the epicenter. Take out that team. Boxy kill as well. And look at Mickey went down.
I didn't see epicenter. I don't know why. Mickey short man.
Healing up the Alchemist.
They can't sustain it though.
No, they can't keep this up. With BKBs now being on cooldown, the hit from Nothing to Say, that damage was insane, and it was an arcane room. So the epicenter is going to be back up very soon.
Conjurer's Catalyst. It just starts proccing on everybody there. A nasty amount of damage. If the Alk gets caught in that Wheel of Wonder, that fight is completely over for Liquid. They had to buy the clock. They lost the Darkseer. Yeah, you have these death pulses, but they're not coming out fast enough.
And especially with Ace so far forward. And he is food. And again, no saves are even possible from these supports.
Hey, Mickey's lucky he doesn't get chain stun. That's very close. You're thinking about Reaper and Centaur, but they're still the box. They're still Glimmers. And that was with an Ags pool to the Necrophos. He had it going into that fight. A huge upgrade for Liquid. Not being able to run that over.
It does feel like this is going to be a persistent problem for Liquid. A combination for Xtreme Gaming and Xtreme Gaming
မရနာတို့ကတော့ရှိတယ်ဗျာပြာချောင်းနေပါနေဆို fan 2ကနည်းနည်းလွယ်ကူတယ် over supporter rim master နဲ့တဝဲတို့ကတော့တိတ်တော့တက်လာမှမထင်ဘူးအဲ့တော့ကောင်နည်းနည်း creature နည်းနည်းလေးတိုင်းပတ်တယ် supporter တွေမှာ
Does the Alchemist want to buy the Nullifier? It's like a broken record at this point. Nobody wants
ကတော့ကျွန်တော်ဆော့ဘူးတော့တည်တယ်အဲ့ကောင်အဲ့ဒါလိုအပ်ချက်တိတ်မရှိဘူး1000လောက်ဆိုရင်ဆော့လို့ရတယ်
He can disassemble Radiance here. It's very easy for Mickey to pick it up if he wants it. No one else on the team is likely going to buy it. I guess you could argue Mirana can get it too. Like your options are either Wind Waker or Nullifier. Kind of the strength this hero gives you. Her spells aren't that great, but she can farm a lot. She can buy some. Otherwise, yeah, you just have to deal with this.
ဒီကွင်းနေနဲ့ဟိုခုနဟိုကောင်ဆက်လို့အေဒွန်တွေပါဆက်ပြီးတော့ဝင်ထိုးမှရမယ်နော်
He's not that far from it.
BKB တော့မလွယ်ဘူးလားလို့ပွင့်ပါ
It means whoever you go on first gets boxed, and you have a backup one for the Reaper site.
Yep.
At that point, the fight becomes really difficult to play.
Oh, also just like even just a small little window means that Stampede BKB could go off, and you have not like Nullifier for sure interact anything with that. So it's going to have to be perfect for Liquid, that initiation. The one advantage I feel like Liquid will have is vision, presumably, as that's kind of what the clockwork gives you.
ဒီပွဲသာ game 3သွားရင်တော့ကွက်တီပဲသလား
You should be able to find some nice vision angles.
So it's all about trying to break down Xtreme Gaming. The reason that the last fight went so well for them, they were set up on a high ground war.
For sure. Again, though, I'm just thinking about the scale. Like the double box, the double epicenter with the 25.
Yeah.
It's spooky, man. It's really hard to play these kind of sustain lineups into the ultra late. if you can't hit that mid-game timing. They're going to try and poke the Roshan here, force XG.
အဲ့လိုကြီးတော့မရဘူးတဲ့Necropo ရအောက်မှာနော်
If you have him here on the side of Liquid and just wear through the ultimate.
Xtreme ဘက်ကကြည့်နေတာဒီကောင်တွေက
have his
ဒီကောင်ဆက်လို့ရနေပြီပတဲမှာစန်တော်ပဲစမလားစန်ကေမဲစမလားဒီဘက်မှာအခီမဲစမှန်ပဲ
he has the big buyback here.
စတန်အခီမဲစီမှာပဲရှိတာ
Even if you all in niche
ကော့တူပါတော့စလို့ရတယ်ဆိုမှအဲ့လောက်ကြီးအသေးချာကြီးမဟုတ်ဘူး
scouted here by Boxy. Annoying clockwork as usual. What can you do about it? Absolutely nothing.
Again, every little bit of information, it's an instant decision from both teams to go for a smoke play. Liquid pop theirs off of Boxy, showing some of these heroes. Arrow comes out. Doesn't see anything though.
ကလင်ကိုရင်မြင်ထင်တယ်
Leading the charge.
What can Mickey find? He wants to find the Sand King or the
Sand
Clink Smite. Just find the Sand
Would
King.
be beautiful, but he's already blinked away. Nothing to say. Very quick on that one. Stable concoction, self-explosion, little courier, little Hamadam creep, Boxy.
မရဘူးနော်Boxy အဲ့လိုမလုပ်အောင်နော် Boxy အဲ့လိုမလုပ်အောင်နော်
Xtreme Gaming's gonna smoke now, and they're not spotted by that rocket flare.
They maneuvered this pretty nicely.
Yeah, they really did. They're getting around Liquid.
Moonlight's out.
Liquid presumably have no idea where they are right now. They pushed up to the top of the map.
Oh, and look at this ward.
It's not there.
တရားရီစီရောက်နေဟုတ်နေတာပဲ
There's no gem here.
This could be a beautiful opportunity for them to ramp back into their own jungle.
If they can burst,
အခီမဲကိုရင်မိပြီ
Here comes the stop. They managed to get off the chemical range, but here comes the epicenter blowing them up inside of that epicenter.
ပိုစတာမရှိတာဗျာ
Once again, they'll get the +1 on the Boxy and Liquid. They're gonna have to BKB. Nothing to say. Hoping he
got any shade, baby.
He's not gonna get that. Beautiful movement there from Xtreme. Well, managed to get the vision on him. Anything? No.
နော်ဒီရှိအရင်ဝင်လောက်နိုင်တဲ့ဥစ္စာဒီမိနစ်40ဆိုတဲ့အချိန်တစ်ခုမှာတိတာနေပြီ
That's why we see a lot of teams buy gem.
Yeah.
Like you leave these wards up, you can pay a big price. Sick out maneuver from XG. Like they disengaged super well, got that smoke off just in time. They played around all the vision mechanics from Liquid and still
ဂျမ်မပါလို့ဗျဂျမ်ပန်အဲ့ဒီ OB မရှိရင်ဒီအခီမဲကိုမြင်ရအကြောင်းမရှိ
That's where you wish you had the escape pact, right? There's no bailout. You don't
ဂျမ်
have
ကုံ
to
ရတာမသိ
Oh, look at this. Mana from heaven. They're going to take this Roshan, grab all the items, and then on their way, juice and amp damage.
စန်တော်ကြီးကဟိုလဲဘော်တွေပါတင်သွားလို့ရမယ်ထင်တယ်ဟုတ်တယ်မလားစိုက်ထည့်လိုက်ရင်လဲဘော်ကြီးကောက်ထမ်းသွားပြီးသွားပြီ
damage on top of that.
Yeah, all that's left is him getting his 25, which he is so close to, but won't have just yet.
Did get to the Sand Kings though, and they got refresher shard. So NTS, he's not gonna have to buy out for refresher. He just gets it gifted to him. This is accelerating that timing by a large margin. They're down.
လဲဝဲဆော့လိုက်တဲ့ပုံကြီး
Does not feel like it.
No, they are definitely the ones.
အော်စီရတယ်ဘာရှော့လို့ရှိဘူးစွပြ
I don't know, for the rest of the game, you sound pretty doubtful of Liquid's late game here.
I just think it's going to be hard for them to all in heroes, and that's what their lineup has to do.
Yeah, more tools for Xtreme Gaming in those team fights, for sure.
You already have Ags on this Ringmaster. If they don't find X-Nova, worried about the Alk and Necro committing onto a target, because what happens is you go in with these heroes, you have to make a call, do I pop BKB or do I risk getting chain stun?
How does nobody on Liquid
တချနိုင်အောင်ပဲကြည့်ရမယ်ထပ်ပြေးလာပြန်ပြီ
I mean, like, no gem, really. Like, you gotta make
အဲ့လိုမဟုတ်ဘူးထင်တယ်နော်
Tofu spots the sentry up there high ground. Here comes the wrap, though. They're gonna quickly kill the Dark Willow. Box attempted. Spots X.
အာမင်ညက်နေပြီအာမင်ညက်နေပြီ
The Ringmaster. Here comes that epicenter. Trying to blow up.
ကောင်းတော့ကောင်းသွားပြီဒီပတ်တယ် liquid အတွက်တော်တော်ကောင်းသွားပြီ
That alchemist from before. Man, still managed. X-Nova had the.
အဲ့ Rubia ဆိုင်မရှိတော့ဘူး
Make sure he goes down. Back to that Dark Willow.
Supporter အဲ့လိုပေးပလိုက်တယ်
As a dieback.
FY, that is not a great decision for him. A dieback. Very awkward.
They used a refresher shard too? Yeah, to refresh for an epi that never got thrown out. Nice angles from Liquid. Finding multiple points of attack, that's what worked for them in the game one as well. Just trying to separate this big AoE team fight, and they're able to dodge most of the epi damage.
ပြန်တက်လာတဲ့ဟာဟုတ်ပါမလား
BKBs, exactly
ဖြစ်နိုင်မှာမလား
now you have an opening. Still an epicenter available because of that refresher shard. So you have to be wary with BKBs on cooldown, but you have a banner here.
A big wave that's really going to help Necrophos. Not
ပြတ်တော့ပြတ်တယ်နော်နောက်ဆုံးဖို့ပြင်းတော့ပြတ်တယ်
many creeps.
It's pretty good.
Speed things up a little bit.
You have a gem now too, on Boxy. Pretty nice.
It does mean the siege wagons will stay invulnerable when it comes to hitting the barracks.
ခါတော့ခါနေနေပြီစပူတာပါသေးလို့ထင်တယ်
Yeah, I don't think anybody
Little
wants
eye,
to go
little
up
eye.
that hill.
It meant Liquid could have kept some sort of prolonged siege situation, but they say it's not worth it. Ultimately, the Dark Willow is only so much of the team fight of Xtreme.
I think XG get baited by Tofu a little bit here. He gives a lot of information for Liquid in terms of the vision.
It's very different when like X Nova is one of the first heroes you see if you're Liquid, right?
Yes, you baited in the formation a little bit, which lets you jump this Ringmaster, and he has to double box himself, which is just a disaster for Xtreme Gaming. Those cores are able to connect in the exact point of the fight they want to.
We also saw like it wasn't just a Burrow Strike epicenter initiation at the top of the fight, right? It was on a fight that it was already going on. I think Nisha, for example, had already popped his Ghost Shroud before he got hit by the Burrow, so he dodged a lot of those stingers.
And there comes a little more scale. Another Ags pooled to the Dark Seer this time.
What do you think about that?
They get a punch. It's either him or the Clockwork. I'd say his is the more powerful Ags.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
It's just nice having another stun.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think the illusion's doing a lot here, but just being able to stun somebody and especially chain stun them off a back initiation, it makes the single target back a lot more viable.
My question is, it's not who gets the Ags, but like, is the Ags better than you getting an upgraded Blink? Or, you know,
တေရီကဟုတ်မလို့နဲ့
I think so.
ဥပဒေပဲ50-50ပြန်ဖြစ်သွားပြီဗျသလား
I think it's fine here.
Okay.
He can get Swift Blink into another item off of the boot cell.
တစ်ဖက် item တွေကတော့
I
ကုန်
think
ပြည့်
that's
နေ
a little easier to do when we approach tier 5 neutral items. So maybe you're just kind of waiting for that overall timing as a whole. This game could go ultra late again.
Yeah, if you feel like it's going to go that way, better to give the weight.
ဒီပွဲလဲမိနစ်60ပွဲပဲထင်တယ်နော်နောက်10မိနစ်လောက်ထိတော့ပွဲကပြီးအောင်မှာမဟုတ်ဘူး
Regal's Greed.
လူရှန်ကိုစောင့်အောင်ပါပဲနှစ်ဖက်လုံးကဒီလူရှန်ပြီးရင်တော့
Still need an Ags
ကျောင်း
on
နေ
this
တယ်
cleanse.
မှားတဲ့ဥစ္စာကိုစောင့်အောင်ပါ
Waiting for that army. And we still need that refresher on the Sand King. Remember, he had the shard in the earlier fight, so he still needs to purchase it for himself. So still some big items to pick up for XG.
It's curious. Xtreme Gaming are actually going to go for the fight, not wait for those items that they're so close to. But if they catch Liquid by surprise, they had a nice ward. Again, if another ward killed Liquid, they lost a team fight. Like, there are teams out there buying 20-minute gem.
They have a gem. They have a
Okay,
gem.
okay. Boxy just didn't see it. I got you.
He's had it for a bit here.
Okay.
Dyer's bottom tower.
I love that he's still
Oh, they-
holding on
nah.
to the Quelling Blade, just in case, you know, he wants to chop down a tree and place one of
Ah.
those wards.
Nice reaction there.
ကောင်းပါတယ်ကောင်းပါတယ်
Here's
The
the
tail end
refresh.
of, this was the tail end of the Aegis period for XG.
You're right.
They're trying to get something going with it, but Liquid, they're not going to bite. And they're sitting pretty on that Necrophos net worth. Very intimidating there. He has, of course, that entire difference is in his bank, sitting on 11,000 gold right now. Nisha, what do you want to buy? You got to decide here. Can't bring that gold into a game 3 if there is no game 3.
That's true. Wind Waker. It is funny, like, the Alchemist game, right? Net worth is very skewed. Talk about the late game as well. Like, how far up do you think Liquid has to be in order
I'm
for
bet
this
you
to be
don't know.
an even game?
extreme မှာတော့တစ်ကောင်ပဲရှိတယ်
They are now.
Okay,
I'm not going
Clean at the end, Lisa, do
that
they?
sounds a little too much, but it's probably
if you did say it is right now
12 or
50-50,
yeah,
so
12
you're
or-
right on the money.
I think 15K is like the even mark. Because
Okay.
the thing is, I think a lot of their net worth is not translating to damage impact as directly as XG's can.
Right.
Now, a lot of that's execution dependent, like for sure. You can land some Reapers and stuff, but in theory, some of the counterplays there. Like, how much does this Necro net worth count for if he just gets bursted or chain stun? There's no save for him. There's no Wind Wakers yet. That's my big concern. Wind
Nullifier တွေပါဆက်ပေးထားတယ်နော်စန်တော့က
It gets a lot more dicey for Xtreme Gaming.
Okay.
They already have a Nullifier on the Centaur, though, so they're kind of preemptively thinking about that.
နောက် pro ဖို့တွင်ဖြတ်မယ်ဆိုတာကြီးပဲအဲ့လိုပုံစံပဲဖြစ်
Well, that can come down to tier 5 neutral items too. We get that stitching on the Clinks again. That's a huge damage upgrade. Throw some more books out here. Bigger AoE could be pretty nasty.
What do you build? Like super late Necro?
I think it's always the trouble is
Yeah, like
not that obvious.
Is the Magic Divine ever good on this hero?
No.
It's not.
Maybe Hex, maybe Wind Waker. You can end up in these like mass dispel builds where you have like Manta, Wind Waker, Octarine, and you're just permanently kiting in the fight.
pretty much everything is diminishing returns here on out for Nisha because he already has an Aghanim Scepter. Now he's sold his Lotus in order to complete out a win.
ကဲတူးစီပဲပြတ်မလား liquid ကမ်းပတ်နိုင်မလားပဲ
He is planning to sell it.
ချိန်ရတော့တဖြည်းဖြည်းတော့
Yeah, so that's the kind of thing.
နှစ်60ကိုဒုတိယချိန်ရောက်ဖို့တော့နီးလာပြီ
But you're not gaining it in a vacuum here.
Yeah, exactly.
ဘောလုံးဝဲတစ်ဝဲထက်ပူချနေသေးတယ်ကောင်းလေးရဲ့ပရှော့3ပွဲစဉ်တစ်ခု
Swap
อ่ะ
out your Radiance for something else. Again, it's every item is a trade.
ဘောလုံးဝဲတစ်ပွဲမှာ2နာရီပေါ့ဗျာဒါလား
As you said, the
ဒီကောင်လေးက game 1လဲ
complete effectiveness in a
မိနစ်
vacuum.
80ကျော်လောက်ဆော့သွားတယ် game 2လဲ80ကျော်လောက်ဆော့သွားတယ်
That's just how. That's
ဒီလိုပစ်ပန်းမရှိဘူးဆိုရင်တော့
This item is super broken in the late
နှစ်
game.
ပွဲပေါင်း
It's very hard to counter
35မိနစ်
fire, even though we
အဲ့လောက်ဝင်းကျင်ရတော့ရှိမှာပဲ
Level 25 for the Darks here.
What's he going to take here? Usually take the AoE Surge.
Yeah, most people do.
Seems pretty good with this kind of lineup. You could just Moonlight in a fight, pop that AoE Surge. Helps your initiation a lot.
Yeah, Alchemist is the one who definitely has the biggest room for growth right now compared to the gold he's got. Get that upgraded blink. Still has another item he could swap in.
ရှန်ဆောင်နေပြီဗျနှစ်ဖက်လုံးကတိတ်တော့ချတော့
He can cause the Clinks a lot of issues with Swift Blink Abyssal. You just get on top of Ame and start bashing and chain stunning him. Then you have to make a call if you're boxing him or you're just trying to stampede him out. And of course, Roshan, 30 seconds here.
I find it so interesting that Boxy, like he's a clockwork player, but he doesn't go for the early blink that we've seen Crit do.
He's just trying to survive in this game.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it happened in game 1, happened in game 2. It's just kind of built up survivability. We'll go for a later blink. Currently sitting in the pit, waiting for Roshan to spawn, but that information, is that really going to do anything for you? Are you strong enough to actually do something about it?
Neither team wants to force the Roche straight up. Need the team fight here into that objective.
Oh my god, Nisha's going to get a Helm of the Overlord. I mean, splitting up the map more and more. I don't know if he's thinking like the Golem is particularly valuable. It is a lot of HP this late into the game, but I
think he's just trying to use his gold in any way he can.
Yeah, for sure. An extra way for him to be able to utilize these slots. Mickey is going to buy out another Axe.
XG will have all their buybacks. That's a big deal here.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that Mickey bought out like he did.
Okay.
Now, it's not going to take very long for him to
Lucian
get gold. I'm just saying.
ပေါ်လာပါပြီ
where Roshan's up.
နှစ်တင်းလုံးကတော့ Lucian အတွက်
Out another Ags.
Yeah, that's just.
I thought he was
ရှိ
going
တဲ့ဘိုင်ဘက်တွေပါအကုန်ထုတ်သုံးပြီးတော့ဆိုင်မတော့ရမယ်ဗျ liquid မှာကတော့ Archimate မှာမရှိဘူး
I mean, is this the clock?
Marana မှာမရှိဘူးကျန်တဲ့လူအုံရှိရ Marana ရသွားပြီဗျ I didn't get
back to the Marana, so the refund, so he'll get Octarine. I mean, I can see it though. Tofu is almost level 25.
That is a big time.
That low cooldown Ags, triple arrow stuff, like it's ridiculous.
It really
အဲ့ရနှောက်တော့မှာတိုဖူနှောက်တော့မှာအောက်တင်းကိုနဲ့အဲ့လိုတောက်လျှောက်ပြတဲ့တာဟိုကောင်ထိဒီကောင်ထိနဲ့ဝင်ဖြတ်ခံရမှာ
Early box just because somebody hit a 4-second arrow.
It's really toxic to play against in the late game. And he's close. Arrow Roche, take that.
XXS only got a buyback, but wants to get a BKB. Says now's the time.
This game is so weird. Like nobody wants to go in first because you just feel bad things are gonna happen to you.
Spot XXS. Mickey actually unstable concoction. Thinking an opportunity was going to present itself. More arrow, more storm information. But Chemical Rage is going to go on cooldown pretty soon here.
ကောင်းပါပြီဗကယူင်းလာပါပြီကော်ထဲမှာနှစ်ကောင်စပူတာနှစ်ကောင်ပါလာပြီဘိုင်ဘက်တော့ချက်ချင်းတော့ထုတ်မရမယ်ထင်တယ် F1 လည်းကြောက်ရ F1 ဘိုင်ဘက်မရှိဘူးဗျရှားထဲမှာတေးပြီးတင်တဲ့ Archimate တေးဖို့တော့များတယ်ဗျအဲ့တော့ damage ကိုမခံနိုင်တော့ဘူးဟေးဟိုတေးပါတယ်လို့ဒီကိဘိုင်ဘက်မရှိဘူးကလင်းနဲ့လစ်သွားပြီဟာ
But Nisha got out. He saved his BKB that
Uzi
entire time.
bilang
Did
diwi.
not get bashed there. You have to remember, he can get bashed.
Uzi bilang di.
No, true.
Somehow escapes. They got the Ringmaster first. That's a huge deal. They got double buyback, including that Sand King buyback out of Xtreme Gaming. But will it be their Roshan? That's the question here. No buyback on that Alchemist because he bought out for that Ags. Means you're going to be missing that big. I don't think you can contest this without him. Maybe you go for a steal. You have a lot of vision. You have the Clockwork. You have Darkseer back. You have a Mirana who can leap in. Aeon Disc still available for Tofu.
And then Chong
they're going to go for the steal.
They're going to get a lot of information. Tofu actually jumping inside the pit for a quick Starstorm. Then out. Jetpack still gets the Clockwork some distance in the trees. Hook shots over to the left. Over to Nisha.
Couldn't find his mark. Nothing
to say, could maybe follow that up with a Burrow Strike, but he declines
the
opportunity.
Ame was going to eat some creeps, trying to heal up here. Just got a mana for the roast.
Okay, Bossy.
Jetpack, they're going to get information. Can they make the steal here?
Bossy Steve, Bossy Steve, yeah, Wabi.
They didn't want to go for it. Nothing to say, doesn't drop anything to grab that extra life. Now hook shot away. No, Boxy actually misses the hook shot. So ultimately, the ages for 2 support kills.
It's one of those weird situations where, yeah, how much does the Aegis matter? Yeah, it does matter for the Clinks going high ground, but if you get kills that also let you go high ground, you can argue, like, maybe you're okay with that exchange. Because he doesn't have bot.
ငါနားလေးရှိရင်မစိုးဘူးလားလို့ဘယ်တော့ဖြတ်လို့ရတယ်ဗျာဟိုက်ကောင်းတာနေလေလားအမိုက်ပုံးရှိတယ်ဥမာတတိယအမိုက်ပုံးကြီးနဲ့ဝင်ဖြတ်တဲ့ကောင်ဟောတော့ရောက်တဲ့ရှိတဲ့အတွက်အမိုက်ပုံးသမားကိုတတိထားမိအောင်မဟုတ်ဘူးကဲ10 minute fortification တော့ရှိသေးတယ်3လမ်းမီကတော့ယူမှာမဟုတ်ဘူးသူတို့တခါတည်းအမ်းဖို့လောက်ပဲသူတို့ချောင်းမယ်ထင်တယ်အဲ့ဟောပေးလိုက်ပြီ fortification ပေးလိုက်ပြီ
Necrophos going to come back. He took the Wisdom Shrine, which got him to level
3 ကတော့ပြန်လာလို့ရအောင်ဆိုပြီးတော့မှ
but doesn't matter when the Reaper Scythe aren't necessarily killing the Clinks. Use them on supports most of these.
ခါလေးတော့မအမ်းသေးဘူး
And that one went onto the
ဒီကပဲရင်ယူပါ
didn't do anything.
Backing to stop the initiation on Nisha. They use Nullifier for that one. And Sable Concoction a little bit late.
မိုင်ပုံးနဲ့ထည့်လိုက်ပြီကလင်းတော်တော်နာနေပြီအသိလူစီနောက်ဆုံးမှတော့ရမယ်
keeps them at bay.
That's BKB for the Alk.
They made the epicenter initiation. To say what a hit. Will it be enough? They terrorized. Pops his BKB, but the Alchemist could not stay alive. The supports are almost back up now, but look at what everything that Liquid has expended. They've lost their BKBs. They can go for another push.
They used a lot. Still an epicenter available. They're going to pass Lotuses to NTS. He's going to regen his mana here. Has a full other go. He just chain stunned the hell out of Mickey there.
That was super sick operating there for nothing to say.
And it's that high ground ward. They place the ops. They scout him. That ward does not get killed. Gives you the vision to go for this play. Still a glyph available for Liquid.
Another easy
reset.
lane.
နည်းနည်းတော့ရိတ်တော့ရိတ်မိသွားလောက်ထင်တယ်ဘာမှမရှိဘူး
Think about Megas. Alex still
no
buyback available.
I mean, they could backdoor the tier 2. I'm pretty sure the Clinks has the damage.
Yes, they could. If they recognize it, which they should.
ရမယ်နေပြီဆိုရင်လည်း Xtreme လေးပေးလိုက်ကောင်းလားဝါကီယန်နာတွေပဲရှောက်ပြီးတယ်လစ်ပြီခုတော့ကီယန်နာ
He's an alchemist.
ဟာဝက်
At 60 minutes. He has to have the
အကြောင်းဖတ်တာ
Of course.
အဲ့ဘက်ဟိုများသွားပြီဗျဒီကောင်နေ
He actually
ဘိုင်ဘက်တွေတမျိုးကြီးကြံနေတယ် Xtreme မှာ ဟိုမှာအောင်နေပတ်စံမရှိတာဟဲ့
Wind Waker dodged the stomp. Nullifier placed on the Clockwork, so he's likely to die here for the Bloodthorn.
မိုင်ပုံး
Vacuum counter
အဲ့
initiation.
မိုင်ပုံးဝင်နှောက်နေတာ
Again, it's only really catching the Centaur. Ame is managing to keep his distance.
နောက်တော့ခဏစုံမရမယ်ဗျနောက်လူရှင်တကောင်အတွက်ဆော့လိုက်တာပိုကောင်းမယ်ရန်လောလို့မကောင်းတော့ Xtreme
Scary as these Vax look, they're not doing anything.
No, they're not.
You have too many resets with Stampede plus double box.
It's really just like a momentary stun that stops the follow-up.
If you catch the Clinks, that's kind of the ideal. Like, you're going to suck him into the wall, probably forces him to pop BKB, and then maybe Al can just jump him, trade BKB, stun bash him.
Think so? I mean, Ame is not so threatened by his... I think he just harpooned.
No, to me, well...
Or Hurricane Pikes, right?
Yeah, if he gets out of it. But at least then you're forcing some items out of him.
Sure.
I mean, what else is...
ဖိတ်ပတ်နေတော့ညာတော့မယ်ဒီရှားတော့ဖိတ်ပတ်နေတော့ညာတော့မယ် မိနစ်60တော့ရောက်သွားပြီအဲ့ဒီမဖမ်းဘူးလား
through the base.
အာခိမစ်အာခိမစ်
Again, oh my god.
အာခိမစ်
He's slipping right
ဟာ
past
ကံ
him.
ကောင်းဦးရောင်
They
ကြီး
jump onto the Necrophos instead. Nisha's chain
He
stunned
died.
up for now, but the BKB is going to go off now. The Wind Waker. There's a little bit of trouble for Xtreme Gaming. Can they get a Reaper side kill somewhere in here? Box 1 gets used. Xnova
အဲ
trying to
ဟို
chase
မှာ
away.
ညားထိနေတယ်အာမိုင်မူလာပြန်ပြီ
Oh, what an arrow from Tofu catches him as he makes the
it's a
jump in,
disaster.
and now he's going to be the one to get Reaper's sight.
Tofu
Xnova
yong
got
နေပြီ
chased away. They have to stampede, full retreat now, and Liquid, they need
တိုဖူ
bits
ယုံနေပြီ
of moment.
နိုး
More
ပိုင်
than
ပတ်ကြီး
just
အဲ့
one
ဆန်က
kill.
င်းကြီး
They need multiple. They're going to get FY off of this.
အဖွင့်ဘိုင်ဘတ်တော့ရှိပါတယ်ကိစ္စ
Just
တော့မရှိ
one
ဘူး
extra kill is not the worst. It is a gem laid down. But the fact is, they should know that the Sand King doesn't have buyback. An opportunity for Liquid. Opportunity and danger on the same, or two different sides of the same coin, though. If they go for that high ground push, they might just end the game on themselves if they lose it.
Power of Mirana, you land those arrows, it changes the whole game. That was a devastating arrow for that Sand King to blink into, and now you have the multi-shot. That was before the triple arrow.
Right.
Now it's all not. I believe Nisha slotted in Lincolns for this play, and then Nullifier hit the Lincolns.
Oh, I see it, yeah.
And so he's ghost shrouded here, and you can't hit him. It was a surprise Lincoln slot onto the boots.
That's a crazy
Really
heads-up
hits-
play.
yeah,
That's
that's
the arrow. He
insane.
blinked right into it.
Insanely clutch from the Liquid mid laner here. Look at the regen on this element.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
just stupid. It's just a battle of regen against overwhelming DPS from this Sand King. Man, that Lincoln's just completely caught Xtreme Gaming off guard.
ဒီကြီးကောင်းကုန်နေရပြီ
What happened in that one? Xtreme Gaming have been winning so many fights. But a slip up. And now.
That play could have completely caught Liquid off guard, though. They were not expecting that smoke through the top lane.
Yeah,
it was a good idea.
Initially, it did look like they weren't going to get
အဲလို
anything
MVP
for it.
ဟုတ်ပါဟိုကောင်ကလည်းကန်စုတာဗျညာပြစ်တိုင်းနေရဘလင်းကုန်ပြီပါ
Sure.
ဟိုအဲ့25 arrow တွေကတော့ထိမှာပဲတကောင်မဟုတ်တကောင်ကတော့
Linked into that arrow, presenting the opportunity for Liquid.
I
Now
mean,
Liquid's
what can
going to
you
get a fresh round of items. They're going to change up their item builds a little bit. We're seeing, Nisha is swapping in item after item. Again, diminishing returns on all this because he keeps selling some item to buy some other item. He's back up to 12,000 net worth on himself that is not being used. So 18,000 net worth lead is basically
အေး
nothing.
ပါပါလာပြီပို့ပြီးတော့ကောင်နဲ့ကဲတဲ့
Tier 5 neutrals, though.
ကဲတဲ့ item တွေပိုများနေပြီ
Divine Regalia is the choice for Tofu. Tofu said, I'm going to have to carry this game.
You should be able to keep it, right? Pretty rare he dies unless the game just implodes. Triple
Yeah.
Minotaur Horn to deal with the Sand King damage, I kind of like. They did get the Stygian on Ame. He took lifesteal for it. Pretty interesting.
I can dig it.
My big question will be, is there an upgrade here for NTS? This Conjure's Catalyst is pretty nasty. He could roll a set of items that aren't really that much better.
Yeah, you're 100% right. Right, if it's...
Ah,
do
okay,
you think
about
he
that.
should get the Stygian Desolator as well, if it's presented?
Yes.
And then should he
Yes,
get
that
Divine
is a
ကို
Regalia?
က Nullifier မထည့်ဘူးနော်
You got the Zune. That's also
ထည့်မကောင်းလေ
Hero.
ကိုသုံးအောင်တော့
I feel like there's 3 items that are an upgrade.
စပူလာတွေထည့်ပေးရင်ထည့်ပေးပေါ့ပေါစီထည့်မလား
I think it's
I love
either
it,
keep
man.
the Catalyst or take the
အဲ့ထည့်ပေးပြီထည့်ပေးပြီးမှ ace ထည့်ပေးလိုက်ပြီပြောရင်းဆိုရင်လည်းဟိုကလည်းပါလာပြီမကီးလည်းပါလာပြီ
health chunk on this item now, 35%.
ညနေအမိုက်ပုံးထည့်အောင်တော့တိတ်တော့မခံကျင်တော့ဘူးတလား
I mean,
I feel like that AoE is still very effective because
How's your knock now, my
they
boy?
want to play fights, right?
Yeah, it's
they
big.
want to stay so split, but that AoE
I mean,
increase is so
Nullifier
massive.
ကဲလို့မရတဲ့ item ကြီးစမ်းတော့ထည့်ထားတယ်ဗျာ
it's the right.
Nullifier ထည့်တဲ့ကောင်စမ်းတော့အမှ level ကြီးတင်သွားမယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ခတ်တော့ခတ်ပါတယ်သူကဒီ battery ကအရင်ရှုပ်ထွေးနေတယ်ဆိုတော့
Going into that clockwork.
အဲ့တော့ဓာတ်စီရဝေါ်ရှင်စမ်းတော့အဲ့လောက်ရှောက်ပြီးတော့မြင်ဆန်ဆန်တိတ်သွားလို့မကောင်းဘူး
We got level 30 on the clink.
Stampy
Making sure we haven't
ရှိတဲ့အချိန်
missed
တစ်ခုလောက်ပဲ
any,
သူမြင်ရမှာ
big
ကျန်တဲ့အချိန်ကသူလေးနေမှာ
Don't think so.
or item
ဟောကသူ
changes.
နားကန် slow ဖြစ်တယ်
Pretty much there. Xnova did take the escape act 25 talent, so that is now a strong dispel and flying, which is important in this game for the arrows. That actually does change boxing someone on an arrow.
And Tofu plays so aggressive off this. With the Xeon Disc, assuming he's always going to be able to get back out. They are not letting XXS take this outpost. And at some point, Liquid may jump in, not necessarily on the Centaur.
You
but
don't want to jump that guy. You need
Yes.
to find supports or the clinks.
If Boxy, with his Aghanim Scepter, gives vision of the full area, right? He could spot the ringmaster. They can make
ကဲတစ်ဖက်မှာစပူတာတစ်ကောင်စီပဲပိုင်မမရှိတာပုံပိုင်မက်တွေတော့ပြည့်နေပြီ
escape back to strong dispel.
You have to take it out.
Just too powerful. But how do you get to him with a 4-staff Glimmer Cape, Blink Dagger, Eon Disc, and him sitting way in the back?
It's really difficult. You need surprise angles or some like distraction on the front line while you take the wrap around.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way you just kind of casually go past the Centaur, you know, like you're sitting on one side, you hook shot past him or something
ဒီ
like
လို
that.
ဗျာ
The team has to get it
ဟိုကလေ
up and
hest တော့ပါကျန်းသွားလေဟဲ့ဖြစ်တာဩ
You could go on the center.
hest တော့ပါအ
and
ရင်
vacuum
စ
the fight
စ
behind
ဘယ်လောက်လဲ
him.
မသိဘူးပုံမှန်ထက်အရင်ကျန်းသွားပူနာတာဗောဗျာ
On the centaur as a bait to draw this backline in from Xtreme Gaming. Sometimes that's a tactic that can give you some freedom in the fight. The thing is you have
ကောင်းကန်းရောက်ပြီဆိုတော့မှထစ်ပြ
to worry about the lanes. You lost 2 lanes at barracks. These are constantly pushing in. Someone has to go back.
ကောင်းလို့တွေပဲ
There's
ပွင့်နေတာ
map
မသိခဏ
advantage
နေနော်
for
ချက်
XG right
ရှိုး
now.
လိုက်
And all buybacks are available in this game except the Ringmaster, oddly enough.
Hey, we talked about like Necro can just bots too back into the fight, but if the fight has already been initiated,
It could be rough.
Yeah, it's very likely Xtreme win it. Oh, hero, it lands, and that kind of spoils the smoke play here.
These are so annoying.
เอ๊ะ
Oh, he jumps.
เอ๊ะ
Oh God, nullifier and
Oh.
like that is the one hero that could actually stop you if he hits the stomp and nullifier.
Is that
ပြေးလာပြီပြထိတော့မဲ့အားရောင်တင်းစေကိုမိသွားပြီ
Plus the vacuum.
ဒီကေပြီးတော့ရှိတယ်ဟာ
Didn't actually keep him inside there. He burrow strikes away to the side. The abyssal blade him up. Stampede making a run for it. Necrophos just pushing into these.
ရှားထဲမှာရှုပ်တော့ရှုပ်နေပြီအစန်တော့တောက်လျှောက်ခုတ်တယ်စန်တော့တေးပြီတင်တယ် အာအမိုက်ပုံကဲသွားပြန်ပြီစန်တော့တော့မှောက်သွားပြီအဲမပေါက်သေးဘူးဟာအာမီနာနေပြီအာမီနာနေပြီအေးအဘိစနာနဲ့ပြေးနေရပြီပြေးနေရပြီပြေးနေရပြီအာမီမြားထိပြီတိတ်ရှောပြီအာမီ
coming in, huge heaps of magic damage, bring down Ame.
They got the Sand King out. That's the
Tofu,
only saving
tofu.
grace there for Xtreme Gaming.
Tofu တော်တော်နှောက်နေတာ
From the Necrophos does its job here on the side of Liquid. Exchange for the Centaur buyback as well. Didn't honestly cost Liquid too much to power through this fight. They bring down the Necrophos. It just takes so much time.
ဒီနဲ့
And that was
တူ
with
တူ
the
ဂျိုင်းပါလားတဲ့
finishing this Centaur off.
ကန်လည်းမပါဘူးဆိုတော့
Magic resistance. He popped BKB or Minotaur Horn at the end.
အဲက
And X-Nova, he almost
ဟိုမေးကြည့်လိုက်မယ်ဒီပွဲပြီးတော့မှသူပေါင်းစုပွဲနေအောင်လားမသိအဲကြမှာ
But then he gets hit by an arrow. These arrows are just insanely annoying.
Yeah, Starstorm.
ပြောမတတ်ဘူးဗျခဏနေကူကန်နဲ့လာကျင်လာမှာဆိုတော့အဲ့ဒါကြောင့်
Tofu backs out, then he's going to come back in with another round.
Late game Maranas, it's something else with this talent. Like, it really is. It's incredibly difficult to play against. Maybe this hero's a liability in other stages of the
နှစ်
game.
ပွဲလုံးကတော့အေး high check ပဲကြား
Proving his worth in spades.
Now Liquid's going to take another Roshan.
ကဲဒီတစ်ခါတော့ liquid ကတော့သူရှင်ပြန်ရသွားပြီ
So again, the question is how much do these items actually do for you? The banner
Aegis
is very
power play နဲ့
powerful.
ဘယ်လောက်ထိလုံနိုင်မလဲပဲ show ရမယ်
These heroes could help. In fact, you need the refresher for Mickey.
Aegis for Nisha's nice because he does not have buyback right now. This is a great Aegis carrier. How tanky he is, how difficult he is to bring down.
But at the same time, if that puts you into the enemy base, where I feel like Xtreme Gaming, like this formation setup, we talked about it for game 1, I think it's the same for game 2. You going into the enemy base here is
It's
very
tough.
tough for Liquid.
It's really tough. There's only one epicenter available right now. That helps. But XG are going to get everybody up.
နလန်းတော့
And you got to keep
မပေးတော့ဘူးဗျတလန်းနဲ့ပေးပြီးပဲဟိုဗရေကောင်းကောင်းလေးစိုက်မယ်ထင်တယ်ကောင်းတဲ့နလန်းမယူရဘူးလား
Just cut their losses.
Just the one on the Sand King, which means...
The Centaur, yes.
Oh, yeah, Centaur, sorry. Which means, like, maybe it is worth going for that kill. It kind of worked out for them in that last fight anyway. In a way, it pulled X-Nova forward. I almost wonder if X-Nova just shouldn't... Is it crazy to say he shouldn't try and save
ချန်နယ်
Centaur?
လေးလည်းလူတီးတာဗော
If the
တဲ့
Centaur's buyback, I think that
we
argument's not more
က
valid.
Yes, for sure.
He
Because he put himself really forward. I mean,
Yeah,
he was
it's
throwing
awkward.
real whip in
SB
the
ပါ
fight. He wasn't
က
playing
ဒီကမတက်တာ
necessarily
3ရက်ရှိနေ
the
လို့ပါ
whole lot of box
လာမှာဗော
action there.
easy
There is some comms in these types of situations of like, okay, I'm going to sit on the front line. I have buyback. If they go on me, don't overcommit with the Ringmaster. Maintain your position. We'll play the second half.
ဖြည်းဖြည်းဗောဗျာဖြည်းဖြည်းနဲ့မှန်မှန်လေးကိုဟုတ်တယ်မ
On
လား
the side of X-Nova because you are that
Oh.
important.
subscribe ပါ
You know, getting 4
အေးဟုတ်တယ်ဗျာ subscribe ပါတော့နည်းနည်း
not unrealistic at all.
ရှားပြူ
This
က
fight's been so long, and
န
it's
ည်း
a
နည်း
big
ခက်တယ်
difference
YouTube stream
compared
မို့လို့
to-
ထင်တယ် Facebook ကြတော့
There is a
နည်းနည်း reach ပိုရတယ်ပြောတယ် YouTube ကတော့နည်းနည်း viewer နည်းနည်းရှားရတာခက်တယ်တဲ့ တော်တော်များများလည်းပြောကြတယ်
which he bought double
ဒီလိုပဲလေဗျာ
damage.
အစောပိုင်းဆိုတော့လေ
For MKB,
နည်းနည်းပါးပါးတော့
one for
တီးခံအောင်ခုမှရေတွင်းတူတာပဲခုရေကြီးတောက်ရှင်လို့တော့ဘယ်ရမဟုတ်တယ်မ
Banner's gonna get dropped here. So here comes the siege from Liquid.
လာပါပါနောက်သူတို့ နဲ့
Deathpack can clear out the siege
စီစဉ်လေးတွေလည်းရှိပါတယ်
That's pretty nice.
That is very efficient. The same king, he can still get Abyssal Blade, which, you know, adding in one more guaranteed stun.
He can also get Divine
ဒီ
Rapier.
မှာကိုကပြောချင်တာ
Also get Divine Rapier,
ရှောက်ပြော
and
နေ
he
တော့
can
तू က
also get
သူ့ view ရတယ်
Nullifier,
ရှိတယ်
which
လေ
they
လား
do have
အဲ့
a
လိုမျိုး
slight Nullifier problem. Like,
အဲ့ဒါကြောင့်
having it on the Centaur, it's not easy
နည်းန
for
ည်း
you to
အားနာတာပေါ့ဗျာ
get that Nullifier
ကိုက
on
ခုမှ
at the
သူက
right
၄
time.
၅6ရောက်လောက်နဲ့
Much
ကိုက
easier
ကို
for
ပြောချင်တာ
Sage
ဆိုချင်တာ
to
ပြောတာ
burrow.
သူကသူ့ဘက်မှာလူဘယ်နှယောက်ရှိလဲမသိဘူးလေကိုပြောတာကိုလက်ခံရင်လက်ခံရင်လားလက်မခံရင်လားအဲ့ဒါတွေရှိတယ်အဲ့ဒါကြောင့်
You know, you don't just nullify this guy. He's leaping around. He's already win way. It gets really weird really quickly.
Sure.
I wouldn't mind it
သူ
here.
တို့ကဟဲ့အောင်လာရေးဆိုရင်တော့တွားမှာပေါ့လေအဲ့သူတို့ခေါ်လို့တွားတယ်ဟုတ်တယ်အဲ့ကြရင်သူတို့ view ဟာကိုကျွန်တော်ပြောလို့ရတာ哦
He's
သူတို့
completely six-slotted.
you know,
His Daedal is swift blink.
သူတို့စင်မှာခေါ်လို့ငါလာလာဆိုပြီးတော့ဒီလား
Yeah, shred.
ကိုကလည်းတွားပြီးပြီးရင်ကိုကပြောချင်တာပြောဆိုချင်တာဆိုသူ့လူမကြိုက်ရင်အဆင်မပြေနိုင်ဘူးထင်လို့အဲ့ဒါကြောင့်အား
You
နာ
have full vision of all heroes.
အားရောင်ရေးဘယ်ကြီးကောင်းသွားပြီအဲ့ဆန်တော့ပြတ်မှာလား
He's already forced half himself away. A quick go, but no retreat. Ace got caught in the wheel, so he's gonna have to be
အားတော့မဖြစ်ပါဘူးဗျ
out of here. A
အခု
lot
ပဒေ
more
ရီရဲ့
expended from Liquid than it was Xtreme. Those BKBs.
အဲ့တော့တစ်တင်နေဆိုတော့ဒုတိယကြောပဒေမှပဲတိမယ်ရှင်တယ်နော်ပထမကြောပဒေမှာတော့ဘာမှမဖြစ်ဘူး
Still poking at these tier 3. I mean, just keep throwing the arrows. Maybe eventually an opportunity presents itself.
It's just so hard to go high ground in these games.
အခု60ကျော်တော့သူတို့ကူညီပေးထားလို့အဲ့လောက်ရပါကိုကနဲ့ကိုအဲ့လောက်ရမှာမဟုတ်
Don't want to sit
သူတို့
somebody
နဲ့ဟိုတနေ့ stream နဲ့လာမသိဘူး
Necrophos Aegis. He's
မာမလိမ့်နာ stream နေဆိုပြီးမှ
pointless to
ကြော
even
ညာ
test that.
ကြောညာပြီးကြတယ်
Is now going back on like, okay, now survivability isn't the maybe it's damage. Like maybe I just need to do more damage over time.
Right, the way you-
Overwhelming blink heart.
The way you do damage is you survive.
Right. It isn't
have to-
enough this super late game, right?
It has to be. There's nothing else to pull out.
Yeah, well, he keeps swapping out items, thinking there's going to be some magical build that will guarantee the win.
အဲ့တနေ့ကတော့ဘာမှထပ်ထည့်လို့မရဘူးတပိုင်းဒီပါဝယ်ချင်းဝယ်ကလင်ဘက်ကပဲဝယ်လို့ရမှာတယ်
Gotta start pulling those
ဒီဘက်အချမ်းကတော့တပိုင်းဝယ်မဲ့အမျိုးတော့မရှိဘူးဗျအဲ့တော့ဘာလို့မီရာနာကို
Really, Liquid don't do a whole lot
ဟစ်တာတိုက်ပြန်ချိန်
of right clicking at all, except for the
အဲ့လောက်ပဲလုပ်လို့ရမှာတယ်
who is going to buy
I'll
himself
see.
one very soon.
Did anybody bobble in this game? We have only the one on FY. Took Feverish. Currently at 50% cooldown.
ဒါတိတူစီရ
Or 50% bonus on the cooldown.
ဒက်လက်တော့မပါဘူးဗျတလား
Bedlam attack target. So, dude,
Did
I
it
feel
bomb
like
it in?
everybody goes terrorize impact damage.
မာရိနိုပါလို့ဆိုအဲ့ဗာလေ best to ပြောရရင်ဒက်လက်လာမသိထည့်တယ်ပြာချောင်းနေဆို
I don't know. Maybe he has other
Hey,
plans.
damage got
He's
to
gonna
do
blink
now.
in there and bedlam someone to death.
Yeah, I mean, he
Oh,
went
eat
to
up, wait,
Bedlam.
it's
Maybe it
sure
was the
that,
commitment
yeah,
at the 15. He was like, well, I went to Bedlam damage.
ခုန1-1
Now I
ဖြစ်
have to
သွား
get
တော့
the
တွေး
attack
လိုက်တယ်
targets.
You could technically scale bobble infinitely here.
The
And at some
perma
point-
Bedlam?
At some point, well, you could take the damage amp too.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Bedlam will do 1,000 attack
Yeah,
damage per
that
second
one,
on multiple
man,
times. That sounds pretty hype.
Could be. I mean, it really does seem like this game is in a stalemate.
I mean, XG like the late game.
They're both playing a stalemate where they're both sitting on their side their base. Both teams are AFK
That is
in
a
their
little
base
odd.
right now. Both expecting that the enemy team is going to try and make a move. Like Liquid finally gave up their siege and are probably saying, okay, Xtreme are going to go for a smoke out now.
It's just both teams sitting in the corner of the ring. Like, come on, bro. Come on. Come fight me. No, you come fight me.
Both Liquid and Xtreme Gaming are counter punches, and now no punches are being thrown.
Yeah, you have to wonder what the comms are like right now. Don't worry. Let's bait them in, guys.
Both sitting at 2 lanes of barracks, or sorry, no, Liquid never took that bottom lane of barracks.
The thing is, all the buybacks are available. I think both teams were waiting for that one core that was on cooldown. They're going to come up the exact same time. There's no advantage to be gained here, really.
Yeah, Liquid had the matter map state momentum, but their buyback is more crucial, I would say.
Yeah, for sure.
So they give up that position.
Still racks advantage for XG if they want to just kind of play the map game, look for some power runes, look for next Roshan if they feel like someone can use Aegis well. You can start giving it to supports or something if you really want to.
Hey,
Give it to the Ringmaster. X-Nova needs an Aegis in this game.
He might.
I'm not even kidding. I think it's potentially.
အလန်းရတယ် red လို့ပြုလို့ရတယ်မလွယ်ဘူးသူကကလော့ကြီး ကလော့ကြီးဖြစ်နေတဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်မလို့ red ရလည်းအဲ့လိုမလို့
Fights are so much harder because of this clockwork.
Oh, he's
with the Ags rocket flare, he's spamming the entire map. He's getting vision of you all the time. And there's no way for X Nova to just be able to be out of sight.
ကဲစတော့တွေ့ပြီ
Nice, but Xtreme not really following that up.
ခံနိုင်ပါမလားခံနိုင်ပါမလားအော်ဘယူရန်ကောင်းသွားပြီအဲ့မဲ့ BKB နဲ့ပဲပြန်ထွက်သွားပြီဗျ
And the epicenter from nothing to say kept liquid.
တေးပြီးတဲ့နေ့သူစီ5 second arrow ကြီးခံစားထားရတာ
Now the hook shot land on the central left side. They're going for X Nova and they got him inside the
အာ
Reaper
ကောင်းပါရေး
Now Nisha pushing forward.
တော့ရှော့လိုက်တယ်အာမီရမှာအာမီပြေးသွားပြီ
Pulls him back in with a vacuum on XXS. Tofu still hunting for this kill into FY. Another glimmer cape. He dies.
You have to regroup.
Expended from Xtreme trying to get back to their
ဘယူ
base.
ရန်ကောင်းသွားတာသလား BKB ကိုအဲ့လိုပြေးလိုက်ရတဲ့အတွက်သုံးလိုက်ရတာပဲရန်သူနဲ့ချားတဲ့အတွက်သုံးလိုက်ရတာမဟုတ်ဟောအဲ့ဒါနဲ့လေးသိတာပါ
XG. Liquid still everything available. Waiting for the Reaper only pretty much. But the Darkseer spells are going to come up. The Marauder spells are going to come up. Roche could spawn in the next minute and a half. What a sick vacuum.
Nasty stuff from
that vacuum was so good, even though you had no follow-up, XG are just like, we need to get the hell out. I don't know what's happening.
Panic.
Get me out of this fight. Stampede me to victory. And honestly, the MVPs of this game so far are the arrows.
Yes.
They don't have answers for this multi-shot arrow going through the fight. At some point, somebody gets arrowed, and then it's like, all right, that guy is going to die. And there's almost nothing you can do about it unless a box save comes through, which...
And then Liquid got a...
for that every time.
Right. He's either getting pinged by...
ဒီဆိုင်ရတာတော်တော်လွယ်သွားပြီဗျခုနောက်ဆုံးပတ်တွေကိုကြည့်လိုက်ရအနေထားလမ်းကြီးနေမှာဆိုင်လို့လာတော့မပြောတတ်ဘူး
Just a nasty combination here. Boxy with the cheese.
Sangin ရဲ့
NTS is like, get me out of here.
impact ကလည်းအခုချိန်မှာနည်းနည်းတော့ကျော်နေလာပြီတိတ်မမာတော့ဘူးပေါ့နော်ဟိုမာတယ်ဆိုလို့ဒီစန်တော့တစ်ကောင်လောက်ပဲရှိတယ်အဲ့ကောင်တော့ဟိုဘက်တကယ်အင်းရင်မခံနိုင်တော့ဘူးဘယ်တော့သွားလောက်ပြီဗျာတလားInjury to allow.
The poke game with
Quick camera
Marauder is just you're playing a mini game of sorts where you're just it's some sort of weird bullet hell.
တော့ roller coaster ကြီးဥပတာလိုက်ဒီဘက်တာလိုက်ဟိုဘက်တာလိုက်ဒီဘက်တာလိုက်
positioning not to get hit by the thing that kills you.
It's the super low cooldown on the tri arrow and the super low cooldown on Moonlight Shadow that makes this hero just such a menace.
I mean, FY is building for the Enchanter's Bauble. Because we saw when this happened with Tai Lung, the problem was not the cooldown, it was getting as many Mad Stones as he could.
It's tough to farm them up, yeah.
Which is where Hand of Midas helps you.
I don't know, get an Ags? Does it even do anything? Like, what even does anything to change the fight? More Wind Wakers, more Hexes? I guess you can get to a point where your spells have 0 cooldown, and you can just Gatling gun brambles on someone.
Chain terrorize people?
I don't know.
You get one terrorize, you blink after, then terrorize again.
The future is an interesting place.
It could be, but...
sit down, you know.
Liquid are going to claim another Roshan again.
Sorry, I fight.
Ad nauseum about how these items
fight down. Are you kind of
changing?
Just dropping Helmet to Overload on the ground so you can pick stuff up.
Yeah.
Now, is Mickey gonna take his helm? Okay. Was that his helm? I don't even know whose helm that is.
Here comes the rocket flares, getting information.
Oh, no, Nisha wants his helm back. Okay, but he still has the golem creep here.
Yeah, big golem. That's 19 HP, 19% HP bonus. That.
Hell yeah.
Pretty significant.
They have all Ag and Scepter upgrades, all Shard upgrades, everything eaten. Moon Shard on the Alchemist.
All right, if Ace hits the right kind of vacuum, Mickey could make the coolest play. Fallen Sky Unstable Concoction combo.
Oh yeah, that sounds...
ကဲနောက်ဆုံးပတ်တယ်ပဲဖြုတ်သွားမလားပဲကြည့်ရမယ်ဖြစ်ဖို့တော့များနေပါပြီเนาะစံကစ်တီဝိုင်းပြီးသွားပြီတဲ့ damage က clean စီမှာပဲရှိတယ်
just being whittled away. 43 damage a hit from range creeps. You think there should be some sort of like ultra item coming out of Roshan? Roshan like number 7 or 8 gives you... I don't even know what.
I don't want to reward that.
I don't know if you want to go in any deeper than you already are, Nisha. They make their jump
back. Oh, combo ပြန်မိသွားတယ်ဟဲ့အောင်အေးအဲ့ဒါပြောတာသလား
So fast.
He died instantly. Okay.
ခုနကောင်ကြီးအဲ့လိုတည်သွားတာ
That was
What
very
the heck?
convincing.
ရဲမြန်နေနော်
You just got.
Ah, give me a stand it.
I don't even know what that is. I feel like that's a bug death summary or something. Well, that's 2 buybacks down. Only 1 available for Xtreme.
တဝဲလိုပဲရှိတော့တယ်ဒီလေကိန်းမှာ
Liquid are grinding out the win.
တဝဲလိုပိုင်ဘက်တစ်ကောင်နေနေရတော့ယူရတော့ပါတပိုင်း
Divine on it, disassemble, but you could still stop it getting there.
Yeah.
You have enough leaves.
Tofu's on the ride. He's gonna find it. Clinks does manage to get off. Good micro there. Got up the shield. Now it's off the map.
ဒီဘဘောဖြတ်ပြေးသွားတယ်
There's
လို့
a little area next to the base where it comes off of that high ground area. Look at it. They're trying to find it with the rocket flares and a ranged hit.
So this is
Dwayne.
Oh my god, it's spotted.
You can't go. Once it's
တ
off
ပိုင်း
the
ရှာ
side,
ဘူးတော့လုံးနေတယ်
I don't think it's anything.
But yeah,
Maybe like sniper or something. It
Yeah.
goes over the abyss.
Oh, it does.
ဒီကမှာဝင်းနေစိတ်ပူနေနေကမှာတဝဲစော်ပြီးပြန်မှာ
Hey, it doesn't really change anything if Ame gets caught in another insane
course not.
vacuum unstable concoction.
နေကမှာဘဲကကောင်နေနဲ့
Xnova has
စော်ရမလဲမ
played
သိ
this
အဲ
game
နောက်မနေ့ပြန်မှကြည့်ရမယ်
extremely well. I think that was the only time where you
မ
could
နေ့ပြန်မဟုတ်ပါဘူး
say
ဒီကောင်နဲ့
hold down.
ပလီအော့ဆိုတော့မနေ့ပြန်
Because I
ဒီ
think
stage
he
ကြီးပြီးမှလားမ
lost
သိ
the centaur who was nullified and he didn't get a box off on Ame at all.
မနေ့ပြန်နောက်၄ပွဲလား
Got anything.
တည်ရှိသေးတယ်အဲ့ဒါပြီးမှ
The damage was
သူစော်ရမယ့်ရက်လာ
smoke fight with no buys available.
15ရက်နေချင်တယ်
Trying to get some
ခုပနေရက်နေ
sort of positioning. The Necrophos. He
14
pops
ရက်
right
နေ
to the base.
15ရက်နေ16ရက်နေလာမကြဘူး
Shivas getting a lot of information, but they may not know. Nothing to say.
Ciao,
So look at
Sako,
this
say
epicenter
shit.
initiation. Terrorize went out. Nothing to follow it.
How do you kill anybody in this game anymore as XG? I just don't see it.
There's that jump with the nullifier. A little pick
ဘာပဲရှိတဲ့ကောင်ကိုပိတ်ပြီးပဲစော့လိုက်တယ်ပေါ့နော်
hit ace with the nullifier, but he still got off the beat.
လက်စီကပြန်တော့ပြီးလို့ရပါဘူးမကြီးရှော့ဖို့များသွားပြီအဲ
The Wind Waker saves him. Ame's trying to set up the with the burning barrage. They didn't get him. I thought the burning barrage would get the kill surely, but it doesn't. And now
ကဲပိုင်းမှာ9ကောင်လုံးတော့မရှိတော့ဘူး
he's
Xtreme
healing up. He's got the block of cheese.
ကိုတက်ကိုအရင်တန်ဖိုးထားပြီးစော့မှာပဲရတော့မယ်
Rage in 13 seconds, and all the meanwhile, Nisha is on the front line.
ပြီးလိုက်တာကောင်းမှထင်တယ်နော်
Hitting
အော်
the
မီကမ
barracks,
ထူးတော့
50 damage a
ချ
shot.
မှာလား
You got to do something here. If you're Xtreme Gaming, last epicenter.
Got a nullifier onto Nisha. He doesn't really care and waits it out.
အော်ဒါနဲ့လှုပ်ရှားနေတော်တော်များနေပြီ epicenter ဝင်လာပြီဒီခေါက်တော့ မကေးတေဖို့တော့များသွားပြီ
Again, and this
Okay,
time
fine, bet.
they'll do it. No escape from the epicenter this time around. Necrophos does manage to get the blank away. Xnova couldn't quite get it.
Oh,
The arrow comes through the star
Sanguine
storm.
on Mawabi.
Sets up buyback. And without that team fight, Xtreme Gaming are gonna have to do it off their
Yeah, get it, no?
Waker cannot save Nisha here. Does have a buyback though.
Will he
ထုတ်
come
လိုက်
in?
တော့လေ
Or Liquid just going to back off.
Is Megas worth it to buy back here? Are you willing to push the throw?
The Marana right clicks.
Arrow trying to vacuum him back into one of these
Oh.
arrows.
Bought the
Unstable
Necrophos.
concoction got the nullifier on him. There goes the box though.
အာခိမေအာခိမေအာခိမေ
Xnova got
တော်
pushed
သေး
in somehow. Who did that?
He went
Who
in.
was that?
No, I think he just went in.
Xnova, you insane madman. He
They don't
almost
make-
kills
I mean,
himself by
yeah,
doing
well.
that. There's no way he intended that, right? It is a blade on the Centaur. The Centaur is no longer the tanky hero that he once was. He managed to get the
Baby,
vacuum back
Centaur
on
တင်တော့
Xnova.
ပြီးသွားပြီဗျ
Xnova's making a run for it. He doesn't have box charges anymore. That's going to be Megas.
အဲမိကေဘာလို့ဒါအဲ့လိုလုပ်လို့မရဘူးထင်တယ်နော်
Buyback used on nothing to say. 2 minutes on the Centaur. A 4 versus 5.
He has no epi.
Extreme Gaming.
အာ
Make the hold. That is a 4
The
versus 4 now. And arrow lands on Ame. Liquid. Do not jump back in for it. Maybe they still will. McKay, he thinks it's an opportunity. Unstable concoction got the BKB out of Clinks.
လူရှန်နဲ့
BKB
ပြန်ဆောက်မယ်ထင်ပါ
for 90 seconds. That is still a window to be
အော်
utilized.
ညာလာထိနေသေးတယ်ရေးတယ်
The team is retreating.
The tier 4s are gone. The throne is now exposed with no glyph on Xtreme. They don't have the best building hitters.
Is Liquid going to wait for the Darkseer to be up here? Still block a cheese running. If you get BKBs, can you all in throne? It might be close. There is that Abyssal and the Chain Stun from the Sand King.
He's just trying to build a new item, man. He's trying to get a 10th item. Maybe the double hearts can combine or something. He's I don't know what this is.
Such a point as too much gold? I feel like we are at that point if it
လူ
exists.
ဖိုင်ယာဆက်ပေးရတယ်ဗျတချို့
I will say
ရင်းလေကင်းရောက်သွားတလားမဆက်ချင်ပေမဲ့လည်းဆက်ပေးရတယ်ဥရဲ့ကလင်လေးပြစ်လို့ရအောင်ဆိုပြီးတော့
I don't know if he foresaw this scenario, but FY God, he knows about defending the throw.
It's another round of Madstones to be gotten too.
Look at how farm this Mirana is, dude. Hell yeah. This is the bottom of every bottom player's dreams. Level 30, Divine Regalia.
Yeah, but Moonlight Shadow is almost up every single fight.
Dire's ancient is under.
When was the last time he even died in this game? I can't even remember.
It's been a minute. It's been a while.
I think if XG could start the fight with anybody dead in this game, it might be the bottom. Just take the arrows out of the fight, and we'll deal with the rest. But it's impossible. You'll never find Tofu in this game.
No, there's no reason to ever be in danger when the arrows are, in a way, your win condition. They set it up so much. That and the vacuum unstable concoction. Those are the two ways that Liquid...
You can also back them into the arrow. It's pretty much guaranteed.
Yeah, that is what's...
really annoying. And then you're forcing the Ringmaster to sacrifice his positioning.
မလို့တော့ကြိုက်ဆိုတော့ပြန်လေတန်ပါတယ်မဟုတ်လေ
I don't know how much that counts for this late into the game, but it is there.
အဲ့လိုတော့ဘယ်ဟုတ်မလဲ
Dota Plus still says it's a 93-7 game. Heavily favoring Liquid, I guess, off of the Mega Creeps.
For sure.
But
they are pretty advantaged here.
You do see that Xtreme Gaming don't have the best heroes declared out, as you said. It's like Bedlam is actually helping them quite a bit, but between the creeps always pushing in.
ဒီကောင်းလေး game 3 သွားရင်တော့ဗျာ game 3 လောက်ပဲပြပြီးတော့
There is no move
အထုတ်သိမ်းရတော့မယ်
to make. Nope. They can't ever
ဒီ
catch
တော့
you unawares. I think that's where that
အိမ်
smoke
မရ
to
မယ်
the
ထင်တယ်
top part of
တော်
the
တော်
map
ပြိုင်းနေ
where
နေ
it
လေရ
came
တယ်
from, 'cause there was just like
ထူထောင်းခံပြီးတော့မနာရဘူး
trying to find
ပြင်သွားလိုက်တာ
way to get an opening.
They need some crazy creative angle to ever do that, and I think they're just going to resolve themselves to defending the throne. Their glyph is coming up in another minute here. They will have the Clinks buy and the Centaur buy. Liquid are losing a bit of this window. However, if they never want to try and all in it without Necrophos buyback, then it's irrelevant.
Yeah, it's like you could win the game right now, but
a Divine Rapier Mirana, a Magic Rapier.
Yeah, I mean, buy all of those. Hold your Octarine, your Aeon Disc, and then buy 4 Divine Rapiers.
ဘက်ကအားမရတော့အဘက်ပြန်လဲလာပြီဆိုတော့နခရိုပူလောက်တီဝိုင်းကောင်းလေးနည်းလေး
or whatever nonsense
ပြန်တက်လာမှထင်နော်ညောင်းလေးချက်ရောင်ကြီးလေး
The wave instantly dies every single time.
This is pretty beastly right here.
And okay, how far out? Okay, never mind. Sorry, I thought every banner. Maybe they should do this. Every banner.
Aussie Sandy သိန်းတာအများကြီးပဲ
1200. So they'll have yet another banner to put
I don't believe
into
it, huh?
gaming space to start the assault.
Very good. Very good here. They're also just deciding what neutral creeps they want with these DOMs. I don't know if there's anything that breaks this game. Time Warp War is good.
ဟိုဗတဲ့ဆိုင်မထောင်လို့လားမသိ
Stormcrafter, which still has the night vision, as far as I'm aware.
Xtreme Gamer, reminder of what was set up here. This is the survival phase. Whoever loses this series is out of EWC. The winner has the pleasure of going up against Team Spirit to try and make it to playoffs. Xtreme Gaming, if they make the comeback, will get the 2-0. And what a comeback it would be. From Knoxville, he says, if Xtreme Gaming managed to win this, this will be at least the second biggest net worth comeback of all time. And you know who made the biggest comeback of all time, Avery? Team Liquid.
Damn, when was that?
Team Liquid against ITB at the TI-10 Western European qualifiers. Into the breach.
Well, they're always involved in these games. That seems their fate.
Indeed, indeed.
Double Divine for Ame. That is worth mentioning here. He will have his buyback available, but if he goes down, that's just such a big damage loss. Another block of cheese is available for Liquid. They still have Aegis for
ဘိုင်းနဲ့ချောင်းနဲ့ကလင်းရပြစ်တဲ့တဲ့
They put a Harpy Stormcrafter on the cliff bottom as a permanent ward. So he's just surveying the domain.
I like it. I like it. As if they didn't already know Xtreme's every
what does that vision even do?
Like, do you even need any extra vision mechanics? But Liquid is
အာခီမစ်ထဲမှာထည့်ထားတဲ့အဲ့ cheese တုံးကဒါပေမဲ့ဘယ်လောက်ကာကွယ်လဲမသိနော် cheese နဲ့ lotus တွေနဲ့ပေါင်းထားတယ်
You have to do when you have a lineup that simply does not scale with divine rapiers.
Okay, they're sending Tofu in.
Here comes the arrows.
Hey.
XXS does manage to dodge it. Banner's out there holding the creeps. Here comes the Yule set up onto that arrow. Didn't throw out the arrow, threw out the simple concoction. BKB commitment. There's the box. It's
အာရောင်ကြီးအပိစနာအရင်ကောင်းသွားပြီ
it was beautiful. They got the Marana. Yeah, that's right. The
ဒီပိုင်း
Marana.
ကြသွားပြီ
That's huge. Flew too close to the
ကောက်
sun.
တော့မကောက်ဘူးရောင်ကြီးဒီပိုင်းကြသွားလဲ
And the divine rapier, which nobody
He's
has
in
the
the van.
slots to pick it up. Finally, XXS says, "Okay, I got it."
Does he even want that? What does that even do for him?
No, I think it's purely just to take it away.
Yeah, but you could have given it to somebody.
I don't think anybody
Nobody wants it, I guess.
Nobody wants to be in the position to pick that up, right? The risk is too high to go there to grab it. And nothing to say. I mean, he's
What a
had
connection.
so many sick initiations throughout this game.
And gets that nullifier connection on the Marana too.
Yeah.
I think he would take Divine on Sand King, but he needs nullifier too badly in this game. Having extra damage doesn't do anything if you can't connect it here.
A 92-minute game on our hands.
God
The
dang.
network getting clawed back a little bit. We still have some heroes without level 30. FY
Think
is
we got-
being spotted by the rocket flares. He's both trying to get his level 30 and his
အေးကြီးစီရလည်းမတက်ဘူးဆိုတော့ဘယ်လိုမျိုးမှတက်မှာလဲလို့
mad stones.
စိတ်ညစ်တယ်
I mean, these spells are getting pretty low cooldown. I'm not gonna lie. It's
30-second terrorize,
Ugh.
30-second cooldown terrorize.
I'm
လောက်ပါတော့
8-second Bramble.
Next round, will he have permanent Shadow Realm? He's at 6.5 duration for a 7.7-second
I think he will have it next. Yeah.
So
တော်တော်ဤလာရောပထမပွဲရမှာ
Or something.
you
နည်း
have
ချ
to
သေးတယ်
say we stun.
ကိုကိုမိုးလေးဆိုတော့ကြည့်ရလာအခုဝဲရ
They do have plenty of them.
တကောင်ကြလိုက်နောက်ဆုတ်သွားလိုက်တကောင်ကြလိုက်နောက်ဆုတ်သွားလိုက်
He
အဲ့
has
လို
the
မျိုး
Undisk, and you can't nullify him while he's in the Shadow Realm. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, man. Sure.
Do you know?
You keep
do you know
theory
anything
crafting.
that's going on?
You
Well,
keep
there-
theory
there's
crafting how to
nothing left
kill a
to theory
Dark
craft.
Willow. As if that has any relevance on this late game. Like, has FY done anything in the last 30 minutes? Not the fault of like his hero spells are not that relevant here.
Okay, well, you say that now, but in another 30 minutes,
ကဲပြန်လာပြီ
Dark Willow will be the problem.
All right, they're scouting.
ညာထီတော့မဲတော်သေးတယ်ဟေး
Yeah, look at all the damage he's taking. Just
Hi.
He's almost setting up the box. He's trying to get back down. He's dead. That's going to be a buyback. He was in the
ဒီပိုင်းကြီးပြန်ကောက်ပန်းရမယ်ဒီပိုင်းကြီးပြန်ကောက်ပန်းရမယ်ဒီပိုင်းကြီးပြန်ကောက်ပန်းရမယ်
Pick him up.
He's got to pick him back up. The
Hello.
glove hasn't been used yet.
Hi.
Look at all the damage. They have to use the glove now. Here comes the
အသေးဖို့တော့များပါကြီးအဲ့လောက်ဆိုရင်တော့
The Alchemist. Alchemist's almost dead. Another Pistol Blade. Where's the rest of his team? And it's just nothing to say. Did all the damage. While
အဲ့ဘက်လုံးမလား
got
မကြီး
caught in Xtreme Gaming's trap.
ကောင်းတယ်ဟေးအပီစနာကိုကောက်ထိန်းပြီးလိုက်တာ
Here it comes.
throw 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 throw
Smashers, more damage. They got it. Liquid. 93-minute victory. And we're going to a game 3.
တော်သေးတာပွဲလေးကပြီးသွားသေးတယ်
We always end up in these series with Liquid where it just becomes some complete late game shit fest. But time and time again, they go the distance and man, they are a
တကယ်အတန်ဆုံးကပွဲလာကြည့်တဲ့ကောင်တွေအတန်ဆုံးဗျဒီကောင်တွေအကြာကြီးကြည့်ရတယ်
Xtreme to the max.
ဟုတ်လားဒီနေ့လက်မှတ်ဝယ်တဲ့ကောင်တွေကတော့တော်တော်တန်သွားပြီ
Heroes that are supposed to be such
မိနစ်
late game
60ကျော်တစ်ပွဲမိနစ်90ကျော်တစ်ပွဲ
nothing.
Yep.
And the heroes that are like complete trash become the hero, like the true
No?
heroes.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, this Piranha.
အောင်းလေးပွဲတွေကတော့တိတ်မတန်တော့ဘူး
Work rocket flares, like you can't deal with the rocket flares. Ahmed, this last fight, he's just dying to 800 damage star storms, nuking him down. Your
နဲ
Necropulse
မရ
is
ဘူး
getting chains done and obliterated. Your Ops barely all in the throne. It's always the supporting cast that gets the job done in the end. And
ဟိုဘက် VV ပွဲလေးချက်သွားရှိုးလိုက်အောင်
And then, so you get that salvo off onto the
ဟိုဤဒါကြိတ်သွား
miss
ကြီး
out
ဗျ
on this chance to kill off Eki and Ike instead. Your saves would escape back, and you just don't have any play. I think the target prioritization from VP, well, look, it's hard to find a backline when your only hard initiation is the Earth Spirit or the Fiend's Gate. But you really just have no other play. You've got to kill off something that you can actually kill.
ကဲ VP ကတော့
Now they have to play against
လက်ရ
us.
ပြီ
They sure do.
ခုနပွဲဘယ်လို
For Ruinators.
ရှုံးသွားလဲမသိဘူး
VP, what are you meant to do now? Well, the question is not, or rather, answer is not much. Roar is out. Arbet has been caught. Arbit, he'll get to the fountain. Saberlight cannot do the same. Saberlight is down.
No buyback still.
No buyback either. Fly.
Silence တွေပါနေတက်လား
Very wishful
ဟုတ်တာ
thinking.
ဟုတ်တာ
That
flying
might be
တို့
all she wrote here, John.
There's no way.
Dark Lord, he's going to jump in again. Arbit, he'll get hexed up. Tomato's desperately trying
There's no
to save
damage.
this game. The toss back. Maybe the fountain can do
ဖောင်နေနေကဖောင်နေနေက
Not quite. Maybe on the puck though. Copy. No, he's got the Aeon disc. It was still active.
Yeah.
Just even the fountain can't do it.
No, I think he backpacked his Aeon disc as well until he went into shop distance.
Oh.
Right, so he was way
Copy,
below
copy,
threshold.
copy. Well, there we go. Dark Lord continuing to move in. Ancient
Oh,
exposed.
they just
GG is
called.
called.
အာရမချတော့ပဲနဲ့
Ruinators proving
ခါလေး
to
ကြီး
the
ပါ
better
ခေါ်
team
သွားတယ်
here today. And they make the comeback as well. They lost game 1.
Yeah.
It didn't look good for them, John.
No.
I thought it was going to be an early day for us.
Yeah, but they managed to pull through in game
ကွမ်
2.
7နဲ့ပဲကောင်းလည်းမသိ
Crush it in game 3. It just felt like there was no counterplay here for the side of Virtus Pro. After having themselves a pretty topsy-turvy time in the groups here for Virtus Pro, there's
သူ့ကိုလေးတက်လာတာမသိ1 -7 နဲ့ကယ်ရီလားမသိဘူး
and the Rune Eaters get to move on. It's been a long journey for them too. This is a team that's been searching for its footing for a long time, always holding on to that promise, and they do manage to work it out.
Artemis
again.
ကိုဝင်းမယ်
They
ပေါ့
are the ranked 3 team from their group, and VP did end up being ranked 4. So far, at least in our
ဟုတ်ပြီ
group,
ဟုတ်ပြီ
this team has been pretty
အာခိမလူ
active.
လူရမလားမသိဘူးအဲ့ဒါဆို
Team that, as you know, they get to move on to survival stage. They'll be playing against the number 2 team in their next round. But they have a great showing here up against Virtus Pro, and for VP's part, again, it's been a rough year for them. They've been trying to figure things out going on. They've had some shining moments. Game 1 looked good for them. Not quite enough in 2 and 3. I will say this Game 3 draft, it had its own issues as well.
ကဲခဏလေးအဲ့ဒါဆိုနည်းနည်းညအတွက်ဒီခါလေးတွားပြီးစူးစောင်းလိုက်မယ်ပြန်လာခဲ့မယ်ဗျာနော်
No, unfortunately not for VP.
Okay,
But
can't be
really,
getting
as you
that
can see how happy they look. Jonathan
On the
just
world,
having a
quite happy.
quick huddle.
But every game is kind of different. Like with all these changes in Dota, with the neutral items, with the changes to tier 5 neutral items, how they work with the enchantments and everything, trying to find a way how to potentially close out the game as well. And you can see them trying, like with the Helm of the Overlords, Necro Books, all these shenanigans, bots to maybe try to go for some kind of a play on the other side. But it just didn't pay off. And every single time we see Mega Creeps, it's just got like there's almost no coming back from Megas.
Now there's one thing I want to touch upon first. Did Tofu change your mind on the Mirana? Because he did make it look good. You gotta agree with that.
Towards the later stage of the game, yes, like Moonlight Shadow, you know, triple arrow, like Aghanims, like all the damage, like it is very. But at the beginning, I'm still not sure. I have to say that I
At the beginning of this game, which was like first 40 minutes, or beginning in general?
I mean, I don't know. The lane was pretty tough. Centaur was having the freest time of his life, and I think it's related to the Mirana. I don't know. Like, yes, okay, he slightly changed my mind, but I'm okay with them not picking it again. Let's put it this way.
That's fair enough. All right, so where do we want to start with breaking this down? Because it was a crazy game. I think one of the key points that we saw from Team Liquid, we heard SPG say it already. Nisha had a really tough time on his Necrophos, only 5 Reaper Scythe stacks.
If you look at the score, it doesn't seem like he had that bad of a time. 2 deaths in a 90-minute game. Like you're basically dying every 45 minutes, which is still sounds pretty good, yeah, when you think about it this way. But also, yeah, playing against Sanking, getting zoned out, playing against the double nullifier. Ame did pick up one, XXS did pick up, let's call it early nullifier on a Centaur in this one. And also playing against the box, which was one of the biggest issues, knowing that he can't really go and kill off the guy. How many times we've seen like the card save, the box save, the stampede with the box just running out of the fight multiple times. I like the adjustments that we've seen from Xtreme Gaming, though. I do like the 1-2 punch that they've been pulling with their mid laner, playing around him and making like multiple moves at the same time, understanding the timings early on, playing with an early Deso, playing with this Centaur pipe. And I don't know how you feel about it, Seb, but I do feel that this meta right now is slightly evolving, getting the Guardian Greaves on your position 4, maybe even 5, and then picking up an early pipe from the offlane.
Yeah, I mean, these teams, I think when they're on and the players are really stepping up is the feeling I'm getting. Like, Yeah, I'm thinking of NTS. You know, you mentioned the Ringmaster. I think X-Nova was super on point with the spellcasting this game. And I don't think we've seen quite that level of play in the group stage from that team. Like, they're rising up to the challenge, so you love to see it. Obviously, same can be said about Liquid. So when these players are like on, I think they can shape the meta. Like, one series can really start shaping the meta for the tournament. So that is obviously, no, these games are very long. I think other teams don't physically have the time to watch the replay. That's like one advantage to it. Like, can't get studied if you play 3 hours games. You know, it's like we literally don't have time. We need to play too. But no, on a more serious note, yeah, I like the itemization. I like the adjustments. I think both teams are picking up steam at the same time, unfortunately, for each other in a sense, because only one will advance, right?
Only one will advance. The question is who adapts better in this series. But within both games that we've watched so far, both teams had many times to come out on top. And I do want to, again, focus a little bit on Ace, because I think both the Centaur in game 1 and now the Darkseer, Lacoste, we saw some great moments coming out from him with some vacuums that were incredibly on point.
Yeah, didn't really have like the big wombo combo like Xtreme Gaming did in game number 1, but he did pull in quite a lot of weight in the previous game with the really nice vacuum walls, with the itemization like lower cooldown, upgrading his blink to arcane blink, making sure that he can, you know, get the value out of the punch on lower cooldown. It feels like Ace, some of the issues that we've said, not him in general, but just maybe the offlane issue that didn't really work out in the group stage for Team Liquid. They definitely shaped it up, and they feel like they're on another level right now.
Yeah, 100%. I think like the adjustments that we were hoping for from both teams, they came in. Like, it's not happening, and we get to see these teams like play the game. I think, yeah, of course, you know, they're exchanging punches at the beginning of the game, and one team gets ahead and one not, but it doesn't feel like one team doesn't get to enter the game, and we get to see the strat, the lineup come together. It's super cool to see. Like this tanking, we haven't seen it before. I think it was super good this game. Like, it did a lot of work in NTS's hand. Now the ban from Liquid in the first game starts.
Oh, it makes sense.
It makes sense now. You know, I get it.
The question is, why does it take so long for both of these games to close out a game, or for both of these teams to close out a game? Because it was so back and forth. So obviously for both teams, things are going wrong.
Single a limb, like you know that with just one bad move, especially for Liquid with the situations they were in this second game, is they don't want to rush anything. They have Alchemist, so they can give out as many Ags as possible. They can get the Moon Shards. They can buy a lot of stuff like infinite gems, keep stacking them in the base because they have the infinite influx of the gold that Alchemist is getting. And at one point, they were ahead for like almost 75,000 gold, and it's almost impossible not to win the game with that gold lead.
But we did also saw the gold lead go back down to at least 50, and you know,
it's just a 25k gold swing, nothing serious.
Yeah, you know, that's
manageable.
Potatoes. I also want to focus on X-Nova. I think he played a fantastic Ringmaster. Of course, not on the winning side at the end of the game, but he also was playing his heart out.
Yeah, he's been rather quiet, I feel, in the group stage for Xtreme. Like, not that he had a poor performance or anything like that, but this is a guy that can really, you know, step up. And I think in this game he really did. Like, we got to see, like, his spellcasting was really on point, you know, early game presence, all of it. So looking forward to see what he can bring. Like, he has certain heroes that are very suited for these kind of, you know, high intensity games that go the long way. I'm thinking of his Phoenix, for instance, or amongst others. So excited to see. Like, you love to see when every player steps up for these kinds of occasions. I think that's what both these teams really needed it. So now it's going to come down to the draft, most likely in game 3. Like, it's going to be very, very important. I think both teams are probably feeling confident, and they now both know that they can take the series away. So in that sense, we're going to get a great game 3. I think there's no doubt about that.
So we heard, I think Cap said that this next game is either going to be 15 or like 2 hours, you know, a late game.
Yeah, I don't know if Xtreme Gaming can close out the game in 15 minutes. They can call GG in 20 minutes, as we've seen against BB Team earlier in the group stage. But I think I'm getting more and more confidence in this team, and I would even give them the slight edge because they were like slightly more creative than Liquid in this one, I would say, especially with the picks that they did have, and also with some of the execution in the early game. Like, I feel like this is not the team that we've seen in the group stage. This is not your Xtreme Gaming that if you look at who they played against, like they dropped the game against Rune Eaters, they beat Gamer Legion, but these games are also like very, very close. So I feel like they really stepped it up, and they are on another level at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of focus for that other level. Feels like it's in the mid lane with Nothing to Say also stepping it up, played a fantastic Sand King game. Also makes me think that we already know that Xtreme Gaming, they focus heavily on trying to slow down Nisha's game, especially in that first game they played. Surely Liquid's gonna return the favor also. You gotta slow down Nothing to Say a bit.
Yeah, and I mean, you say that, but he actually played like a pretty tough matchup. So that was him like playing from behind a little bit, like being on the defensive, because Sanking versus Necro is a really tough matchup for Sanking. And thankfully he had some stacks and he was able to come back, but it kind of leaves you wondering like what happens if he's playing the better matchup, and if he's like he gets the tools to impact the game like early on, because that was like there was very little room for mistake, I think, in this game, like for him, because up until a point anyway, they had this blink AP, and that was really their only way back into certain sequences or team fights, and I think he utilized it perfectly. So I'm looking forward to see what he can achieve in the next game. Like, he has a very wide hero pool. We've seen him play heroes that other mid laners aren't really looking at, like Sanking is an example. You know, he's famously known for his Pangolier, he's tried Lina, obviously he plays all the spirits. So he could bring a lot to the table in Game 3.
Yeah, he really could. And I feel like we barely scratched the surface of the game we just watched. I mean, 90 minutes, what can you do? We're, of course, getting nearer to game number 3, getting started. But before we get started, there's something we haven't talked that much about in this post-game, which was the carry rule. But that's okay, because we're going to listen to a carry right now. This was a couple of hours ago before the series. We're going to listen to Mickey.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Hey, I'm here with Mickey of Team Liquid. You guys are in the survival stage of the tournament now, which means you lose, you're out. Are you guys feeling the pressure?
No, not really. I think we're very confident. We had a team talk before, so hopefully things go as we talked. So.
Do you guys ever feel a lot of pressure as a team? Like, do you play worse or better in these kinds of moments?
I think usually we like the pressure. I think people like when the games like matter more instead of like the studio games, I guess. I feel like we enjoy when the stakes are high.
And I feel like historically you guys do kind of okay in group stage, and then the later stuff is really where you pull off some crazy streaks, right? So like you've warmed up now, right?
No. I mean, we'll see what happens. We're not sure if we're like 100% peak performance yet, but I think we're working to get there.
Okay, that's a good place to be. What's your pre-match routine like on game days? I'm curious about this because nobody knows what it's like to be a pro player except for like 150 you guys. So like, do you have like a playlist? I've seen Quinn at tournaments. He's like headphones on, stares at the ground, doesn't talk to anybody. What do you like?
I'm more a chill guy. You know, I like to go eat with my team and just sit and chill before the game. Play maybe some overthrow to warm up some mechanics.
How much of that conversation is like about Dota?
Not much. I think we like to take a chill before the game, and we just if there is some draft questions that my captain wants me to answer, and I'll just give him that. But
make sure you're on the right page.
Usually I'm the chill guy, and the drafters are working, so I'm just vibing.
You're just there to sit down and play your game. Yeah, that makes sense. Do you guys think you're gonna have XG's number this morning? Because they're a very good team. It's like kind of you're the top seed of this elimination thing. They're the bottom seed, but what do you think about them?
I think it will be a tough matchup. Historically, we have done well against them, but I think in this tournament it's gonna be a bit different because it's a new patch or like different patch. So it'll be a fun matchup, and hope we both play to our potentials.
All right, well, we'll see how it goes. Thanks for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your match.
Thank you.
Winners of the International, Team Liquid are about to face off against TI finalists Xtreme Gaming. And you'd be forgiven to think that this is Clash of the Giants, but Avery, both of these teams have been kind of relegated to the midfield recently.
Who's responsible for that?
Some would say Zhao 8. Some would say perhaps for Liquid the loss of KP. Perhaps the changing of both rosters have left them weaker.
I know, I was talking to both these teams yesterday. They had some very interesting things to say. Morale was a bit mixed. I'd say they were in the middle of the pack. Wasn't super high, wasn't super low. There's definitely some teams that are struggling a lot more. I asked Liquid, are they going to make one of those runs? You know, I asked Blitz.
Yeah.
Because if they get over that one little hump, they just fly through the bracket. He was optimistic. Now he has shattered his ankle in a freak stairway accident, as we all know. I don't know how much that hurts their odds, but he was still optimistic about their chances. XG, on the other hand, I asked Ame, why did he dye his hair blue? Do you know?
I do not. To be like Kez?
I said, which hero would you want to win TI with?
Yeah.
He said Terrorblade. So I said, did you dye your hair to be like the Terrorblade Arcana gem? He said, no.
No.
I dyed it for my boy Somnus.
Really?
Because Somnus's blue hair brought them luck. And so now he's going to dye his hair to bring you luck.
Okay.
Perhaps it will bring him luck against the blue horse today.
Oh, that's actually a good point. Blue on blue action. We're going to see it today, very soon.
Mickey said it. The players of Team Liquid like it when the stakes are high. And the stakes are definitely very high for this best of 3. You're watching the survival stage here for Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup, and one of these two teams will be eliminated after this one. It's Team Liquid or Xtreme Gaming. It's 1-1, and if the first 2 games are anything to go off, we are having a great Game 3 coming our way, but a lot will be decided in the draft already. Quick question, actually, Seb. Have you noticed an advantage that the teams get from being at the first pick or second pick? I feel like it's somewhat even, but maybe you think differently.
No, I think it depends on team heroes, like rating and priority. I would say that I still favor first pick a little bit, in a sense. Like, I think some of these heroes are must bans, and when it's the case, like every time it's been like that, then first pick is strong. You know, I'm thinking, yeah, when you're second pick, you have to ban Treant, you have to ban Lone Druid for most teams, you have to ban SF perhaps. There's a lot of keepers, like you're gonna play versus clock, or they can decide whether they want the clock or if they want, you know, you name it, like first pick or spirit or whatever they fancy. Like, I feel like first pick is very strong. When you have first pick, you also have 18 pick, which is also a very strong pick. We've seen, like, it's hard to deal with because often on 18 you see both supports, so you have very deadly like mid laner picks. And I don't think we've seen as much value on 24. Like,
yeah, we've seen a couple of games, I would say, where PL, where like you just PL and you're like, okay, I think Liquid experienced that against Aurora, and there wasn't really much they could have done about it because the draft wasn't really made to deal with PL. But other than that, I do have to agree with the first pick overall, and I want to see, you know, how XG is going to be approaching this issue, because this is the team that historically, under different banner, like this team during LGD time as well, under different coaches as well, Zhao 8, he has been known to, you know, cook completely different drafts. We are seeing a bit of a, maybe not the same type of a drafting with maps at the moment, because they are picking some of the same heroes as well. But coming into this third game, a lot of the times these teams, they would fall back to some like really old school type of heroes, like maybe just late game TBs, Faceless Voids, these type of heroes. And Shiver, I heard you laughing about something.
I saw Seb's face when he saw the draft.
Listen, I have to say, like, at some points I'm gonna have to take my words back, because if these teams think Mira, like, because if we're sitting here thinking it's a bad hero and they think it's that good that they should first pick it, well, then they are right and we're wrong about it. So at this point, I'm just open-minded to be proven otherwise. Maybe it is very good, and maybe to be fair, we've seen it mostly on 4 so far.
Yes.
And
who is the odd one out, so to say.
Right, and he's had wins mostly with Mirana 5. So maybe
Mirana 5 definitely feels much stronger, because a lot of the times from position 4 you also want to be getting something else, something a little bit more maneuverable, something with a little bit more scaling damage. Even though she scaled insanely well in the previous game, she was the second highest damage dealing hero on the team, having this Conjurer's Catalyst, Divine Regalia, Divine Rapier at the time, and like the vision game is pretty strong with this hero, like having a low cooldown, short cooldown on that ulti, in terms of, especially with Octarine Core providing vision for the team, triple arrow. Pairing him up with the Aghanim Scepter with all of these rockets, cancelling the blink daggers and providing vision of the area, makes the team fights in the late game very difficult to approach.
Yeah, we got a a bit of a different opening, of course, with the Maran and the Hoodwink there as well.
Tony, Shadow Feedy ban had it.
And so far in this series, it's actually been the team that has second pick. So maybe there's a bit of a different dynamic with these two teams. Being banned out, a bit of respect from previous game. Don't want to deal with that anymore.
I mean, they just dealt with it for 90 minutes straight. I don't blame them. It's like, I need a break at this point. You know, I can't get Reapered anymore. Ember Spirit comes out pretty early for Liquid. They had the possibility to do so earlier. I mean, one reasoning could be that the Necro's out, so that's like one of the matchups, one of the toughest meta matchups we've seen for Ember. That will not be a possibility for Xtreme. So we'll see what they want to counter this Ember with. Knowing that Hoodwink already is kind of weak against Ember, so they need the mid hero and the position 5 most likely to fill that void.
Ooh, a Largo joins.
This could be the mid. This could be mid Largo.
I think it's a really good matchup against Ember. Actually, I'm quite surprised we don't see it more personally. I think it could also be support, but I think very few teams are running this hero on support. It's only like a pub thing.
This doesn't strike me as XXS hero. I'm sure he can play it, but during the last Blast Slam, he didn't play it. He didn't play it so far at EWC. And we've seen Largo from the mid lane against Lina, or was it the other way around?
Where did I see it?
No, it was their game where they played Lina and they were playing against Largo, and that Largo almost solo killed Lina twice. So maybe they think this matchup against potentially melee mid laners is going to be much better.
Yeah.
And also seeing that there is no Doom, maybe utilizing that part, seeing that you're not going to be... Because Largo teams are very, very good. I think Aurora is the best Largo team that we see. They play it from the off lane, but also some teams ran it from the mid lane, and okay, so that's going to shift priority.
Yeah, it was the matchup in the first game. Turned out pretty well, for nothing to say. He had a really good... really good lane, really good performance. He did get a lot of help from his supports, to be fair.
They figured out also first game, nicely timed slams. He was definitely on point with them.
He really was. I think he was an impressive... Honestly, he's played 2 incredible games so far. Going back to his classic, I mean, at the end of the day, he was in TI finals in a TI where the meta was very much about Shaker and Sand King mid. So just going back to the old, you know, like what worked for you. Yep. Don't divert too much. Create the meta. Will it be enough though? Hoodwink Shaker against Ember +1. I think also Nisha's gonna learn from the first game. Definitely the kind of player to adapt very well to what's presented to him. So I'm sure Liquid is going to reassess what didn't work as well in the early game of game 1 and try to balance the matchup better. Okay. This is very similar to the draft they had against Aurora, where they had a really rough start, but they were able to win the game nonetheless. I think they had Tiny, Mirana, and Earth Spirit.
That's a great
idea. They had all 4
at this point.
Yes.
What the heck?
Yes.
They had all 4. Okay, wow. It's a really good Largo then, though I have to say. I think the repositioning from the Lick is amazing versus Chainstun, and there's lots of spells to dispel, like Earth Spirit, Ember Spirit, Vessel Buyers.
Are we surprised? I mean, I know Centaur was on the losing side of both games we've watched so far, but it's ignored so far. I thought it was still a very strong hero.
Yeah, this is probably going to be the hero that Liquid is going to be looking for. Horses in their logo. This is a horse, so it makes quite a lot of sense. It's also a bit of a say, like we've seen. Like he's completely dominating type approach. So it feels like the hero still feels like super strong in this current meta. I also want to see how they're going to be approaching this, because Largo is not a traditional like pipe buyer. Like we are seeing offlaners prioritizing the item from the offlane, so thinking that there's quite a lot of magic damage. Pretty much all the damage that they have early on is going to be magical on Team Liquid, and a lot of damage on side of Xtreme Gaming as well.
I would like to see Ame's hero here. I think that's how you get the value from that pick, like the closing pick into a banning phase. I wonder what he's looking at. Well, he's gonna lane versus an Earth Spirit, so most likely a weak lane and a pull wave approach from Liquid. So he's very free to pick whatever he wants, like in terms of like carry matchup maybe, thinking of how he wants to counter Tiny. We've seen some Naxes. Okay, he goes for the when you stop dying to him, the combo
Tiny carry ကိုနောက်ကနေ drone ညာလိုက်ပစ်တာတော့ဒါတော့ရှားတော့ရှားတယ်ဗျတော်တော်များများ drone ညာ carry ဆိုရင် Tiny ပစ်တာပဲများတယ်
and just hard to disengage. Very late game oriented lineup like Shaker Draw, like the skating is going to be crazy on Xtreme side.
Yeah, I feel like if this game goes late, then there's no doubt who comes out on top. That's a little scary for Team Liquid, especially thinking about how the other 2 games went.
Yeah.
Can they go for an offlaner that would really set a tempo high, that they could end earlier and focus really on not going late?
I don't think so. With Earth Spirit in the lane, this is not a strong lane, especially if you remove Darkshire, and they are gonna do it. So
they're probably gonna get banned.
Most likely. I feel like Earth Spirit is one of the weaker position fours that we are seeing right now. Boxy, in an interview after they won that game, he talked about how the team let him farm for a good 10 minutes until a point where he got a BKB, he got a nullifier as well, making sure that they let him play the game, because this year, like, it from position, like, even once you're playing the position 4 Earth Spirit, it still feels like you are getting quite a lot of farm on the hero, to push out the waves. You can go for an extra wave,
she got link on me,
and go for some kind of a vision play where they are revealing heroes, and then you're getting out of trouble.
It's clock is just ignored all of a sudden. Like it was first picked, and now both teams don't have anything to do with it.
And position 5 လို့လဲထဲတော့တွက်ထားသေးတယ်ဗျ
and 95 I was trying to think what are the 5s available.
Phoenix fight ဒီပိုင်းဆိုးလားလို့
I think it's pretty good, if anything. Like Shaker is gonna love somebody like situations for him, like starting the fight and giving him a little bit more freedom to pick his jump. The like
isပါတယ် Phoenix ကောင်းတဲ့ player တွေမှာပါတယ်
but one of the
tiny လို့ပါတော့ Phoenix read
so I mean, Centaur is through the pool. I'm not sure if it necessarily fits
Phoenix ပင်မင်းတို့
shape
shape ကွာ
they could use a little bit more damage because they already have like a lot of control.
Yeah, I'm just for position 5 from Xtreme or Liquid.
I'm like, what the heck?
I was looking at his most played heroes. We've seen a good amount of disruptors getting picked. Either that, maybe some like Lich if they feel like they need the follow-up damage. Okay, so it is a Largo support.
It is a Largo 5. Okay, interesting.
Agora နည်းနည်း flash pit နေနဲ့ပဲသုံးခဲ့တယ်
Most likely 5. Like it's laning versus Earth Spirit, so pretty chill. Also acts like a front line for the draw on the lane. Interesting.
That's why they left Centaur in the pool. They didn't ban it out. They banned Lycan, which is still a very good ban, but also seeing the lineup that they had against Aurora, it would be the exact same lineup that they ran. So
doing Centaur lane, very solid, very strong.
That's the Yamashiro.
Like level 2 power spike is pretty crazy. Mirana would die from full HP actually. So Tofu's gonna have to play his hand.
Does it change your opinion on the laning composition that Drow Largo is still going to be whatever Earth Spirit is going to be mixed up with?
I think so. Unless there's like a niche pick that...
What about some...
We're not thinking about
some Enigma potentially that could come out just to match the team fight.
Enigma တို့ဘာလို့ပဲပြင်မရမှာရှင်နော်
because Earth Spirit
အဲ့လိုဆိုရင် a separate Enigma လေ Viper တို့ဘာလို့မလွယ်ဘူး
because this is a super strong lane, like you're just going to get clicked, and we've seen teams approach in similar fashion
ring ကောင်းနေမှာ
really like lane, so they go back to some creep cutting
Bishopper လေငါ Bishopper မရဘူးဗျ drone ညာကြီးပြစ်မှာရှေ့
I think it lanes really well.
အေးဆော့တဲ့ကောင်ဆိုရင် down breaker ပဲရှိမှတင်တယ်ကျွန်တော်ထင်
Draw Largo, I think I see angles for both to win the lane, but definitely Eidolons are gonna die to these heroes eventually. But fits their lineup, fits the scaling also. I guess it will give them a position. They go for the Timber Saw. It's a really good Timber game, to be fair. Like besides the draw, like if think of the draw getting jumped also or having to reposition, then the Timber is gonna reign supreme.
ပူပဲပူမှာ drone ညာတည်ကြတယ် free lane ရ
Not the easiest for
free lane ရရင်
It's not the easiest matchup, but
gas အိုင်နဲ့ Ronnie ဘိုင်လာပူမယ်
is well enough and Ace gets an early level 3. He could definitely run away with a very solid lane.
Change scan အတွက်ကိုလည်းလာကူက full step
4 melee heroes against Centaur, Drow, Earthshaker, and these are all 3 cores pretty much, so not going to be as easy. Frog Stomp, I think you're going to be getting quite a lot of...
Yeah, I know, Xtreme ကိုပြည့်စုံ
break mechanic, going to be good against Timber to try to burst him down. Liquid, it
Low
looks
like
a
about
lot of damage. They don't have much tower damage other than Tiny, which is going to come online relatively quickly, but Timbersaw and Ember, you can't really make any kind of tower plays, especially early on. So usually high ground is going to be solely through Mickey if it comes to that point, but I think I'm going to give slight edge again to Xtreme Gaming.
I like the Timber in the sense that it's kind of a counter to Largo because the burst damage is so intense that this like long fights doesn't really work anymore, and there's like so many stuns on Liquid side that whoever tanks an arrow or an avalanche with like Timber, they will just explode.
Game 3 Xtreme
I think Liquid is like, well, it's a very enabling, Mirana enabling draft. Like Moonlight Shadow is going to be very scary to play against when you play versus Tiny Timber, because like all it takes is half a second and you just die. And in that sense, playing the map versus Earthspit Mirana is not going to be fun for Xtreme. So it's going to come down to execution on their side. If they can have a solid start to the game and group up before Liquid's heroes, you know, get their items. Because I think once Tiny and Timber get online, well, once they get hard to kill and they have enough damage to burst heroes down, it's pretty tough to play for Xtreme.
Is this game going to last as long?
For the players' sake, I hope not. And for ours, well, I hope yes. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, we're gonna grab some popcorns, get hydrated, because it seems like
in
game number 2, we're also gonna be having a long game number 3.
I'm looking forward to it, and we're gonna have a blast, especially with the voices of Cap and SPG.
Too kind, Shiva, that's right. We're here for Game 3 of Xtreme Gaming, and Liquid, the series has been a full banger so far, and all we hope is we get a suiting climax here in Game 3. But the drafts have changed, Avery. Has the momentum, has the tempo of the game changed? Are we going to see a 60, 80, 90-minute fest, or is this just going to be some good old-fashioned early to 20 to 30-minute brawl? Because that's what it looks like to me.
There's a lot of brawling in this game. Could be another sloppy one. I think the series, if you ask both teams, have we played clean Dota, they'd probably say no. It's been a messy series overall.
And it's going to start real messy with Mickey's blood all over the ground. He is going to give up. Who do you give it to? First one, and that is to Ame.
Hold it. Play now,
because then you can accelerate the game. But if Ame wants it, he's going to take it. You can't refuse him.
Nothing to say he wasn't there for the kill, which obviously mid laners usually won, and yet he still found something. He found Boxy's courier, which I didn't see.
An early sacrifice to the blood gods.
I guess so. There was already enough blood on the deck, but apparently they needed just a little bit more.
Boxy's courier has a rough life, being thrown to the wolves. This could be a very bloody game. This is a lineup from Liquid that we saw them play.
Ooh, Tofu with the Quelling Blade, not to be caught unawares.
We saw them play this exact type of lineup the other day with the tiny Earth Spirit Mirana Ember combination. It was a different offlaner for Ace, but functions is going to be the exact same here. That is a huge amount of chain stun, huge amount of pick-off potential, big threat across the map very quickly with the mobility here. Could be difficult to shove the waves out. That was the biggest issue in the game. You just couldn't get the lanes in as Ame's going to take an arrow to the knee, but he will still get through the gate here. So that's the concern for XG. Like, how do you play the map? How do you not feed bad kills and then just have that momentum build really quickly? Lanes don't really matter for this kind of draft for Liquid. They just need levels. They just need to get to the part of the game where they can start rolling on people. Tiny can enter the game. If you get Blink Dagger on Tiny, you get Shadow Blade on Tiny, you get a Vessel on Ember, you just run into people. This game can snowball really quickly. So if you're XG, you need to get as much out of the lane phase as you can, slow this lineup down as much as possible, and get the lanes in safely. I think this is a game you definitely want Helmet Dominator on Centaur just for the lane pressure, so you don't have to show. And you want to get really fat on this Drow so you can start to have a presence in this game outside of just being a meat body to get rolled on. Because there's a lot of heroes that just roll in from this Liquid squad.
Yeah, you see lanes won't matter as much for Liquid, and it's a good thing too because they set up to lose all 3 lanes. Not a massive amount, but I feel like every single one has an edge for Xtreme.
For sure, it's a pull lane top with the double melee against the Drow. The Shaker's going to win mid against the Ember. NTS had a nice time in that in game 1. And the Centaur should do completely fine down here against the Mirana support. So I do expect XG to have a better time here in the first 10 minutes. But again, I don't think this Liquid draft really cares too much. They just want to get levels. If anything, I think they'd be happy trading some net worth to win the Wisdom Shrine exchange. Just pump these heroes up. They can play through Ember. This draft will look great. And we saw what the Nisha Ember can do.
This is annoying, man. Quelling Blade plus Tree Throw for Mickey. A Quelling Blade on the Mirana, like they're just going to cover each other. Unless you get both in a Bushwhack, the Bushwhack's never going to last for long.
Start with Centaur Stun, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
It's another option. I like seeing the Shaker come back. I think NTS performed on it pretty well in that game 1, and it was a solid answer to the Ember. He had a good time with it. And they didn't end up winning that game, so I guess you could say, you know, why fix what's not broken here?
I would say Nisha had, it was rough for him in that Ember Spirit game. He started off in a position where he's losing lane against the Earthshaker, and I think but ultimately wasn't able to accomplish much of what he wanted to, which is assassinating those supports.
He eventually got there. It's just
time
delayed.
in this game.
Maybe. Largo's a weird hero for December to play into. So if you get at least a one item and you're a little tanky, it's a very hard support to assassinate with the constant dispels and how tanky you can be. I do like the Largo into the Ember matchup. The Hoodwink you should be able to catch. As nimble as Hoodwink is, Ember is one of those heroes that can just slice him down. You have an infinite chase. And having a pretty good time here in the second half of this early lane phase. Winning the regen trade, at least, even if NTS is winning the CS battle.
Yeah, I wonder what changed, because we saw it in the first half of the laning phase. He was doing a lot of harassment to nothing to say, and you know, did what he could, and then the bottle comes in and everything changed. Now Nisha is keeping up the pressure post-bottle.
NTS committed a decent amount of the echo hits into some extra denies, which is why his CS is looking hot, but that does mean Nisha got some favorable trades out of it. If he gets the 4-minute water rune, he'll be safe here. Nisha might call for this. He could rotate a support over and try and take this away from NTS. It would be a big victory. Or you can glyph and dive him here. I don't know if you can snag this kill though. You just don't have the resources for it.
Well, another wave is coming in. Here comes the Hoodwink though. Trying to secure that water rune. Nisha might still be able to take it. He doesn't want to take that 1v2. Might slight steal it.
Oh!
Steals it away from nothing to say.
That's huge.
And he's going to get the one on the other side, too.
Nisha, Dota. You got to go to base now if you're NTS, so
yeah.
He'll miss maybe a half to most of that wave. Big setback, especially since you pulled FY. It's like, feels bad.
You got the experience lead off of all these denies, but now it's going to go back to even, right?
Should. 3-level experience lead for XG, but I mean, it's lane phase, so what does that really mean? Continuing to pull waves top. They've done a decent time dodging Ame up here, who did have that first blood gold. Very fast treads for him, and he is quite scary against these melee heroes. If you end up in a chase down situation, you're just dead. So you need to be careful that you don't waste the Timber Chain, waste the roll in a bad situation, feed an extra kill up here. Look towards that 6-minute power rune. It's going to be a big one for these two mid laners.
And same goes for the Wisdom Shrine soon after, right? Ember Spirit very good at playing on the enemy side, so it's something Xtreme Gamer going to have to play around here.
Sure.
Finally, Boxy will be punished for all the slate rolling. You knew it was going to happen eventually.
Xtreme maybe.
Someone was going to die up here at some point.
And
you have the early treads on the drought. Too much early gold injection. And just too easy to run these heroes down. You're not worried about any sort of threat turning that play around. Strong start for the lanes here for Xtreme Gaming. Not as good on this mid as the game one. I think that's something Liquid can look to play around a little bit more, because they got bodied in that mid lane.
Avalanche into roll into arrow. Nice chain stun combination. So you kill Boxy. Well, guess what? That's an opportunity for Boxy to rotate to another lane. Gets the kill on bottom. Make the move to the power runes in 20 seconds. There's that catchy lick counterplay.
Surprised they had enough damage. Getting the job done here. FY getting stacks up, looking for contest. They're going to contest top as well. Everybody wants this rune, and you're not going to take it a second time, NTS.
Sure, like that.
Pull back in Nisha, who's still level 6.
Oh, there.
Fisher's going to block
pull damage.
He's got a fairy fire.
Shame,
He's just been body blocked. So the physical damage might be the end of it. Enchant Totem, trying to dodge away from that one. The two supports did play up against that line in 1v2, so they got that support kill, but obviously much better for Xtreme Gaming.
Oh yeah, especially since it was a regen. You just come back to full here. At least you got the Remnant out, I guess. You can just Remnant back in. Yeah. Saves Nisha some time, but not what he was looking for on that exchange. And FY did get the stacks up on the triangle. So you could have this nice epicenter, or not an Echo Slam. Still thinking about Sand King here.
Yeah.
Oh, or you can use it to steal some stacks potentially.
Yeah, Nisha's in now. Yeah, he can be here. Liquid are going to spot it early. Ace on the run. Bushwhack goes him back in. And a Fisher chain stun. He's going to try and Timber Chain with their Echo Slam to ensure it's on the other side. They do have a 2v1, the two supports, but actually down. Xtreme can get both here.
ခလုံးကလုံးလေးတိုက်
himself was saying a lot
မိတယ်
against the two,
မိ
but
တယ်
with the rotations
အာ
coming
ယူက
through, Xtreme Gaming
Almost got the lick. That's a big win for XG. I think that was the biggest objective for me for Liquid in this early game.
Right.
I talked about the importance of the XP, the levels on these heroes. They get neither. That just really slows down your entry into this mid game.
Yeah, the best support to get level 6 in this game has got to be Hoodwink, right? That's a game changer.
Oh yeah, you have a fast sharpshooter in here. You're going to start bringing some of these cores down. That slows the game down even further. Stacks are still going to be built up here. So all eyes on maybe 8 and 10 minute power rune. Try and get something good for this Ember. Haste or an amp damage or something that you can run into this Shaker with. If you let Nothing to Say get some cheeky kills with this Echo Slam and he gets to reset the cooldown for free, not going to feel good about it.
Well played. An early bushwhack stops him from being able to go for the slight steal. And then they also killed the flame guard, and now they're going to clear through the stack. Easy for Nothing to Say.
That feels pretty nice. As Liquid supports, they're just watching it happen. I mean, they have almost no firepower right here. A very greedy support duo in some ways.
For sure.
Like, you need a lot of time to come online with this support duo. It will pay off eventually, but you're going to pay a big price in these early skirmishes. You're just food.
Catchy lick, now the Fissure. And Boxy kicks away, rolls out. Blood Grenade is taking him down, though. Tango will out-heal it barely.
Space created.
Nisha's doing the same of trying to steal stacks on the other side with this Flame Guard, but...
Look at the pressure going to Ace, though. Ame, so farmed, so high level. He's just tanking the tower. They're threatening to backstab Ace once again. This is a dead tier 1 at 9 minutes. They're going to glyph it. Okay, sure, but it's still dead here.
Yeah, this is great.
Facebook
Before the Timber Saw's like a solo threat with his Chakram.
Yeah, it feels really nice to set him back like this because then you just can't enter the lane. You take his tower. He's not the greatest jungler. Like, this isn't the hero you want to jungle with. He can. But you want to be running at opponents. You want to be killing them with your ultimate.
Man, it's relentless.
Look at him go.
He's like, you farming over here, Ace, huh? You got any stacks? What's going on?
I like the idea. Continue to punish him. He's the lowest net worth core in this game. Doesn't have an easy way back into it because some of the stacks have to go to the Ember Spirit here. Just got to farm under your tier 2. This free
Asabri level 3 ပဲရှိသေးတယ် Asabri ကပြောမှဆိုရင်အာသုံးစားလို့မရသေးဘူး level 3 အနေထား
And where's the Shaker? He's very close to blink. Has Echo Slam back available. Maybe they wait a couple extra 100 gold on NTS. Gives you a big opening on this mid lane. Ame's going to hang around. Look for 10-minute power rune. This is costing him a little time here. Could pay off.
Nisha activates his shield rune.
Now
he gets silenced up.
Sure.
Nisha, he has a remnant out, and he only needs a moment to be able to jump away.
That
is where Mickey and Tofu, they were set up. They catch Nothing to Say at the same time as Nisha comes back in for some much-needed experience and finish off those phases.
Now, what a turnaround. Just
the
getting
leader on
all the difference there. And then you're able to burst the Shaker down before he pops that big wand, Fairy Fire. Still a couple hundred off the blink. Nice turnaround from Liquid. Gets to hold this mid lane. If you lose heroes there, you can just lose this tower off the catapult timing. Or at least it's going to take a lot of damage. At least you get the arrow here for free. And you get some experience for your supports. Super important here.
Pausia, I just didn't tell me by Mao with that.
Look at all the deep vision. Tofu's trying to free up this camp, but they got some nice wards around top that Ame can continue to play aggressively around. And the stacks are still being built up a little bit here.
And we've heard the players talk about the safe lane dominance. Now off-laners currently have a hard time being able to play lane so often. And we're seeing some teams really try and exploit that more and more, right? Extend that laning phase, extend that safe lane dominance.
If you're extracting an advantage, why lead it there?
Yeah.
Tiny are Mickey.
Are designed to do just that, but at some point you have to stop and think about the other side here, and that's what Ame's going to do.
He's actually going to bring the Shaker bottom. He has his blink
on it.
He's still tanky though.
He has a lot of armor, and Ame is kind of in no man's land. Magnetic grip plus nice Fissure block. That is beautiful.
They have no detection.
Still Moonlight Shadow for a while here. The Fissure's going to expire before the Moonlight Shadow does. So Xtreme Gaming get nothing for that. I can't believe that Liquid just not even blinking at these moves. No attempt to try and almost got it off the catchy lick. Now the catchy lick has been used. Nisha's like, okay, well now Flame Guard and my haste room can go uninterrupted. The problem is damage over time. A little tough to kill Largo quickly. They do manage to get in the end, but the Echo Slam response.
Có này hết. Không chịu, sếp chịu tầm chịu.
Mà nằm he had enough HP and a remnant out.
And a haste room. If he was ever at risk of dying there. Nice turnaround kill from NTS. You get that bottom tower for free anyway, off of the cool Ame gate rotation, but that's a lot of recovery time for Liquid. I think they won that exchange overall. The Timber got the push out top, the Tiny didn't die. You got this Largo kill mid. You trade your Mirana, but whatever, right? If you're trading Mirana in the early game, you're kind of fine with that. This is going to progress the Ember towards either the Vessel or it looks like an early Kaya here for Nisha. Doesn't feel like this is the greatest Vessel game into the early Largo Dispel.
That is fair. If you're already struggling with Dispels, why give even more incentives for that spell?
I also just don't think there's the greatest Vessel targets here. Like, yeah, it's good against the high HP pool and the strength heroes, but you don't need it to kill the Shaker. Got to play off the chains. More points in chains will also make this game a lot easier. Gives you more time to just land some follow-up stuns. The arrow, the threat across the map goes up considerably. Liquid evened out this lane phase a lot. I think XG could have found some more openings and run away with it, but instead, this game has plateaued.
He's trying to recover his farm, but it's going to continue to be a bit of a tough game for him because Ame went Yasha and then rushing the Ags. So we're going to see those early hypothermia frost arrow stacks that
helps a little bit.
Negates the health restoration from Timber.
Mega fat. I mean, this has got to be his dream, right?
Yeah.
I get to play Drow Ranger, uncontested, absolute free farm kills, and first blood on top of it. What more can you ask for?
Apparently a mid tower. That's what he wants. He's
daring. This is
give it to him.
A very dangerous move when you're playing against the roll kick, the Tiny, the chain stomp potential into the arrow.
Between the leaps and the geomagnetic grip, it's very tough to lock down any of these heroes, in particular the Mirana.
They get the D ward at least. That's something here as they're sieging this mid tower.
And full control of the area leading to the mid tower off of Helmet Dom Creep, tanking it up.
Ahora pila
the damage.
Liquid.
Okay, so all three tier 1 towers out. Xtreme Gaming still holding all three of their tier 1 towers.
A lot of space to work with.
And yet Liquid are still up in net worth. Playing the map more efficiently. If Xtreme Gaming, though, off of these objectives being taken, can close the map out.
Pause.
60-40
split.
Blink done on the Tiny, ready to rock and roll. Moonlight Shadow gives you a free smoke. They're just going to try and probably send it straight into the triangle here where they know some stacks are being built up.
Got to scan on to...
That dissuaded them.
Okay. On the high ground, yeah, they don't want to stumble into that.
The risk of going in there is if NTS is doing big stacks and you jump into him and he just echoes you, you basically get insta-gibbed.
Sure, yeah.
It's a double-edged sword.
I could see it. You go for the Centaur instead, but he's got this Warpine Raider that really protects him because it could tank the arrow. It can't just light chains the arrow.
It's a big deal in a game like this. Again, you have to find cheeky ways to be able to shove these waves without feeding the bad kills. I don't think Xtreme Gaming's lineup uses these towers being down the best. The Drow has to continue to farm in safer spots. It's not like a really aggressive carry that's going to, you know, I'm pushing in your tier 2 top.
Yeah.
Like some Chaos Knight wants to or something.
I think Centaur uses it decently well, but B, that's just because he shoves the lane in so much, but this helps.
Okay with Dom. I think the thing is with Timber in this game, he can die.
And again, make a jump in initiation, and Geomagnetic Grip is there to save. You can definitely see Liquid is already planned out a very reactive game, and it's Xtreme, where we're the ones who are going to be making more moves. Is that good for them, though? Right now, the Drow Ranger is so close to an item that helps him farm even faster in the Aghanim Scepter.
I don't know if they're making moves. I think this is a farm game for XG.
Yeah, okay, so another 90-minute game. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're in for the long haul here. Now, this game could accelerate at around the 30-minute mark for Liquid, like we saw in that other game where they played this pretty much exact lineup. That game was also clunky to start because the supports needed the levels to get going, but then once it started going, that game accelerated quite quickly.
Yeah.
So do not count that type of play style out. If Liquid get one pick off in this game, it opens up a lot. You can just chain that into pickoffs across the map. Suddenly you get a team wipe into a Tormentor, some nonsense like this.
And they do have plenty of pick-off threat. They could do slight chains into arrow. They could do avalanche initiation into arrow. Timber Saw himself can sometimes get solo kills.
Vậy giờ anh này rồi ta đấy biểu vào là
Gotta get some combo breaks in this game if you're XG. That's what I'm thinking about long term. Not necessarily like full Wind Waker Aeon disc. I think it's too early to think about that. But
early glimmers and force staffs.
Yeah, like glimmer is pretty nice. Force staff's nice. The lick replacement is super nice in this game to dodge follow-up stuns. A gust interrupt, like if you're taking the fight and Ame can join you, just being able to gust interrupt, hurricane pike somebody else. All these little things can make a huge difference against these chain stun lineups, especially when you show to push out waves. Like Ame shows mid, he pushes this wave out, X Nova's right there. If he gets jumped, you're gonna lick him out. You can take that fight.
Look at the stack. Vamp damage showing on Nisha right now. Straight gaining are super stacked in this mid lane. Nothing to say might try and follow this up.
Oh, he
but
got
here comes the avalanche initiation with a toss between the two of them. There is the bushwhack to stop this Tiny with the echo send. They throw
everything they have. Team là Gary là con nó tỉ hòa vì team mà số là join thì bị little nga còn đi.
He's going to run down more. The Magnetize, yeah, and the Boulder. That'll finish off another one. And Ace spots XXS. And Fisher slows him down. XXS, I think he's away. So 1 for 3 exchange, baiting out the Ember Spirit, and Xtreme Gaming did kind of bite it down on that one. Mickey getting a free wraparound through the left-hand side thanks to a big smoke. They smoked on the bottom side of the map and wrapped all the way around to hit him.
Sentry for him. That's a bait by both teams. XG are ready to lick this drought out of danger, but Mickey, he makes an excellent play. Find the Largo, toss him into the same chain stun, get 2 for 1. Does pay a price with his life, which is big, slows this game down. But as you said, free fight for Nisha, you're always going to clean up here. The Ember will always give you that +1 kill. Delayed the Ags coming out as it got finished. Wall, Ame was dead. There goes his perfect drow game.
What's interesting is they didn't quite manage to get this tower for it, but Liquid is still looking for pickoffs around this area.
And here's where it can snowball.
That one.
Like you start
Liquid.
And Liquid can just open up these wounds. Exacerbate your problems. The Largo can only babysit so many heroes in this game. And as we saw, that's not also a guarantee. Stampede can only bail you out of a little bit here. Like, you can't just Stampede for someone who's chains. You need Lotus Orbs, you need Glimmer Capes in this game. This is where the game is really going to slow down for Xtreme Gaming. I expect to see Liquid build a net worth lead here. The threat across the map's a lot higher. You have Mirana pushing out waves, farming the extra jungle camps. Did you just not see? Okay.
Mickey, he went around. If he had just gone down the ramp, he would have run right to the Earthshaker, which would have been a dream pickup, because now the next stop is like picking off Xtreme Gaming heroes and not letting them get to BKBs, right?
For sure. You want to abuse the fact that XG are not as mobile around.
He came back. He went through the gate, then he came back. And now Mickey finally shows himself, sees the opportunity, and only needs a little bit, a momentary pause for them to be able to get that kill.
Mong đi vì cô còn này đó sâu màu đã hạ
on a killing spree. The map is starting to feel a lot smaller. Great vision out right now for Liquid as well. This is the scariest point in this game for Xtreme Game. They cannot afford to bleed too many kills in this time period. And it's very easy to bleed kills against this lineup. Another great rotation. They're going to find some heroes. Force a Stampede.
Stampede will run, but the arrow, beautiful setup right up the staircase. And Timber Chain to finish him off. Now
này nó không tuy thì thuần thì bị
close enough.
He's got đôi lúc ai đâu phải là lệ.
Can they get close enough? They do. Now with the follow-up damage of the Timber Saw, it's made pretty easy. FY continues
thấy số bị bà lệ hả?
To the whirling death, and now FY is going to die as well. Harpoon toss back in.
Đuổi lệ.
You already see Mickey with this Harpoon Blink Dagger build. You know what he wants to do. He wants to toss heroes back. Pick them up.
Not respecting what's happening around the map right now. Getting caught in the Liquid chase down. This is exactly what happened in the previous game they played this lineup. You cannot bleed bad kills. Liquid are going to run the entire map. This lineup has infinite chase, infinite stun, infinite catch. Yeah, this could have just been like, I lose my shaker top, yeah, that sucks, whatever. Instead, you effectively get a team wipe here. And it's straight into that 20-minute Tormentor.
It's accelerating the game so much, this Shadow Blade is almost done for the Tiny after he just completed Harpoon.
He's a massive threat in this game. The Timber's top net worth. After the roughest laning phase, just like that. Let's give Ace a little space. farm his way back quickly.
Now he is still susceptible to this damage until he gets the Shivas.
This is wild smoke.
Deep into it. Off of the Tormentor being taken. Now, not to go for the Timber Saw.
You're bringing Ame into the smoke. You better make it connect on something.
Damn straight. Mickey,
that's the best
target.
That's
a much easier kill for sure. He may have some armor. They do have the stuns. Apparently not enough to be able to stop him from harpooning away, getting some distance finally. He'll finish him off, but this took a long time to get the kill. And Liquid are throwing all their heroes around here. The arrow lands onto Ame off the chains. Fisher tries to stop these two, but they're caught. There's too many Liquid heroes surrounding them. Ame, they pop the stand.
So ကပေးလိုက်ရင်အဲ့လောက်ထိချိန်ကကြာရမလို့
to finish the job.
အားမီလည်းတည်ရမလို့
out of that kill. Yeah. Again, you have to respect the map mobility, the chase down potential from this lineup. You cannot expect Liquid to just sit on their heels here and do nothing about their Tiny going down. It is a nice hero to pick up off the map. You delay the Shadow Blade, buys you a little space to push the waves out, but you're losing your drought. So who's actually pushing these waves out? Not the heroes you want. You need dispels. This is the biggest thing right now. To deal with the chains, you can at least reposition a little bit and maybe turn some of these fights around. Manta, Lotus Orb, Glimmer Cape, Force Staff. You have to find a way to get there. They have a single Force Staff right now in terms of total dispel and utility.
Yeah, even like the pickoff game is pretty intense, but now a level 18 Timber Saw, level 3 Chakram with Blink Shivas. Every fight is just him going deep into Xtreme Gaming's side, popping that Shivas, tagging heroes, stopping Blink Daggers, getting vision for the follow-up. That's going to be rough to play.
I think conceptually this is the game Shaker struggles in, because you're just not going to get that straight 5-on-5 fight you want with the Echo Slam.
Yeah, they've got 4 hyper-mobile heroes.
Yes, it's really difficult to get a clump in this game. It's very difficult to get the fight you want with Vision. Against Piranha ult. It's just a pick-off-oriented game. Shaker doesn't offer you that much single-target DPS this early on.
Yeah, maybe like really early if he had played off of the Blink Dagger and Chant Totem kills.
ဒါပေမဲ့19နဲ့24မိနစ်မှာလုံးဝ
He just has to get BKB. Same goes with Ame.
They can just dive him here if they want.
Let's get behind the tier 2. They're going to run right into him. And got the silence on X-Nova too. Beautifully played by Boxy. Even if he does catch a lick and heal, it's not enough to save the Drow Ranger, but they made that kill that much quicker that now they can run down the Frog as well. Underneath the tier 3s, Nisha collects.
No response from XG. They're starting to recognize the situation here, which is like, if we get going on, just try and get the other lanes out. The situation is rough right now as Liquid just soaking all the farm up off the map.
ချင်းနေမကောင်းဘူးဗျာဒီပွဲကတော့လစ်သွားပြီ
Kind of look for anything anywhere. I still do not understand how Ace is so fat in this game, but man, he is almost level 20 now. Great Timber game too.
ကျွန်တော်ညာ high ground ကိုပဲတစ်ချက်စောင့်ကြည့်ရတော့မယ်
You're
ဗျ
worried about the Drow, but you have displacement spells to throw this Drow into the Buzzsaw. Pretty surprised that Ame skipped Manta here. Looks like you need it. Just for some of the Ghost Shove and the Dispel. Feels really good here. I mean, the Dispel against the Earth Spirit's nice too. It's going to go straight BKB. It's going to be a while to get there.
If they get to that BKB window, though, a lot of the damage goes out the window for Liquid during that time.
It
right?
does.
It's like they have a ton of magic damage.
Assuming you get the team fight. Like,
right, you're afraid that it's never going to be a 5-on-5. It's always going to be some sort of Liquid pick-off.
You're never going to be able to start the fight on your terms. In theory, you're going to be afraid of showing on the waves. BKB doesn't necessarily help you shove the map because you're afraid of the 100-0 chain stun.
Right.
Would help you just force a Roshan or something if you have the confidence.
သူ့ဆရာက
And right now, with
ဆော့
the
လို့ဆော့မှ
11,000
မသိဖြစ်သွား
Network
ပြီ
Waves, definitely feels like Roche is
Or the
more
Hindu
for
up.
Liquids to take.
For sure, they're eyeing it up. They might just do it here.
I do think that Liquid is maybe a similar problem to the past. I don't know how willing they are to go get high ground against Xtreme if they're up as 5. Now that's easily solved by the fact that they have so many ways to get pickoffs.
Kickoffs are the high ground for them with this lineup.
Right.
You squeeze the map so hard that eventually You get 1 or 2 kills, you go high ground, it's easy. You have tanky ass heroes too. This is a very tanky lineup. They don't have sustain, but they have insane just raw HP pools.
Is there any way that you, like, he hasn't completed Hurricane Pike. Are you holding that to go Hydra's Breath and have your eggs for like double up on the anti-tank?
It's pretty all in.
Yeah.
You have very little survivability at that point. Maybe if he thinks he needs the damage in this game.
Maybe that's why he gets BKB. He's playing more for a stand to deliver style.
It's possible. I mean, look at these heroes. You're going to need damage from somebody. Quick smoke. This could land.
To catch something on the waves clashing together while simultaneously meeting Ame. Ame does get jumped here. Tried to hit him with the avalanche, but a force staff got away for the arrow. And now Liquid are a little bit outnumbered for now. They need this fast kill on Mickey as fast as they can get it anyway.
He just won't die.
Oh no, no.
They finally get him, but that's just the Aegis. And now they have to retreat. It's a stampede. Everybody out for themselves. Ame gets spotted. They got him on the avalanche. Foxy rolled past him, and Mickey delivers the stun that will kill the carry of Xtreme Gaming.
Will lose in that scenario.
Yeah.
All it costs you is a tiny Aegis, which, again, you're probably not forcing high ground with that anyway, so who cares?
Liquid playing faster and faster, picking up the tempo now, going through the gate, seeing if they can catch on the other side of the map. Nothing to say, knows when to play conservatively, though.
You can just park this timber.
Control
so much real estate right now. Ace just sniped him.
Nasty.
1,000 damage instantly. A little extra from the Stormcrafter. Beautiful kill right there on that squirrel in his base. This shows you how little Liquid fear the XG threat right now.
Ace runs him over. Makes roadkill out of FY.
There's another force staff.
Use as many as you can get. Octarine level 22. Timbersaw almost hitting that 20k net worth. Man. And he's going to get it very quickly off of being able to play solo on this side of the map. He's just grabbing a bunch of creeps. Meanwhile, Liquid are hitting the tier 2. Totally unafraid of Xtreme Gaming.
And XG are afraid to get out on the map. Yeah. They don't have the vision anymore. They don't have the lane control. The second you show, you have to get the hell out of there. You just don't know where these Liquid cores are. I mean, they have 3 heroes sitting in their base right now. And we're 30. Effectively, you count this Drow running back to the base as in the base. There's a defensive BKB. This map is entirely Liquid's right now. If XG don't break this hold, they are going to fall massively behind.
And you said it early. Xtreme Gaming had to get a lot off the laning phase and snowball that. Well, they did get a lead off the laning phase. They weren't able to snowball it very effectively. Liquid draw things out until they hit their window, and now they're steamrolling the game. And they will have the net worth lead until Xtreme Gaming basically wins 1 or 2 big team fights. We'll see if that ever comes to fruition.
They're gonna get Ame BKB and probably just smoke out and hope that they can land this on something.
Yeah, you can't be locked inside your base at 30 minutes, right? That's just, you'll just be out-farmed.
Quick smoke across the map. They're gonna send the Tiny in. Should find something here.
Yeah, spots Largo. Hit the stomp onto Tofu. Unfortunately, the multi-shot had already been used, and FY misses the sharpshooter. XXS is made a whole lot squishier by the presence of Ace. They're going to keep chasing after him. He's low enough, makes the commitment. Nisha got him. Now spots FY here as well. Tier 3s are They seem unstoppable at this point.
It's like respawn faster, please, so I can kill you again. When you're scanning down, you know you're in a pretty good position. 30-minute high ground. No Aegis, no problem. They get the glyph. What is the teamfight response here? They're trying to get a refresher on the Shaker?
Yeah, they're giving up the lane to get this refresher.
Is that even going to be enough damage? I guess if it buys enough time for the Drow to sit there and hit some people.
Yeah, I feel like it's almost more about the chain stun. Just allow the
Still needs more gold though. And it is a tier 3 gone, that's a glyph gone. They are all TPing top to kick NTS out of here. He still needs another 400 gold. The chase is insane. You might have to BKB TP here.
Oh, Boxy. Oh, if he got over that cliff there, that might have been enough to make it nothing to say he uses BKB. It still is. BKB used. Mission success for Liquid.
Amp damage sitting in the bottom river as well.
Oh, low chain. So you get TP top. Toreo blend that TP top and BB down.
That might be an opportunity. Maybe an opportunity for a pick up an aggressive four-step into Mickey. That was super sick, Tofu.
Just controlling so much space on his own.
Tofu next level play ပြနေပြီ။ညနာမူလေးကောင် full stand နဲ့ပါခေါ်ပြီးတော့တီးနေပြီဟာ
Yeah, basically.
They don't have the heroes to push the waves. I think this was always going
to be.
အဲ့ဒါတို့ချက်ပဲ။နောက်ကနေ hero တစ်မျိုးကြီးပဲတဲ့။ဟုတ်တယ်ဗျာ။ကျွန်တော်လိန်နေနေကိုဒီကောင်တွေ PPC ဆော့နိုင်မယ်ထင်ပြီးတော့ He can't even get the gold. He's
ရွေးချယ်လိုက်တာမှားတာပဲ။ဒိန်းနေနေတင်တလောက်တားတယ်ဆိုရင်မဲ့အလုံးမဖြစ်သွားဘူးဖြစ်သွားတယ်ဗျ။ဒိန်းနေတားပြီးဒီကစန်တော့နဲ့ဟိုဝင်အဲ့တော့အလုံးမလုံးနိုင်။
You're so starved. I mean, we've seen this.
Rana tiny.
So many times. Some teams locked inside the base. They go all in for some sort of big item, big play, and Falcons just never give them the opportunity.
Exactly. You don't have to ever give
a
chance to echo your entire squad. You're continuing to build that worth here. Efficient.
So Xtreme Gaming, they have to take a risk. They have to go out there at some point.
Lady, but it's why we got that. I'm not separate to Baru. Look at what P name. Oh my. Santo and I can't look at the time as a lot. Hey, look at the bush will choke with all this. I'm do it. Rasuri go.
You get that going twice. I don't think he's going to feel it.
Here comes that smoke.
Smoke the Saro don't we? Pibamla. BKB နဲ့ရှီကစစ်တော့ပါတယ်ခွဲကွာ
Would have been beautiful as it stands.
Still give him info.
Gonna die. They're gonna get some heals up. Liquid don't go anywhere. Nobody TPs away.
Showed
up and they're gonna smoke themselves.
ကောင်းဝိုင်းမ
They chase Xtreme Gaming.
high ground နေမယ်ဟုတ်ပြီဟုတ်
to the high ground. They know the positioning is so important here. Anything that could give nothing to say an advantage. They try and take the
ရောင်ရေးမိကေတခါကြီးအရင်ကောင်းသွားတယ်သူတော့ပြစ်မှာပဲရပြီးတော့မှမရဘူး
They're still going to chase after this trial range of the BKB expires and Boxy kicks him to death.
Liquid just dismantling them in this game 3.
Where is my Shika?
No way out, FY. All the way.
အဲ့လိုplay ဝင်ခုတ်တာကို Shika နည်းနည်းပါ
The tier 3s haven't even been claimed yet in what is nothing to say to do, man. And the way that started was just so terrible. I thought they knew that Liquid was chasing after them, but they clearly did not.
There's a lot of little. If that's your one big opportunity to try and swing the momentum in this game, one you showed.
အဲ့တော့မြင်လာနိုင်မယ်လို့မထင်ထားရတယ်ဖြစ်မယ်
And then you're double clicking the outpost.
ဟိုဘက်ကလုံးဝ mobile ရန်ကောင်းနေဆိုတော့ဝုန်းပြေးဝင်လာဟာ
Assuming they're not going to notice this, you got scanned
ဒီ
regardless.
တင်းမဆိုကြီးကသေဖို့ရတော့မဖြစ်နိုင်တော့ဘူးကြောက်စရာ item ကြီးတွေ
You
ကြည့်
can
ပါ
always just jump pop BKBs. What are you afraid of in terms of that turnaround? And catching Drow is just too easy.
Well, you got a flamethrower, a timber saw, level 25.
He's a monster this game.
Mid lane of barracks down. I mean, at this point, as epic as game 1 and game 2 are, this is going to be Xtreme Gaming going out of EWC with a whimper.
They have a gem up now, at least. How many smokes do they even have left? They have one on the large.
ထပ်ပါမယ်
That looks like about
ရင်းကောင်ကလည်း army နဲ့ဟိုဝင်မယ်ရှိမယ်အမှ army ကစိတ်မရှိပဲတွားပစ်ပြီးတီးပြီးလိုက်ရင်ပြီးအောင်မယ်အေးဟုတ်တယ်ဟိုဘက်ကတော့မင်းတို့ပြစ်တာမခံဘူးတဲ့ငါတို့ရင်ဖြတ်ပလိုက်မယ်ဟိုဘက်မှာဦးပြီးထောင်တာတော့ဖြတ်လို့မရတဲ့ဘဝဟဲ့အောင်မတ် control ကအဲ့လောက်တောင်ပြီးထားတာသွားပြီ
Again, as long as you don't clump, I don't think it's too scary.
That's true.
You can't show the Drow to harass anybody. You're just going to get rolled on, chain, tossed in, arrowed.
Not
that slow, to be honest.
Nothing to say. You be waiting for the rest of this game to find perfect blink echo.
Death by flamethrower.
Even just that remnant is
just annoying
for Xtreme.
BKB စောင့်နေတာ
They got the triple BKB.
Jump forward on
Ah.
Ame. Forced to use the BKB already. Now Nisha did jump in, but they couldn't get the gust on him fast
အဲ့
enough.
လို
So he didn't even have to expend his BKB.
အဲ့လို BKB ပေးလိုက်ရတော့ပြီးွားပြီပေါ့
If I don't
ကို
use
လေး
the BKB, I'm gonna get 100 to 0.
ပေါ်လန်အတွက်
I'm surprised nothing to say didn't try for the Fisher on the Ember Spirit. Right?
အမှန်လေးလူရှင်တော်ဝင်လုံနေလိုက်သေးတယ်သူတို့က
Whether it was hitting the
အော်နေပြီအော်နေပြီပေးလိုက်ပါကွာ
BKB or maybe getting the Fisher, follow up Echo Slam, try burst him down, something.
ညအာမီရတနေရာမှာတော့ဖြစ်ပါမလား
This is Roshan.
Well, you're already kind of too late to the party here.
မဖြစ်ဘူးထင်တယ်နော်
Especially if
အဲ့
they
ဒါ
wrap
ကိုပြောတာ
the long way around, because if they go straight through, Nisha's here to block it, but they go all the way around, they're going to be too slow to get to the Roshan in time.
They're not even confident.
Aegis is already going to be here.
No BKB
ဒီ
on
ကွေး
Ame,
ကကို
no
ကြီး
team
တောက်
fight.
တာ
That is an easy Aegis for Liquid. They're going to get some more wards on
မိကကောင်နဲ့တိမ်မတက်တာလစ်ကွက်ကကျန်တဲ့ကောင်တွေအကုန်တက်တယ်ခုနတရရပြကြည့်လိုက်တာ
Yeah, just
အမ
hit the AC with it,
3115 လားမသိ
Aegis. They can't kill you very quickly. You're going to kill the buildings pretty damn quickly. And you have an extra life to back it all up. And you have geomagnetic grip with the pull, the shard he has.
Of course. Always Boxy waiting in the wings.
Yeah, we
Something goes wrong.
saw it early game, but like mid to late game
ဒီ
is
တော့
where
ထင်ပါတယ်
Boxy makes that
တင်ကမကင်းနေတော့
super
ဖြစ်မိတယ်တိုင်ကြီးပစ်ထားတော့နောက်ကနေ draw လိုက်ပစ်တယ်ဆိုတော့ဟုတ်တော့မဟုတ်ဘူးလို့နည်းနည်းတော့
pulls you,
တွေးမှနေသလားဆိုပြီး
then kicks you back. So it's like, they're dealing with two different kind of displacements here. They're dealing with Tiny offensively displacing heroes, and then you've got Boxy defensively displacing heroes, which is not the kind of game Drow Ranger wants to play.
Not without an Aegis, that's for sure.
No, definitely not.
Not 10,000 behind this Timbersaw.
And 30,000 behind Team Liquid as a whole.
There's your AC. Probably the last item you were waiting for in this game. He has an amp damage in the bottle as well. This Tiny is smacking hard. Send down that top lane. Force XG to team fight you.
နိုင်ဘက်တော့မှမရှိဘူးဗျခွဲရတော့ပြီးဖို့တော့များသွားပြီ
To win the team fight.
ဒီတော့နဲ့တိုင်ရိုက်တဲ့တန်ကိုခံနိုင်မဲ့ဟီရို
And an AC
Come on,
Tiny
machine.
timing with 3.5 minutes left on the Aegis is going to be one of the biggest.
ပုံစံတိုင်းအားမရခုနလို BKB လေးသုံးလို့ရမယ်ထင်ပြီးတော့
Gonna have to find a way to hold here. Somehow the guts timing was
that was
pretty good.
clutch.
He didn't want to use the BKB on Ame. And he won't have to yet. Catchy look helps
40
him get
40
up.
ရှိသေးတယ်40ရှိသေးတယ်
So they got something, and the Echo Slam is going to be put onto the Tiny here with the Fisher, hitting many of the backline heroes to refresh, and it finishes off the Tiny one. But they need more heroes off of that because there was just the
အားရ
Aegis.
ရနာလေးတော့ရသွားတယ်
Every bit
ဆိုမ
of
ဆို
nothing to say
ချိန်ဝင်လိုက်တာပေါ့ဗျာ
twice. And they got an Aegis. That's, I mean, they got Tofu too, but of the other real threats in this game, Nisha and Ace, they are pretty much untouched.
Unable to capitalize with the other damage sources. Might be enough to hold the high ground here.
Here comes Nisha.
Ah, yeah, all night, Nisha.
And now Ame is almost dead off of Mickey's jump through. Nisha, very happy with that jump. He's going to get a buyback, at least one out of Xtreme Gaming, and they're going to take this whole
လို့ပါဦး
And
Amy
there's
down,
nothing
maybe.
they can really do to stop it. Nothing to say. He doesn't have the BKB, so he's being tagged by damage. He can't really get the blink in. Not that he
Oh,
has
we
an
echo
Aegis
ya laula.
anyway. Somehow XXS manages to hit a stomp onto the Ember Spirit. Couldn't get the immediate follow-up.
အားမေကြားရရောက်နေပြီအားမေကြားရရောက်နေပြီအားမေကိုကဲအောင်အားမေကိုကဲအောင်အဲ့ဒါကိုပြောတာအားမေကြားရရောက်နေပြီ
He forced that forward as best as he can. And a catchy lick to try and deliver him to safety. But the barracks, they can't do the same kind of retreat. Nor can this Earthshaker. Once he's in, he's dead without his BKB.
လို့ရှင်နိုင်လုံးနေတာပဲငါတို့စကန်ထဲမှာ
Standing for long. Mickey with another beautiful toss back into the avalanche off the buybacks. This is their only hope. They've got the hypothermia stacks onto Mickey. Building up. Got the BKB.
အာရောက်ပြီပြီးသွားပြီဗောအဲ့ဒါဆိုတော့
Too tanky.
And that's it. Xtreme Gaming are out.
Oh, what a
And
series.
Team Liquid will hold on. Survive just a
Okay.
bit more.
အားမေတို့ကတော့ TI အတွက် AC အနားယူပြီးတော့
I think this is Team Liquid in a nutshell.
TI ကိုစိတ်ထဲရင်လို့
Rough tournament.
e-sport ကမှ short လိုက်တာပဲဖြစ်မယ်ထင်ပါတယ်
Trying to figure out their hero pools, trying to figure out the draft, but when the lights are
โอเคဗျာနောက်ပွဲတော့
just turn up as players. They make
ကျွန်တော်မ
big
ပြနိုင်တော့
plays,
ဆောင်း
they make
ပြိုင်း
clutch
နေ
plays.
ပြီ
There's always that little HP ahead,
Nene
little
li.
team fight ahead,
မနေ့ပြန်မှာ
little clutch play here,
အားနိုင်ခွဲကြ
and all of a sudden you're
ည
winning
မဲ့
the series.
list win တော့ရှိမှာပါ
Might be the start of a pretty long bracket
ထုံးစံတိုင်း
for them.
ပုံမှန်ချိန်လေးပဲပေါ့
Gain some momentum. They're a
Okay,
scary team
ဒီ
to
ညတော့
face
ဒီလောက်ပါပဲ
in
เนาะ
matches. I don't even care how bad
ဒါ
that
ကြည့်
is.
ပေးတဲ့ညီကိုလေး
They just
ကျေးဇူး
need to
တင်ပါတ
have
ယ်
some
အားလုံးပဲ
clutch G
ခုနိုင်ပါ
when it matters, and,
တက်တာ
That said, I think XG had a rough road of it.
Yo,
They
buddy.
started to figure
Oh,
a little
buddy,
bit
yeah.
out in this series, especially that game one. I think they played around NTS the best.
ပြောတာနောက်ကျသွားလို့ဖြစ်နေဗျ
But ultimately, they just couldn't put it together for this
ဟိုဘက်ทีมနော်
and it does leave a
Ai
lot
đủ
of
con dễ
questions
vậy.
like what is this XG squad
Ê,
gonna
bịa.
look like when it comes to TI in Shanghai? Because if they can't put it together here at EWC, you don't have a lot of time to figure that out for the rest of the
ကောင်း
season.
နေစောပိုင်းကီးတွေမပြီးဘဲနဲ့တော့ရှောက်သူတို့လူချင်းတဲ့ item တွေကိုရှာပြီးတော့ပတ်တဲ့ဆိုင်သွားတာအရင်ကောင်းသွားတာဗျသလား Okay ခုနိုင်ပါကိုလူတို့နောက်နေ့မှတွေ့ကြတာပေါ့